Chapter 433. Qin Qiong's words caused an uproar in the court. Some knew about yesterday's assassination, but most of the court officials did not know. After all, Li Zishuan and his group only returned to the city at night. Assassination was indeed a big taboo in the officialdom. There were not many officials who were not afraid of death. It was fine to use normal political means to exclude political opponents, but it was not okay to use assassination. This would cause public anger. Your Majesty, Duke Yi's words are correct. Assassinating a county official in broad daylight is truly shocking. This kind of villain must be severely punished. Moreover, we must interrogate him to see if there is anyone behind him who ordered him to do so. If there is, they must be severely punished. Fang Xianling stepped out and said seriously, "I second the motion. Punish the villain and find out who is behind this." Zhang Sun Wuji also stepped forward and cupped his hands. This was a matter of principle. As the head of the civil officials, he had to stand up and express his attitude. Since Fang Xianling and Zhang Sun Wuji had said so, what else did the other officials have to hesitate? One by one, they began to accuse the assassin and the mastermind behind the scenes. What was originally a peaceful morning court had suddenly turned into a denouncing assembly of civil and military officials. "Where is Magistrate Hua?" When the officials were almost done, Li Er looked down and asked in a deep voice, "I am here. I am guilty." Yin Hua Wenjie, who had met Li Zishuan once before, came out and bowed to ask for forgiveness, sweating profusely. The officials of Chang and County and Wanyan County in Chang and City, as well as Lantian, Xinfeng, and more than 10 other counties outside the city were all under the jurisdiction of the magistrate. With such a major public security incident, he, as the magistrate, naturally had an important responsibility. Speaking of which, it could be said that Li Zishuan was his nemesis. Previously, Li Zishuan had brought Li Qingqian out to play. Because Chao Rui had eyes but failed to see and actually wanted to make a move on the crown prince, the Eastern Palace guards had dragged him over. Li Qingqian had personally criticized Wanyan County's governance issues. At that time, he had been scared to death. He did not expect that in just a few months, Li Zishuan not only had a title, he, a rank 3 magistrate, did not have a title. It was really infuriating, but he also caused an even bigger incident. Hua Wenjie secretly said, "Bitter." Although this matter could not be blamed on Li Zishuan, he still felt bitter in his heart. "Of course you are guilty for such a villain to appear in the capital. However, I will give you a chance to atone for your crimes. You must catch the assassin within 10 days. Even if you can't catch him, you must at least find out where he came from." Li Er's hawk-like sharp gaze pierced Hua Wenjie's sweaty face as he ordered in a deep voice, "This old subject accepts the decree and thanks you for your grace." Hua Wenjie had a bitter expression on his face. Li Er's mission was extremely difficult. He had heard a little about yesterday's assassination attempt. Even Gudu Xian was unable to deal with a martial arts expert. Asking him to investigate and capture the culprit was truly an impossible task. "We will have Gudu Xian lead a group of Imperial Army soldiers to assist you in your investigation. No matter how powerful that assassin's martial arts are, he cannot be allowed to get away scot-free." Li Er understood Hua Wenjie's difficulty and added, "Many thanks, Your Majesty." Hua Wenjie clasped his hands in thanks and then withdrew. Thought for a moment and said, "There is another matter today. There is one more matter today. Li Zishuan has submitted his resignation from his post at the Imperial College. However, ever since we ascended the throne, we have always prioritized talents. Talented and virtuous people must be put to good use. Li Zishuan's paper machine, unique culture, and the Great Tang Dictionary must be known by all of you. These things are extremely beneficial to the education of the people of our Great Tang. It is very likely that in a few decades, scholars will blossom all over our Great Tang. The great cause of education that even the Qin Emperor was unable to achieve during the Hanwu era may be realized through the combined efforts of all of you. Thus, we appoint Li Zishuan as Crown Prince Zhanshi, and also confer upon him the titles of Jinziguang Lu Daifu and Zhaowu Chaplain. What do all of you think?" Silence. The moment Li Er finished speaking, The hall fell into a strange silence. The officials were stunned for a moment and then looked at each other, not knowing what Li was up to. Li Zishuan was also somewhat confused. What did old Li mean by this? Was he trying to stir up trouble? What the hell was Zhao Wu chaplain? Your Majesty, this subject has an objection. How could the old flame Wei Zheng let go of such a good opportunity? He flicked his sleeves and angrily cupped his hands. What objection does Minister Wei have? Er raised his eyebrows and asked unhappily. Wei Zheng was not afraid of Li. He nonchalantly cupped his hands and said, Li Xiannan has indeed contributed to the education of our Tang dynasty, especially the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. This book really has a profound meaning. Your Majesty conferred upon him the title of Crown Prince Zhanshi. Although it is a little out of line, it is understandable. If Li Xiannan can guide the Crown Prince to be diligent in his studies, it will also be a blessing for our Tang dynasty. But Jinziguang Lu Daifu is too much. A Jinziguang Lu Daifu who is not even 15 years old, not only does it not exist in our dynasty, it has never appeared in all of the dynasties. Li Xiannan is indeed talented, but this subject believes that it is not advisable to rush the seedlings to help them grow. In addition, Li Xiannan has not made any contributions in the military. Why would Your Majesty confer upon him the title of Zhao Wu chaplain? Although this is only a rank 6 military officer, it is unreasonable to confer upon someone who has nothing to do with it. I implore Your Majesty to reconsider. Although Wei Zheng's argument was not intense, it was reasonable. Even Li Zishuan himself felt that this old fellow's words were reasonable, not to mention the other ministers. Minister Wei's words are reasonable. This old subject also implore Your Majesty to reconsider. Fang Xianling stepped forward and cupped his hands in agreement. This subject agrees, Your Majesty to reconsider. Zhang Sun Wuji also stepped forward and cupped his hands in agreement. Bullshit. Old Wei Zheng, what nonsense are you talking about? When the other ministers also wanted to step forward to agree, Cheng Yaojin stepped forward and pointed at Wei Zheng and scolded. Just because Xiao Xian is young, you say that he is not worthy of this Jinziguang Lu Daifu? What a joke! Since when did the imperial court choose officials based on age? Why don't our old Qing know about this? His Majesty just said that it is based on ability. You have read more books than me, old Cheng. Do you understand that it is based on ability? Do you know what it means to be based on ability? Cheng Yaojin was aggressive and his spittle was all over Wei Zheng's face. The worst thing was that this old fellow ate garlic in the morning and Wei Zheng almost fainted from the smell. Cheng Jijia, don't go too far. What this old man said is reasonable and reasonable. It is based on the facts, not the person. Don't try to twist words and force logic in this hall. Wei Zheng wiped his face and took a few steps back in anger. Li Zishuan saw this scene from behind and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of humor. Do you understand that it is based on ability? Do you know what it means to be based on ability? Why did he feel that Cheng Yaojin's accent was a bit like a northeastern man's? Chapter 434. I'm twisting words and forcing logic? Cheng Yaojin chuckled and took 2 steps forward. If you say I'm twisting words and forcing logic, why don't you tell me how I'm twisting words and forcing logic? Let's not talk about Dr. Jin Zi Guanglu for now. I'll talk to you about the Zhao Wu chaplain. Didn't you just say that Xiao Xian hasn't made any contributions and isn't worthy of the Zhao Wu chaplain position? So what if I did? Did I say something wrong? Wei Zheng covered his mouth and nose, took 2 steps back, and confronted Cheng Yaojin. Let's not talk about military contributions, let's talk about martial arts. Xiao Xian just broke through yesterday and became the youngest martial arts grandmaster in our Tang Empire. I know you don't know what a martial arts grandmaster is, so let me put it this way. There are only 15 martial arts grandmasters in our Tang Empire's military, and these 15 people are all veterans who have led their own armies into battle. Xiao Xian broke through to the martial arts grandmaster realm at the age of 20. Do you know what this means to our Tang Empire? It means that even if we old generals are too old to ride horses or pick up swords and spears, our Tang Empire's younger generation will still have people who can lead the army into battle and protect our country. Heroes don't care about their age. We generals have always spoken with strength. Among the generals of the older generation, there are only a handful who can defeat Xiaoxian in martial arts. Let alone a mere Zhaowu commandant. If Xiaoxian is willing to join the army, when this old Qing goes north to fight the Turks, I will definitely give him a vanguard position. Qing Yaojin had wanted to get Li Zishuan into the military for a long time. Now that Li Er had given him such a good opportunity, how could he not cherish it? At this moment, this old fellow seemed to be possessed by a deity. Although his tone was a little aggressive, his words were reasonable and did not pester endlessly. After he finished speaking, everyone in the general's camp looked at Li Zishuan. Some were shocked, some were stunned, and some were envious. No one would have thought that there would be such a young martial arts grandmaster in the world. Other people might not be able to reach the martial arts grandmaster realm even after decades of hard work. But this young man who was not even 15 years old. How ironic. Good. Jije's words are great. Your Majesty, this old subject believes that Li Zishuan's character and martial prowess are impeccable. He is completely worthy of the title of Zhaowu Commandant. Many of the Tang Empire's generals are aging like this old subject. If the Tang Empire wants to continue to prosper, it must begin to cultivate a batch of outstanding youths. Only then can we avoid a shortage of talents in the army. This time, Qin Qiong didn't persuade Qing Yaojin not to be unreasonable. Instead, he stood up and supported Qing Yaojin's point of view. This old subject also agrees. Such a young talent must have a place in the ranks of our great Tang's generals. Yuqi Jingde was moved by Qin Qiong's words and also stood up to agree. This old subject also agrees. Niu Jinda walked out and cupped his fists. This old subject also agrees. The Li County man is proficient in both the pen and the sword. He should set an example for the younger generation of our great Tang. The Minister of War, Li Jing, who had been unknown in the imperial court for a long time, actually took the initiative to speak up today. Moreover, it was to support a young man. This really shocked many people. As an important figure in the Tang Empire's military, Li Jing's statement was very meaningful. This meant that the Tang Empire's military group led by Li Jing was willing to accept a talent like Li Zishuan. The other generals with lower EQ also came to a realization. Today, Li Er didn't just want to give Li Zishuan the title of an official. He also wanted to test whether the military was willing to accept Li Zishuan as a newcomer. Li Er's seemingly absurd reward had a deep meaning behind it. Thus, a large group of generals instantly knelt down in front of Li Er and said loudly, "This subject agrees." Li Er sat at the top and nodded in relief. His action today was a last-minute idea last night. In accordance with the principle of making the best use of people, naturally, he, as the emperor, would make use of as much ability as Li Zishuan had. Thinking back, when Li Er first learned that Li Zishuan was the disciple of Immortal Lingxiu, he had thought of putting Li Zishuan in the military to gain experience. However, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Li Zishuan's profound knowledge was no less than his martial arts accumulation. Li Er first put him in the Imperial College to teach and educate people. He really didn't expect that he had made many achievements in the academic field. Yesterday, when he heard that Li Zishuan had broken through to the Grandmaster level at the young age of 20, Li Er couldn't help but think of his original intention. In addition, what Qin Qiong said was indeed reasonable. The Tang Empire's military was indeed in a state where there was a shortage of young people. Looking at the next generation of all the generals, there were only a few who had made a name for themselves. The rest were mostly ignorant and incompetent people who wandered around the brothels. There was no one who could compare to Li Zishuan. Most importantly, Li Zishuan had always had a good relationship with the military. It was relatively easy to integrate him into the military. Thus, the most bizarre combination of contradictions in the history of the Tang Empire came into being. He had both a civil and a military title. Moreover, he had a noble title that couldn't be distinguished between the civil and military titles. It was really bizarre. At this moment, the line between civil and military was becoming more and more blurred on Li Zishuan. Li Er also wanted to give Li Zishuan a military title of a higher grade. However, as Wei Zheng had said, Li Zishuan had not made any military achievements. It was already good enough to give him a military title. Fortunately, he didn't give him a high grade because it was only a grade 6 military title. Wei Zheng was arguing. If the grade was higher, wouldn't Wei Zheng dare to tear down the Taiji Palace? Since that's the case, it's decided. Li Zishuan, we and the officials have high hopes for you. In the future, you must be cautious and conscientious and be a good example for the younger generation of the Tang Empire. You must not be as lazy as before. Do you understand? Li Er made the final decision and said in a deep voice. However, when the officials heard these words, they all felt that it was strange. Why did it sound like an elder lecturing a junior? Could it be that the emperor had something to do with this child? Some of the old men who liked to gossip couldn't help but look at Li Zishuan and Li Er's faces. The fire of gossip in their hearts burned fiercely. Your Majesty, I haven't agreed. I accept the decree and thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your guidance. Li Zishuan was dumbfounded. F***ck, this group of people discussed and discussed, but they didn't ask for his opinion. What the hell was this? He actually didn't want to accept this military title. As the saying goes, it's easy to get in but hard to get out. Although the grade of the Zhaowu chaplain was low, the significance it represented was not low at all. Once he accepted it, he would be labeled as a general in the future. When the time came to fight, people would definitely think of him. Li Er's move was really sinister. Li Zishuan felt that he had been tricked. Just as he was about to say that he didn't agree, Li Er's sharp gaze swept over him. Li Zishuan immediately changed his words because he saw a strong sense of danger in that gaze. Damn it, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. I'll take it first. Chapter 435. Li Zishuan's unwillingness to accept a military post wasn't because he was cowardly or unwilling to go to the battlefield to protect the country. When the Great Tang needed him, he would naturally be duty-bound to go to the battlefield. However, the Great Tang had so many awesome generals that they didn't need him at all. He just wanted to live a peaceful and sweet life with his wife. Cough cough, in the end he was just lazy. The curved plow and compass that Li Zishuan created previously promoted farming and made it very convenient for Li Shaogong to lead the fleet out to sea. I originally wanted to transfer him to the Ministry of Works to create more tools that would benefit the country and the people. However, Li Zishuan told me that he wanted to establish an academy named Yanhuang. He wanted to pass on his knowledge of inventing new tools to more people. I think this is a good move. What do you think? With the cooperation of the military generals, Li Zishuan was successfully promoted to an official post. Then, Li Er continued to take a mile after taking an inch, and revealed that Li Zishuan wanted to establish Yanhuang College. He brought this matter to the imperial court so that Yanhuang College would face less resistance in the future. The officials were speechless. They didn't know what Li Er was up to this time. Why was he talking about establishing an academy out of the blue? In this era, people didn't have a high and mighty impression of academies. It was more like they were short and poor. Thus, many officials wanted to support it but didn't know why. Even if they wanted to oppose it, they didn't know why either. But then again, in today's imperial court, Li Zishuan's matters really came one after another. This brat was about to become the main character of the imperial court. Your Majesty, I'm afraid the national treasury doesn't have any money left to establish an academy for Li Zhanshi. At this moment, an elegant white-haired elder in purple stepped forward and cupped his hands. It was the current Minister of Civil Affairs, Xiao Yu. Yes, that's right. At this time, the Ministry of Revenue wasn't called the Ministry of Revenue. It was called the Ministry of Civil Affairs. In the beginning of the Sui dynasty, it was called Duji. In the third year of founding emperor, it was changed to Min Division, and the dynasty followed suit. In the 23rd year of Xingguan, which was actually the first year of Yonghui, it was changed to the Ministry of Revenue. In the first year of Mingqing, it was changed to Duji. In the second year of Long Shua, it was changed to Siyuan Taichangbo. In the first year of Xianheng, it was reverted to the Ministry of Revenue. In the first year of Guangzhai, it was changed to Di Guanshangshu. In the first year of Shunlong, it was reinstated. Xiao Yu's wife was Empress Dugu's niece. Li Yuan was Empress Dugu's nephew. Li Yuan and Xiao Yu's wife were cousins. Back when the two of them were officials in the Sui dynasty, they had a very good relationship. Therefore, not only did this guy do well in the Sui dynasty, he was also the Minister of Civil Affairs and the Prime Minister. He also did well in the Tang dynasty. He was once again the Prime Minister and the Minister of Civil Affairs. Xiao Yu was the only Prime Minister of the previous dynasty who was still active in the center of power until Zhengguan's death. However, there were also 6 ups and downs. That is, 6 times he had to pay his respects to the Prime Minister, 6 times he was removed from his position as Prime Minister, and even his title of nobility was stripped and he was exiled from the capital. However, the Prime Ministers of the Tang dynasty weren't very valuable. At least, they weren't as powerful as the later generations. That was because the Tang dynasty implemented a group of Prime Ministers system. During Gaozu's time, there were 16 Prime Ministers. During Taizong's time, there were 29 Prime Ministers. During Gaozong's time, there were 47 Prime Ministers. During Wuzhou's time, there were as many as 78 Prime Ministers. Therefore, the power of a Prime Minister at this time wasn't as great as people thought. However, although that was the case, it was still very impressive to be able to become a Prime Minister. After all, he was an extremely powerful official. Minister Xiao, you're overthinking. All the expenses for the construction of Yanhuang College will be borne by Li Zishuan. The imperial court doesn't need to pay a single cent more. Li Er chuckled. In his heart, he thought that it was fortunate that Li Zishuan was rich. Otherwise, it would have taken a lot of effort. When Xiao Yu heard that, he was slightly stunned. Then he looked at Li Zishuan suspiciously. He wondered if there was something wrong with this unlucky kid's brain. Why would he want to spend money to build an academy? Then I have no objections. Xiao Yu clasped his hands and replied. As the Minister of Civil Affairs, he only needed to manage the purse of the Great Tang. Whether Li Zishuan opened an academy or not had nothing to do with him. He just felt that it wasn't worth it for this child to spend his own money instead of living a good life. In any case, Xiao Yu, who had lived through 3 dynasties, couldn't understand such a decision. Then, does anyone else have any objections? Li Er asked the others. Most of the others had the same thoughts as Xiao Yu. They simply didn't care about Li Zishuan's Yanhuang College. Since it didn't concern them, they didn't care. Thus, no one stood up to object. Seeing that no one objected, Li Er chuckled and made a big move. Good. Since no one objects, then I shall appoint Li Zishuan as the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, and I shall be the honorary president of Yanhuang College. As the ancestors of the Han people, everyone in the Central Plains can be called the descendants of Yan and Huang. In the future, no matter rich or poor, as long as you are a descendant of Yan and Huang, you will be able to enroll in Yanhuang College. Although Yanhuang College doesn't need a single copper coin from the national treasury, the 6 ministries of the imperial court must provide convenience to the Yanhuang College within their means during the construction process. They must not obstruct it on purpose. I need Yanhuang College to nurture a batch of talents that can make the Great Tang even stronger. Have you all heard me clearly? Buzz. As soon as Li Er finished speaking, Wei Zheng, Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Xiao Yu, and the other important officials of the imperial court were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect Li Er to trick them. He was really too shameless. According to what Li Er said just now, Yanhuang College wasn't a lowly private college at all. It would become a genuine government-run college. Oh no, it should be a royal college. If they had known that Li Zishuan would play like this, they definitely wouldn't have agreed to let Li Zishuan establish Yanhuang College so easily. But now, Li Er obviously wanted to act shamelessly, so it wasn't easy for them to change their minds. Kong Yingda's legs trembled. This was the first time he heard that Li Er wanted to be the president of Yanhuang College. This made him feel a sense of crisis. He walked forward and cupped his hands. Your Majesty's action seems inappropriate. In this way, where will the Imperial College be placed? The other officials also focused their attention. What Kong Yingda said was indeed a very serious problem. Since Li Er attached so much importance to Yanhuang College, As the holy land of Confucianism, what should the Imperial College do? The problem now involved the battle of orthodoxy. As the Orthodox school, Confucianism had been deeply rooted in the people's hearts. It could be said that all the civil officials in the hall benefited from Confucianism. They wouldn't allow Li Er to abandon Confucianism and seek refuge with other schools of thought. Of course, Li Er knew the seriousness of this problem. He said seriously, Official Kong, you worry too much. The Imperial College has been sending a large number of talents to the Imperial Court all these years. Its position is unshakable. Confucianism is still the orthodox school of thought of the Great Tang, and the purpose of Yanhuang College is only to nurture a group of talents who are good at construction. The two don't conflict. Chapter 436. Inside the Taiji Palace. Li Er purposely explained that the purpose of Yanhuang College was to provide talents for the Ministry of Works. Those defenders of Confucianism who were ready to jump out and attack Li Er finally gave up, and the establishment of Yanhuang College was officially approved. Li Zishuan took a deep breath and secretly gave old Li 32 likes in his heart. If he had been the one to say it, he definitely wouldn't have been able to say it so perfectly. Li Er had helped him solve a big problem. That's right. Not only was Li Zishuan unwilling to have a conflict with Confucianism, but Li Zishuan was also unwilling. Engineering hadn't even sprouted yet. How could it go head-to-head with Confucianism, which had been developing for thousands of years? Any new thing needed to be low-key and wretched in the beginning. After the establishment of Yanhuang College, the long morning court session finally ended. The civil and military officials all left the main hall and returned to their homes. Li Zishuan saw a familiar figure in front of him and hurriedly chased after him. Minister Yan. Minister Yan. He was chasing after Yan Lide. When Yan Lide heard someone calling him, he stopped in his tracks and turned around with a smile. Li Xianxia, congratulations on your promotion. Now that Li Zishuan had been promoted to Crown Prince Xianxia, in terms of rank, he was on par with him, the Minister of Works. This made Yan Lide's heart feel very complicated. Don't make fun of me. Brother Xiaoning and I are good brothers. You can just call me Little Xians. Li Zishuan choked. This Li Xianxia, didn't sound nice. Previously, when others called him Li Sai, it didn't sound nice either. At this time, he wanted to complain about the problem of how people of the Tang dynasty addressed him. In this era, there was a lot of attention to how officials were addressed. In some brainless novels, it was often written that when the protagonist met an official, he would directly call him Lord Zhang, Lord Wang, or Lord Li, regardless of what official he was. In fact, this was not respecting historical facts. Darren was a form of address. In the Tang dynasty, it was only used to address one's parents. Under certain circumstances, it could be used to address one's direct relatives. One could never use Darren Zhang, Darren Wang, or Darren Li to address various officials. Therefore, when you meet an official, don't simply call him Lord, unless you want to acknowledge him as your godfather. In the Tang dynasty, officials were usually addressed with surname plus rank, such as Minister Zhao, Minister Qian, or surname plus Gong. For example, when you met Fang Xianling, you could say, Good Minister Fang, and when you met Wei Zheng, you could say, Lord Wei. Therefore, when one really transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, if one intended to greet every official as Lord, this kind of lazy method would not work. The one who was addressed as Lord would caress your head and smile without saying anything. If your real Lord were to hear it, he would probably be so angry that he would beat you with a stick. Fortunately, Li Zishuan had transmigrated and merged with the memories of his previous life. Otherwise, he would have been screwed over by some brainless novels from his previous life. Hee, nephew Xian, why did you stop me? Yan Lide stroked his beard and smiled. He thought to himself that this kid did not get carried away. He still valued Li Zishuan as a descendant, so naturally he did not want him to turn bad. Yes, I have something to ask Minister Yan for helps. Why don't we talk as we walked? Then let's go to your carriage. I heard that your carriage is the most comfortable to sit in. Yan Lide said half-jokingly. I couldn't ask for more. Minister Yan, please. Say it. What is it? Look at how serious you are. Sitting on the "don't touch my number one" sofa, Yen lied, sipped his wine and looked at the passers-by outside the window. Hee, it's not a big deal. Uncle Yen, you also heard in the imperial court that this kid's Yanhuang College is about to start construction. This kid has poured a lot of effort into this college, so naturally, we have to strive for perfection in the construction. That's why I wanted to invite you over to check it out. After all, in terms of construction skills, if Uncle Yen is second, no one in Great Tang would dare to say that they are firsts. Li Zishuan continued to climb up the pole, trying to curry favor with him and flattering him one after another. Heh, you brat, don't flatter me. Yen lied, scolded in a joking manner, then stroked his beard and pondered. His Majesty previously said that the 6 ministries of the imperial court should do their best to cooperate with the construction of Yanhuang College. Nephew Xian, this old man should agree to your request, but as the Minister of Works, I don't usually have much time. How about this? I'll ask Xiaoning to bring a group of specialized craftsmen to help you later. Anyway, the two of you are already familiar with each other, so it'll be convenient for you to communicate. Although Xiaoning doesn't specialize in construction, he's still quite familiar with it. If this old man has time, I'll personally go and take a look. If there's any problem, you can come and find me at any time. Li Zishuan said happily, Yes. Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Yen. Yen lied, pointed at Li Zishuan and laughed. Heh, you brat. It would be great if Xiaoning could learn from you how stuffy he is. Not only are you married, but you've also been promoted. When will that child Xiaoning be as worry-free as you? Li Zishuan rubbed his nose. Was Yen lied saying that he was too unrestrained, so he got himself a wife? However, it wasn't good for Yen Xiaoning to only know how to study mechanical mechanisms all day long. Compared to him, Yen Xiaoning was more like an otaku. Hee. Xiaoning will definitely find his own happiness. Actually, this nephew of mine isn't worry-free now. Yesterday, my parents were almost scared out of their wits. Li Zishuan said in a muffled voice. That was just an accident, but you have to be more careful in the future. As long as that assassin isn't caught, you can't let your guard down. Yen lied, said solemnly. Yes, this nephew of yours understands. Oh, have you finished drawing the blueprint of Yanhuang College? Let this old man see if there's any difficulty in building it. Yen lied, thought for a while and suddenly said, I've been a little busy recently, so I haven't finished it yet. But this nephew of yours will definitely finish it in 2 days. In 2 days? How much did you draw before? 10%, probably less than 5%. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, Oh, then your Yanhuang College is really small. How many buildings could an ordinary person draw in 2 days? Therefore, Yen lied naturally thought that Yanhuang College was small. However, he didn't know that when it came to drawing blueprints, Li Zishuan had never been an ordinary person. The breakthrough yesterday made him, who was already not an ordinary person, even more extraordinary. He was even a little imba. 2 days later, this nephew of yours will invite Uncle Yen over to take a look. You'll naturally know then. Li Zishuan chuckled. He didn't explain any further and invited her. This old man will bring Xiaoning over to take a look in 2 days. Chapter 437. Li Zishuan sent Yen lied to Eternal Peace Square beside West City in a carriage after finally reaching a strategic cooperation agreement with Yen lied, the most awesome architect in Great Tang. He then leisurely returned home. The one driving the carriage today was Afu. San Bao was still recuperating. Li Zishuan entered the manor and wanted to visit San Bao. Even though his injuries were already healed yesterday, he still had to visit her. This was a matter of attitude. Who knew that at this moment would rush over and say, Brother, you're back? Quickly go and take a look at Iron Egg. His body is so hot and he looks like he's in pain. Mother and sister-in-law are worried sick. Li Zishuan was stunned and thought to himself, what's wrong with Iron Egg? Could it be that the release of true qi when he broke through yesterday still left Iron Egg with an internal injury? Thinking of this, he carried Lan and rushed to Mingyue Pavilion with cloud-piercing steps. Ah Fu, who was at the side, only saw a blur in front of her eyes and her young master disappeared. Iron Egg. Iron Egg. What's wrong with you? Don't scare sister. Mingyue Pavilion. Iron Egg sat cross-legged on a huge rock beside the pond. His entire body was red and his eyes were closed. He clenched his teeth and looked like he was in great pain. His entire body looked like it was burning. Madame Li was anxious and helpless at the side. She had already asked her maid to find a doctor. Han Yushi was beside Iron Egg and anxiously wiped his sweat with a cold towel while calling out to him. But Bruiser couldn't speak at all. He felt that if he spoke, he would faint from the pain. He felt as if his blood was boiling, and something was running around inside his body. This caused his meridians to feel waves of pain. If he didn't concentrate on dealing with this pain, he might lose consciousness. Bruiser was a bit confused. He didn't have the strength to deal with this pain. Wife, move aside, let me take a look. Li Zishuan flew to the side of the huge rock and felt a weak true chi vibration. He immediately pulled Han Yushi away and sat behind Iron Egg. Husband, you're back. That's great. Look at Iron Egg. He became like this after his morning exercise. Han Yushi said excitedly as if she had seen her savior. Wife, don't be anxious. Let me take a look first. Li Zishuan held the Iron Eggs back with one hand. A wisp of Daoist genuine qi, as thin as a needle tip, entered the Iron Egg's meridians and began to flow slowly. You actually have true qi? Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and exclaimed. Husband, how is it? Little Xian, what happened? This child has been in pain for a long time. Han Yushi and Mrs. Li hurriedly went forward and asked. Li Zishuan withdrew his true qi, stood up and said, Mother, Yushi, Iron Egg is fine, he is just about to break through, heesh. This kid's hard training for the past few months wasn't in vain. Breakthrough? Wasn't he sick? Look at Iron Egg's expression, he seems to be in pain. Mrs. Li said in disbelief. Han Yushi also looked at him anxiously. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Mother, people who practice martial arts break through realms like this. Iron Egg's current pain is something that many people can't even ask for. You and Yushi can go about your business first. Let me take care of this. If there are too many people, it will affect Iron Egg's breakthrough. Don't worry, Iron Egg will definitely be fine. Although Mrs. Li didn't understand the common sense of martial arts practitioners, she still understood the general meaning. She pulled Han Yushi and said, Yushi, let's go out first. Little Xian is here. Let's go. You also go out with Mother. And Mother, Han Yushi replied. Then she glanced at Li Zishuan and Iron Egg. Li Zishuan gave her a reassuring hand gesture. Only then did she feel relieved. Her blinked and asked, Brother, after Iron Egg breaks through, will he become as powerful as Brother? When the time comes, will he be able to fly up the tree with Lan? When Li Zishuan heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed the little girl's braids and said, You can ask him later. For now, let's go out and play. Calm down and try to control the 3 tadpole-like true qi in your body. When you can really control them, you will be able to draw true qi into your body. From the moment Li Zishuan came here, Iron Egg had already felt it. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The battle he witnessed yesterday gave him a deeper understanding of Li Zishuan's strength. He believed that with Li Zishuan here, he would definitely be fine. At this moment, Li Zishuan's voice seemed to have a trace of magic. Iron Egg felt that he didn't hear this voice with his ears, but with his heart. This made him unable to help but slowly try out the method that Li Zishuan had just taught him. After a full 45 minutes, Iron Egg felt that the 3 tadpole-like true qi that were originally restless in his body suddenly became obedient. And in his body, it was as if something had been opened up. Then, the previous torturous pain in his body all disappeared, replaced by incomparable comfort. Huff! Thank you for your guidance, Master. Iron Egg felt that all the pores in his body seemed to be crazily breathing fresh air. Every part of his body was full of vitality, and his body seemed to have become lighter. He couldn't help but let out a sound of comfort. After a while, he remembered that Li Zixuan was beside him, so he hurriedly greeted him. It's good that you're fine. By the way, how did you suddenly break through? Li Zixuan asked curiously. Logically speaking, Iron Egg's speed of drawing true qi into his body was definitely not fast. There were many people in the world who were faster than him. Li Zixuan was just very interested in the reason why this child suddenly broke through. Iron Egg thought for a moment and said, Master, when I was lying in bed last night, I couldn't help but recall the battle between Master and the black-clothed assassin in the evening. Even when I was asleep, I couldn't help but recall it in my dreams. This morning, I did my morning exercises according to Master's plan as usual. I didn't expect that when I was running, I suddenly felt my blood boiling halfway. My body also started to hurt. Oh, I see. Iron Egg, you can give it a try. Let's see if a warrior who can draw true qi into his body is much stronger than before. Li Zixuan patted the back of Iron Egg's head and said with a smile. Yes, Master. Iron Egg responded excitedly, then ran to an open area, ready to show off his martial arts skills. All children love to play. Bruiser didn't have much time to play because he had been urged by Li Zixuan for a long time. Now that he had officially stepped into the ranks of martial artists, how could he not use his martial arts to play and make a fuss? How could that be justified? Chapter 438. Master, my strength is more than 3 times greater than before, and my speed is also faster. Now, I can finish my morning run in less than an hour. Li Mansion, Mingyue Pavilion. Iron Egg ran to Li Zixuan and said excitedly. He had just played a few moves in the yard to test his strength and speed. He immediately discovered that his physique had undergone an earth-shattering change. In the past, his strength was at most a little stronger than children of the same age. But now, in terms of strength, he did not lose to an ordinary strong man. Oh, is that so? Then Iron Egg, you will double the amount of training every morning from now on. Li Zixuan sat on the stone bench and said casually. Iron Egg suddenly wanted to slap himself in the face. How dare he get carried away and talk nonsense, but since Li Zixuan had said so, he could only accept it. Yes, Master. Oh, you brat. Master is doing it for your own good. With your current physique, you can definitely withstand this amount of training. Li Zixuan glanced at Tai Dan indifferently before continuing. Also, since you've already drawn qi into your body, you have to understand that from now on, you're no longer an ordinary person. You're a martial artist. Heroes use martial arts to break the rules. In the future, you must not rely on your martial arts to bully the weak. Of course, if someone bullies us, we will bully them back twice as much. Do you understand? Iron Egg said seriously, Master, rest assured, Iron Egg understands. Li Zixuan nodded and said earnestly, That's right. Well, good. After drawing the qi into your body, you can't slack off. You have to cultivate diligently. When the amount of true qi in your body increases, you can try to use this true qi to temper your body. In addition, you can't put all your energy into martial arts. Master's engineering is about to be fully developed in Yanhuang College, so Iron Egg, you still have a lot to learn. Master hopes that you can learn both civil and martial arts. Yes, Master. Iron Egg will do his best to learn. Only by suffering the hardest of hardships can one rise to the top. Iron Egg, you will suffer a little now, but 10 years later, you will definitely not regret your efforts today. Alright, let's go over there. I'll teach you a set of fist techniques and a set of sword techniques. If you practice more in the future, you'll benefit a lot. Li Zixuan planned to teach Tai Chi and Tai Chi sword to Iron Egg, because with his disciple's current strength, he could only practice one of the 9 Tai Shen swords, which was not very powerful. It was better to teach him Tai Chi, which could be used to defend himself in a critical moment. Besides, now that Iron Egg had true Qi in his body, he should be able to practice Tai Chi more easily. Thank you, Master. Hearing this, Bruiser cheered excitedly. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. For the past few months, he had only been bitterly cultivating his internal strength in order to draw Qi into his body. He hadn't learned the slightest bit of martial arts moves from Li Zixuan. Now that he could finally learn some moves, how could he not be excited? Husband, your Tai Chi seems to be a combination of hardness and softness. Can I practice it? It was almost noon by the time he taught the complete version of Yang's Tai Chi and Tai Chi sword techniques to Iron Egg. Today happened to be a good day for his promotion, so the lunch was very rich and lively. After lunch, the couple returned to the west courtyard for a break. Han Yushi suddenly asked. Li Zixuan was surprised and said, "Why do you ask? Do you want to be a martial arts master like me?" "Oh no." Han Yushi looked a little embarrassed and said, "I just want to learn some self-defense skills. If I encounter any accidents in the future, I won't be a burden to you, master." Li Zixuan nodded. It was difficult for Han Yushi to become a master since she had just started practicing martial arts at her age. After all, her body had already been fixed, and there was no martial arts that could help her get started easily. However, Tai Chi should be quite suitable for people who had no martial arts foundation to practice. If my wife wants to practice, of course you can. At the very least, Tai Chi can strengthen your body and prevent you from getting sick and suffering less in the future. Well, how about this? Starting tomorrow morning, I'll get up early every day to practice Tai Chi with my wife and Xiao He and the others. Li Zixuan's eyes lit up and he blurted out. He suddenly thought of his wife's weak body. It would be very dangerous for her to give birth in the future. Because the medical conditions in this era were too poor, if anything happened during the birth, it would all depend on fate. He was not an obstetrician in his previous life. Of course, there was no good way to deal with this kind of situation. The only thing he could do was to give Han Yushi some martial arts foundation in advance. When her body was better, it would be much less dangerous for her to give birth. If it were not for the fact that he did not have any Nigong mental cultivation methods suitable for women, he would have taken Han Yushi to practice Nigong. Yes, I don't have anything to do in the morning. But can you get up early every day? Han Yushi nodded happily. Suddenly, she looked at Li Zixuan suspiciously and asked, "Hey, wife, you're looking down on me. As long as you don't make your husband too tired at night, your husband will definitely be able to get up early in the morning." Li Zixuan said naughtily with a cheeky smile. "Husband, how can you be so shameless?" In the afternoon, Li Zixuan was in the study. He spread out the rice paper and prepared to draw the architectural design of Yanhuang College with peace of mind. After all, the construction of Yanhuang College was really tight on time and the task was heavy. In the past, he might have been a little lazy, but today, Li Er took this matter to the imperial court and announced it in public. He had to pay more attention to it. As soon as he started to draw, he heard someone report that Qin Qiong and Qing Yaojin were here. Li Zixuan hurried to the front hall. "Xiao Xian, do you have any idea about the assassin yesterday?" After they came to the front hall, Qin Qiong went straight to the point and asked. "Not yet. Uncle Qin, do you have any clues?" Qin Qiong shook his head and said, "I didn't even have time to fight with the assassin yesterday. How would I know where he came from? But Xiao Xian, you fought with him for so long. Based on his martial arts, can't you find some clues?" Li Zixuan said that Qin Qiong's thinking and ideas were very good, but he was just a newbie in the martial arts world. He said gloomily, "Uncle Qin, although I've learned martial arts for so many years, the number of times I've fought with others can be counted on one hand. I really can't tell the other people's martial arts apart from them." Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong looked at each other speechlessly. They didn't expect that there would be such a weird martial arts master in the world. Qin Qiong was silent for a while, then said, "Xiao Xian, it seems that you don't have enough combat experience. If you have time in the future, you can go to the army to gain experience. Also, there is no lack of martial arts experts among the generals of the Tang Empire. You can also go and ask for advice. Lack of combat experience is very disadvantageous." Chapter 439. In the main hall of the Li residence. Qin Qiong's words made Li Zixuan fall into deep thought. Compared to the two veterans in front of him who had experienced hundreds of battles, he was indeed a fledgling brat. Although he was now a martial arts grandmaster, his actual combat experience was really too lacking. Yesterday, he was able to entangle with the black-clothed assassin for so long purely by luck. But how could there be so much luck in life? Uncle Qin is right. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble you to introduce this nephew to them. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, you don't need to go through so much trouble. If you want to find someone to fight with, just come to me. Cheng Yaojin patted his stomach and laughed. Qin Xiong was speechless. Cheng Yaojin didn't act like an elder at all. After the three of them laughed for a while, Qin Xiong returned to the topic. Xiaoxian, I've heard of the move that the assassin used when he escaped yesterday. Li Zishuan paused for a moment and said, Uncle Qin, are you talking about the blood rain of 7th cultivator of virtue? Qin Xiong stood up and said with his hands behind his back, it is said that there is a rare poisonous snake in Miaojiang called the snake of 7th cultivator of virtue. It has 7 heads and is extremely poisonous. As long as one of its heads bites, it will immediately kill. The assassin's last move, the blood rain of 7th cultivator of virtue, was probably practiced with the blood of this poisonous snake. Moreover, the snake of 7th cultivator of virtue's movement speed is also extremely fast. The assassin's technique is strange, like a snake demon. Combining these 2 points, I guess that his origin is likely to be an evil Jianghu cultivator related to the snake of 7th cultivator of virtue. Li Zishuan's expression gradually became dignified. He pondered for a moment and said worriedly, that is to say, the assassin is from Miaojiang? Li Zishuan, who had read countless modern web novels, had a deep fear of Miaojiang. No matter how good one's kung fu was, there was no way to deal with the strange invisible poison. Not necessarily. Qin Xiong shook his head and said, I only said that the snake blood he used to practice came from Miaojiang, but I didn't say that he was also from Miaojiang. As far as this old man knows, the people of Miaojiang usually don't come out into the world. They rarely come in contact with the outside world. Although a poisonous creature like the 7 cultivator of virtue snake is rare, it doesn't mean that there aren't any native hunters in the Miaojiang who sell it to the outside world. Li Zishuan felt that it was reasonable. He nodded and asked, Uncle Qin, do you know of any sects in Jianghu that use the poisonous blood of the 7 cultivators snake to cultivate? Qin Xiong had obviously thought about this question a long time ago. He shook his head and said, I'm not sure. Although this old man is skilled in martial arts, I have never traveled in Jianghu. As far as this old man knows, those famous sects would definitely not have people who practice such vicious martial arts. I think this assassin should be from an unknown remote sect, or perhaps he doesn't belong to any sect at all. Back then, Qin Xiong's father, Qin Yi, had passed away a few days after Qin Xiong was born. Most of Qin Xiong's techniques were self-taught according to the Qin family's techniques. Later, he joined Yang Lin, the king of mountains of the Sui dynasty, and became Yang Lin's godson. Yang Lin had personally taught him martial arts many times, so on the road of martial arts, Qin Xiong could be considered to have had the guidance of a famous teacher. However, his martial arts skills were all used on the battlefield, so he didn't know much about the sects in Jianghu. What are the famous sects in Jianghu today? Li Zishuan was really curious about this. In his memory, spiritual master Ling Su had not taught him about this common knowledge of the martial arts world. You brat, you don't even know this, and you call yourself the disciple of an immortal. Chen Yaojin sneered and immediately began to despise Li Zishuan for being ignorant and inexperienced. Then he explained, currently, the 3 most prosperous sects in Jianghu are the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain, the Shaolin Temple of Mount Song, and the Taibai Sword sect of Qinchuan. The first 2 are equally matched in strength, and no one can say that they are stronger than the other. The other sects are led by these 3 sections. You brat, you could be considered lucky back then to be able to enter the Celestial Master sect to cultivate, and even become the personal disciple of spiritual master Ling Su. All the martial artists in the world can't help but be envious. Hee hee. Li Zishuan awkwardly scratched his head. Then he suddenly remembered the twin of the Tang dynasty that he had read in his previous life, and asked tentatively, then, has Uncle Cheng heard of C.I. Hang Jingzhai? If there really was a C.I. Hang Jingzhai, then he really wanted to see the legendary fairy Shifeishuan. Of course, he didn't have any thoughts about her, but purely admired her. After all, Shifeishuan should be almost 30 years old by now, right? Ci Hang Jingzhai? What's that? I've never heard of it. Cheng Yaojin picked his nose without caring about his image and shook his head. Then, have Uncle Cheng heard of the Jingyan Zen sect, the Yin Sunflower sect, the Flowery sect, the Devil Image sect, the Butian Pavilion, and the Flying Horse Ranch? No. Then, have Uncle Cheng heard of the Wudang sect, the Amei sect, the Chuanjin sect, the Qingqing sect, and the Huashan sect? No. Little Xian, where did you hear about these sects? Cheng Yaojin's expression became more and more strange. The names of these martial arts sects that Li Zishuan mentioned sounded very real and didn't seem to be fabricated at all, but why hadn't he heard of any of them? Could it be that he was too ignorant and inexperienced? Cheng Yaojin began to doubt his life at this moment. It's nothing. I just saw it in an unknown novel. It's all nonsense. Nonsense. A trace of embarrassment also appeared on Li Zishuan's face. The current martial arts world seemed to be a little different from what he had imagined. Why did it feel so withered? Yes, it was withered. In fact, the Tang dynasty could be considered as the origin of martial arts, but it was only the origin. The Shaolin Temple was the most prominent example. According to historical records, the Shaolin Temple was built in the Northern Wei dynasty and flourished in the Tang dynasty. However, the prosperity of martial arts began in the Song and Ming dynasties. Most of the famous sects that could be checked in the history were also established in the Song dynasty. For example, the Wudang sect, a famous sect in the martial arts world, was established in the Song dynasty and flourished in the Ming dynasty. The largest sect in the martial arts world, the Beggars sect, was established in the Tang dynasty and flourished in the Song dynasty. The first sect in the Shenmen sect was established in the Song dynasty and flourished in the Song dynasty. As for other sects like the Amei sect, Kongtong sect, Kunlun sect, and Baji sect, they flourished even later. This was also one of the reasons why the historical background of modern martial arts novels was mostly concentrated in the Song and Ming dynasties. After all, if one didn't write about these sects when writing martial arts novels, wouldn't it be overshadowed? Of course, the decline of the martial arts world in the Tang dynasty was also related to the background of this era. After the Tang dynasty was founded, there was too much centralization of power, which was not conducive to the development of the martial arts world. The imperial court of the Song dynasty did not care much, and the political environment in the Middle and Late Ming dynasty was still relatively relaxed. This provided a very good soil for the flourishing of the martial arts sections. The end of the Song dynasty, the beginning of the Ming dynasty, the Tuma fortress, and the chaos at the end of the Ming dynasty also gave the modern martial arts novelists a lot of good opportunities to make a big deal out of it. Looking at the dynasties before the Song dynasty, there were still relatively few martial arts sects of a large scale. Chapter 440. Alright, this old man is here to tell you about this clue. Xiao Xian, you have to be prepared. Leaving such a powerful master in the dark is not a long-term solution. This old man will ask someone to follow this clue, but Xiao Xian, you have to be careful too. I know that you have been busy building your Yanhuang College recently, so this old man won't stay here any longer. If there's anything I can help with, feel free to tell this old man. Qin Qiong, who was confused by Li Zishuan's nonsense, looked at the time and stood up. Yes, thank you for coming to tell me. Li Zishuan stood up and bowed solemnly to the two old men. The news that Qin Qiong brought today was too important. At least it gave him a direction to investigate. It was much better than him looking around aimlessly. No worries. Xiao Xian, you have to find time to teach the complete version of Tai Chi to this old man when you're done with your work. To be honest, after practicing the simplified version for 2 days, I feel much more energetic. This fist technique is amazing. Qin Qiong laughed and waved his hand. Cheng Yaojin's eyes lit up when he heard this. He shouted, Tai Chi? What Tai Chi? Xiao Xian, did you teach second brother Qin some kind of divine skill? I want to practice it too. Li Zishuan was about to answer when Qin Qiong laughed and said, Jijia, if you want to practice it, follow me to my residence later. I'll teach you. But with your personality, I'm afraid you won't be able to practice it then. This was the truth. With Cheng Chimo's carefree appearance, if he could really practice Tai Chi patiently, Li Zixuan would find it incredible. Just thinking about it was a beautiful scene. Ha! Second brother Qin, you're looking down on me. Let's go and try it now. Cheng Yaojin laughed and pulled Qin Xiong away. Li Zixuan sent the two old generals to the gate and was about to return to the western courtyard when he saw a group of people rushing towards him. Li Zixuan recognized the leader. It was Chamberlain Lu, who had come to his house to pass on the imperial edict. The four people beside him should also be the eunuchs from the palace. But why did Pang Feiji bring his subordinates along? Could it be that Brother Chicken also entered the palace as a eunuch? This shouldn't be the case. A big question mark appeared in Li Zixuan's mind. Congratulations, Li Xiannan. In less than a month, you've been promoted again. That's something worth celebrating. The smile on Lu Wenchang's face was like a blooming chrysanthemum. He walked up to Li Zixuan and cupped his hands. Today, the young man in front of him was no longer the inexperienced brat from before. Instead, he had faintly become a giant in the imperial court, and no one dared to ignore him. Thank you for your auspicious words, Chamberlain Lu. Please come in, please come in. Li Zixuan guessed that the imperial edict to confer the title of Crown Prince Zhanshi had officially arrived. He hurriedly greeted them with a smile. Everyone entered the courtyard. Of course, Li Zixuan wasn't the only one who came out to receive such a grand ceremony. Li Jingma, Madame Li Han Yushi, and the others had already put on their auspicious clothes and came out to receive the imperial edict. The incense table was set up. Li Jingma, Li Zixuan, and the others stood at the side with their hands cupped. Chamberlain Lu stood facing the south with his back facing the north. He coughed lightly and said, "The Emperor of the Tang Empire has decreed that a good son named Li Zixuan has created the paper machine, established a strange culture, stabilized the price of books, and promoted education." Perhaps it was because Li Zixuan's conferment had already been discussed in the imperial court for an entire morning, and there wasn't much to debate. Therefore, today's imperial edict was very concise and to the point. The meaning was also very easy to understand. At the very least, Li Zixuan himself could understand it. The first half of the imperial edict was nothing more than repeating what Li Zixuan had said in the morning court, including some of his main achievements and urging the construction of Yanhuang College. These were all within Li Zixuan's expectations. However, as he listened, he felt that something wasn't right. Li Zixuan seemed to particularly like to do extra surprises recently. In view of the great responsibility Li Zixuan has, I order the right Marquis Wei Sigi Pang Feiji and the 48 Marquis under Li Zixuan's command temporarily. They will immediately take up the post and be deployed by him. They will also protect him thoroughly. The Li residents will be responsible for the use of this team of Marquis in the future. The Marquis guards around the Strange Pavilion and the Strange Culture will be deployed by the right Marquis Wei residents. Imperial decrees. Not only was Li Zixuan shocked, but Li Jingma was also in a state of confusion after hearing the imperial edict. What did Li Zixuan mean by this? Not only did he promote Li Zixuan, he also sent a team of guards over. This was basically equivalent to a personal guard. What kind of treatment was this? After being stunned for a while, they came back to their senses when Chamberlain Lu coughed dryly. Li Zixuan hurriedly received the imperial edict with both hands. He couldn't help but ask in a small voice, "Chamberlain Lu, what does His Majesty mean by this?" Chamberlain Lu glanced around and said in a small voice, "As a servant, how would I know what His Majesty is thinking? However, before we came, His Majesty told you to speed up the construction of Yanhuang College and to pay attention to your own safety. Regarding yesterday's assassination, I hope Lord Zhu can be alerted. The mastermind behind yesterday's assassination is very likely to make another move." "I see. I will engrave His Majesty's warning in my heart. Chamberlain Lu, please tell me." "Afu." Li Zixuan cupped his hands and thanked him. Then he called for Afu to bring the tray over. Since he was in this circle, he still had to abide by these unspoken rules. Lord Li is too courteous, too courteous. Then, I won't disturb you any further. I will return to the palace to report on the completion of the mission. Chamberlain Lu was carried by everyone. Li Zishuan was in a high position, yet he still gave him face. Chamberlain Lu was tactful and quickly took his leave. "Take care, Chamberlain Lu." After the Chamberlain Lu left, there was a burst of cheers in the Li residence. Compared to Li Zishuan's promotion to the directorate, this promotion was obviously more important. Whether it was his official position or his function, Crown Prince Zhang had completely surpassed the directorate's directorate. This was equivalent to being transferred from Peking University's principal to the State Council's office. This position already allowed him to come into contact with the core of power. Li Jingma and his wife held the imperial edict and flipped it over in their hands. From time to time, they would whisper and laugh. Their joy was evident in their words. Li Zishuan started chatting with Brother Chicken. Lord Zhu, I didn't expect that I, Old Pang, would be transferred to your side. This is great. Today, Li Zishuan was promoted. But to Brother Chicken, this was also considered a promotion. This fellow was equivalent to going from factory security head to boss's personal bodyguard. Feiji, don't you think that your status as Marquis Wu Sigu is being wronged by me? Li Zishuan asked with a smile. Chapter 441. Li Er's intention was easy to understand. He wanted to ensure that Li Zishuan would not be assassinated during this period of time. In today's court session, he had personally supported Yanhuang College and even played a little trick. At this time, if Li Zishuan, the leader of the college, met with any mishap, he, as the emperor, would not only lose face. That was why he allowed this small group of Wu marquises to act as Li Zishuan's personal guards. Li Er had absolute control over the Tang Empire's army. No one would have any objections to his arrangement, but they would privately complain that Li Zishuan was lucky. As an insignificant county boy, he was able to obtain the personal protection of the emperor's army. This kind of treatment might not be unheard of in the future, but it was absolutely unprecedented. Lord Zhu, your words are too much for me. When Pang Feiji heard Li Zishuan's half-joking words, he scratched his head and laughed. I, Old Pang, am only a martial artist. It is my great honor to be able to follow you, Lord Zhu. There is no need to talk about grievances. Not only me, but the 48 brothers who came with me were all overjoyed when they heard that they could come here. Actually, Pang Feiji knew better than anyone else about Li Zishuan's huge potential. This rising star of the imperial court had risen so quickly that everyone was dumbfounded. Li Zishuan's future was even more limitless. And he himself was just an inconspicuous chief of staff. Perhaps in the eyes of some ruffians, the position of the right Marquis Wei was very impressive. But he knew his own situation. In the right Marquis Wei mansion, where all the big shots gathered, the position of chief of staff was only a small official. It was not that he did not want to work hard and rise to a higher position. But in terms of martial arts, he had just reached the middle stage of the body refining stage. Moreover, he did not have a master to guide him. He had learned all his skills during the chaos of the Sui dynasty. If he wanted to improve now, it was harder than ascending to the heavens. In terms of connections, he came from a humble background. He was not from a wealthy family, nor was he a nobleman. His ability to flatter his superiors could not be compared to others, so there was no backdoor for him. Therefore, he could only spend his days in the right martial marquis estate. Now that he was able to follow Li Zishuan as the captain of his personal guards, he was very satisfied to be able to follow a Wu Dao grandmaster with a bright future and a high position, not to mention the generous treatment that the Li group gave to its employees. Even if he didn't want this position, there would be countless people fighting for it. Since you're willing, I'll leave the safety of my residence to you. Li Zishuan chuckled. But His Majesty ordered me to protect you, Lord Zhu, Pang Feiji said in shock. He was smart, so he could tell that something was wrong from Li Zishuan's words. Now that I have reached the master realm, if there is any danger, I can deal with it. Even if you come, you can't help much. Instead, my family needs protection. Therefore, Feiji, you and your brother's main mission in the future is to protect my family's safety. Most of the martial marquises in front of him were only at the body refining realm. Among them, there were a dozen or so who had not reached the body refining realm. If they really met a master like the black-clothed assassin yesterday, these martial marquises were not useless, but their use was limited. It would be safer to use them to protect his family. Alright, then I'll arrange for 38 martial marquises to patrol the vicinity of the Li residence. The remaining 10 martial marquises will follow me to protect Lord Zhu. Pang Feiji felt that Li Zishuan's words made sense, so he nodded in agreement. From today onwards, all of you will be working under this duke. This duke has always treated people with generosity. This duke has never been stingy with rewards for those who work hard. However, this duke will definitely chase away those who idle around. I hope that Feiji, you can lead this team of people in the future and do your job well. This is not only for me, but also for the future of all of you. Although Pang Feiji had been working at the workshop in Chitsu culture for a period of time, that was then and this was now. Now that they had become his personal guards, he naturally had to have a higher standard. He still had to teach them what needed to be taught. You're right, Lord Zhu. My brothers and I know the importance of this. You can rest assured. Pang Feiji's face was solemn as he cupped his fists respectfully. After a lot of trouble, Li Zishuan finally had some free time. He could peacefully draw the blueprint of the academy. In the study room, Li Zishuan sat in front of the desk by the window. One person, one brush, one stack of paper. There was no Xiao He or Xiao Shi around to help him grind the ink. It was not because he had forgotten about the maidservants now that he had a wife. It was because he was now using a self-made pencil instead of a brush. Also, he needed to be quiet when he was drawing. In this state of seclusion, drawing was the most efficient. Since entering the guru realm yesterday, Li Zishuan's mental strength had also skyrocketed. It was at least 7 or 8 times more than before. Relying on this, he could now construct the three-dimensional model of the building in his mind more easily. Compared to before, his speed was on a completely different level. Swish, swish, swish. If someone was in the study at this moment, they would definitely be shocked to see this scene. They would see Li Zishuan's right hand moving rapidly above the blueprint. Ordinary people could only see a blurry shadow. Then, in a flash, the white paper was covered with black lines. They were horizontal and vertical, neat and tidy, as if it was the most perfect piece of art in the world. His drawing speed could only be compared to some modern laser printers. After all, with the growth of his realm, his ability to control the various parts of his body also increased. Time passed slowly. In front of Li Zishuan, the stack of white paper was quickly decreasing. On the contrary, the drawings full of lines were stacked higher and higher. Li Zishuan copied the three-dimensional models of some famous and magnificent buildings in the universities of the future onto the white paper in front of him one by one. He wanted to build a modern top university that was completely different from the current architectural style. The first was the Guanghua building of Fudan University. It was 142 meters high, 30 floors, and had the shape of 2 towers. It was the tallest building in the university in the country. It was taken from the great biography of Wuxia, which said, "The sun and the moon are shining brilliantly." The whole building looked as if it was born out of thin air, proud and upright, and full of vigor. Li Zishuan intended to make the Guanghua building into the main building that could accommodate all the students of the academy. Of course, he would not make it so big. On the one hand, his Yanhuang College did not have so many students. On the other hand, putting aside the current technical obstacles, even if he could really build a teaching building with 30 floors, without elevators, the students would be tired to death just climbing the stairs. Therefore, he just made a mini version of the Guanghua building. The 2 central towers were 10 floors high, the main building in the middle connecting the 2 towers was 6 floors high, and the 2 wings on the left and right were only 4 floors high. However, the area of the teaching building was still the same. Chapter 442. After the Guanghua building was completed, the tower would be the office area, and the middle of the tower would be the reading and exhibition area. The east and west wings would be the reception, meeting, and teaching areas, each with their own entrance and exit. The various parts were connected as one, but they were also independent. Apart from meeting the needs of the office, teaching, meeting, and reception areas, the design of the Guanghua building also considered the design of the communication and leisure spaces. First, Li Zixuan designed 2 shared spaces on the second to third floor of the central section. From the main entrance, one could enter the shared space by going up the stairs. The dignified, and rigorous academic spirit was extended indoors, and the scale was vast and grand. Next, he designed an atrium in the middle of the 4th to 6th floor of the central building, with a semicircular glass dome at the top for lighting. The clouds and the sky reflected the desire to be in close contact with nature in the tall building. The eastern podium had an inner courtyard, and the western podium had a roof garden. Many people might think that with ancient construction techniques, it was impossible to build such a tall building, but in reality, it was not so. Do not underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. According to historical records, the earliest skyscraper in the history of our country was built by the Western Han Emperor Lu Che. In 115 BC, in the Jianzhang Palace in the capital city of Chang, an Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty built a deity platform that was more than 500 feet tall. On the platform, there was also a copper dew-bearing plate that was 10 feet tall and 17 feet in circumference. On the plate, there was an immortal holding a jade cup. In 109 BC, the Western Han Emperor Lu Che built the heavenly platform in the palace of Gongquan, which was said to be more than 100 feet tall. However, this was not the highest, or it could be said that the number was exaggerated. At the beginning of the 6th century AD, Wei Xiaoming Emperor built the Yongning Temple in the capital city of Luoyang. There was a 9-story pagoda that was 90 feet tall. The height of this pagoda was called 100 feet, which was an exaggeration. According to archaeologists, it should be 137 meters tall, but it was still twice as tall as the tallest wooden pagoda in the western part of the country, 67 meters. It was the greatest pagoda in our country's ancient times, and also the tallest building in our country, and probably the world. It was worthy of being called the first skyscraper. Therefore, one should never underestimate the ancients. Some of the ancient architectural arts were even breathtaking to the modern people. Besides, in order to enhance the stability of the building, Li Zixuan planned to use the next few days to study cement. If he could figure it out, then it would be foolproof. If he couldn't figure it out, then he would think of other ways. He didn't believe that with Yen Lide and Yen Liben, 2 master architects, they couldn't build a 10-story building. The second object that Li Zixuan wanted to plagiarize was Sichuan University's administration building, the Red Building. It could be considered the most famous building among all the universities in modern China. He planned to transform the Red Building into a library for the future students of Yanhuang College to read. The Red Building was used as the administration building of Sichuan University. It had China's unique ancient-style architecture. The cornices were carved and elegant, and the red pillars and green bricks complemented each other. It was a fusion of foreign culture and local culture. The building used the Western classical composition of 3 sections to construct the middle of the building. A large number of China's traditional multi-eave roofs, ancient auspicious patterns, and China's traditional red pillars and other Chinese classical elements were used. The overall shape of the building was simple and dignified. The composition was disorderly and picturesque, and the solid appearance of the base formed a solemn and generous style. From the outside, it could be said that the style was very different from the popular Soviet-style buildings at that time, such as the Sichuan University Science Building that was built around the same time. Other than the fact that it looked like a palace from the front, it was similar to the New China-style buildings at Huaxi University. Looking down from above, the whole building looked like a large plane. Therefore, some people called it the Plane Building. Many people once said that the designer of the Red Building was the famous architect, Mr. Liang Xiqing. However, this saying was only found in the memories of Wang Lin, the general manager of a state-owned construction company in Chengdu at that time. There was no official written record. Later, it was confirmed that the designer of the Red Building was Mr. Gu Pingnan. However, from the imposing and magnificent overall architectural style and the exposed traditional China elements, it did have the flavor of a beam-style building. Next was Peking University's Bei Gong Building. Li Zixuan planned to use this building as the auditorium of Yanhuang College. The modern Bei Gong Building was located on the east and west of the original Yenjing University's east-west axis. It was a magnificent palace-style building that was now the office of Peking University's party and government. The dazzling auditorium on the second floor could accommodate 600 people. The school held important meetings, and foreign dignitaries visiting Peking University to give speeches were all held here. There were teaching buildings, office buildings, libraries, and auditoriums. Compared to a complete university, only the laboratory building, dormitory building, cafeteria, bathhouse, and some other supporting facilities were missing. As for the laboratory building, with the current material conditions of Tang, there were not many experiments that could be done. Li Zishuan planned to build a building casually as a token of appreciation. He had drawn the blueprint for half a day and had a certain understanding of architecture. It was possible for him to design a building by himself. As for the dormitory building, cafeteria, and bathhouse, they were mainly used for sleeping, eating, and bathing. There was no need to build fancy buildings. In the universities in his previous life, there was no university that deliberately built the dormitory, cafeteria, and bathhouse to be eye-catching. Basically, they were all similar. Therefore, this also depended on his improvisation. In addition, he also designed some rather unique and small-scale buildings for future use. Of course, in order to catch up with the schedule, these buildings would definitely not be built immediately. The most important things at the moment were the teaching building, dormitory building, cafeteria, and bathhouse. After drawing the main building blueprints of Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan began to draw the macroscopic layout of the entire college. How could he leave out the supporting facilities such as the sports field, the grove, the pond, the rockery, the garden, and so on? Under Li Zishuan's rapid drawing with the pencil in his hand, the blueprint of Yanhuang College was officially formed. Looking at the half-foot-high stack of blueprints in front of him, Li Zishuan let out a long breath. No one would have thought that he would use less than an afternoon to draw such a big college. This speed was completely like a human printer. Creak. Husband, you've been tired for the whole afternoon. It's time for dinner. Dad and Mom are waiting in the front hall. At this moment, the door was pushed open and Han Yushi walked in. She looked at Li Zishuan with a pained expression. It's already night time. Let's go. Let's go for dinner. My wife, what delicious food did you cook tonight? Li Zishuan stood up and took one last look at the layout of the college. Then he held Han Yushi's small hand and walked out of the door. However, he still felt that something was missing. Chapter 443. Come. The three of you do what I did. Step with your left foot, raise your arms, bend your knees and press your palms. Wife, why aren't the three of you doing it? Why are you in a daze? The next morning, Li Zishuan really woke up early. He got out of bed when the sun rose. After washing up, he didn't even eat breakfast. He pulled his wife and his two personal maids to practice Tai Chi in the west courtyard. However, ever since he broke through to the master stage, every move he made was filled with the charm of Dao. It was as if there was some kind of magic that attracted the attention of Han Yushi, Xiao He, and Xiao Shi. Unknowingly, the three of them stopped what they were doing and stood on the spot as they watched Li Zishuan practice Tai Chi. After practicing 2 moves, Li Zishuan sensed that something was wrong behind him. He turned around and immediately saw 3 dazed beauties. He couldn't help but be speechless. Husband, we are observing your moves. Han Yushi woke up and quickly thought of an excuse to cover it up. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for her to admit that she was infatuated with her husband in front of so many people? Really? But it's just 2 moves. Do you need to observe for so long? Li Zishuan asked suspiciously. Han Yushi's beautiful face, which was like a flower, had a faint blush. At the same time, she was secretly annoyed at her husband for wanting to get to the bottom of this. Young mistress was fascinated by young master's valiant posture when he was practicing Tai Chi. She wasn't observing. Xiao He, this girl, had always been quite bold. She giggled and spoke without thinking. Little girl, you're looking for trouble. Han Yushi was embarrassed. She quickly pinched Xiao He's face to stop her from talking nonsense. It's true. Xiao Shi can also testify. Xiao Shi heard and blushed. She was also infatuated with Tai Chi. How could she have the face to testify? But luckily young mistress didn't find out. Otherwise, it would be terrible. She rejoiced as she thought. Although in a big family, the young master's personal maidservants were all Tongfeng, Li Zishuan had never mentioned this to them. They did not know what Li Zishuan was thinking. Moreover, Han Yushi had just married into the Li Zishuan, so the two of them did not know if this new young madam was a jealous person. Therefore, the two of them did not dare to be too close to Li Zishuan like before. They would only go over when Li Zishuan called them. Other times, they would not take the initiative to go over for no reason. Li Zishuan, on the other hand, did not have such complicated thoughts. He looked at the three beautiful girls with great interest. It could be said that it was a feast for the eyes. If these three beauties in front of him were placed in the modern era, their looks would definitely kill most of the A-list celebrities. Han Yushi was especially outstanding. She was even more beautiful than some of the A-list beauties. Therefore, he was more or less secretly happy to be infatuated with these three beauties at the same time. It seemed that no matter if it was in ancient times or modern times, handsome people were always welcomed wherever they went. Life was really lonely like snows. Li Zishuan shamelessly sighed in his heart. After breakfast, Li Zishuan started to get busy again. After drawing the academy's building blueprint yesterday, he felt that something was missing. At that time, he could not think of anything. Who knew that when he was making babies at night, he suddenly had an inspiration? He was still missing a sand table. The sand table that was often used in the modern district sales office. Some large companies or schools would often display the layout of their companies or schools in the exhibition hall. In other words, this was also an inspiration that he got from having sex. He was really a genius. The blueprint was after all a two-dimensional thing. It was difficult for many people to imagine the future appearance of the academy based on these blueprints alone. If there was a three-dimensional sand table, it would be much easier. Moreover, after the academy was built, the sand table could be moved to the exhibition hall of the academy. It could directly display the layout of the academy and also show off its reputation. Sand table models were divided into simple sand table models and permanent sand table models. Simple sand table models were temporarily made of sand and were usually used to simulate the terrain of a battlefield. Permanent sand table models were made of plywood, gypsum powder, paper pulp, and other materials. They could be stored for a long time. The luxurious sand table made by the modern district sales office that could display the shape and layout of all the buildings in the district was a permanent sand table. It was more complicated to make and had more diverse materials. Li Zishuan found a pile of green sandalwood and then brought the wood, fine sand, and other tools to the west courtyard. Brother, are you going to make something fun again? The scene of Li Zishuan making a scooter last time was still vivid in her mind. Therefore, when Lan Er saw this, she thought that her brother was going to make something fun for her again. She quickly ran over and asked. Having a little cutie at home always made one's mood inexplicably better. Hearing this, Li Zishuan smiled and said happily, "Hee-hee, I'm going to make something but it has nothing to do with you. This thing looks good, but it's not fun. Lan Er, go see if Iron Egg is done with his practice. If he's done, ask him to come over and helps." The making of this sand table was not as simple as drawing a blueprint. It involved casting a mold, reversing the mold, and some engraving techniques. If Iron Egg could help, his disciple could also learn some new knowledge. But Lan Er will go and help in a while. Nodded her head and took to her heels. Li Zishuan continued to instruct the servants to move the materials. After a while, Iron Egg came to the west courtyard, sweating profusely. Li Zishuan could feel the heat from this kid even from a distance. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Finished practicing?" Li Zishuan remembered that he had doubled bruisers training yesterday. He hadn't expected his disciple to be so fast, and it seemed like he still had energy to spare. It seemed like his Chi-Gatherer realm martial artist's quality was much higher than other martial artists of the same level. The Taishin Sutra was indeed awesome. "I just finished practicing." Master called Iron Egg over. "Do you need any help?" Iron Egg wiped his sweat and said hurriedly. Li Zishuan had already asked the servants to tidy up the side hall and make a very spacious space. At this time, he pointed at the pile of materials in the room and said, "Here, we're going to use these things to build a house. Master will teach you how to do it later." Iron Egg nodded confusedly, but Lon Air shouted excitedly, "Wow! Building a house? Brother! Brother! Lon Air also wants to help." Li Zishuan was worried that this little girl would cause trouble later, but he couldn't say this out loud. Otherwise, Lon Air would definitely pester him. He could only say, "Okay, Lon Air, you come too." Chapter 444. After breakfast, Han Yushi went to Madame Li to learn business management and accounting. The two little maids also followed her, so there were only the three of them in the entire west courtyard. Li Zishuan first determined the space ratio of the model. He roughly calculated and finally settled on a ratio of 1:100. This could not only save a lot of materials, but also make people look more comfortable. Most of the modern sand tables used a ratio of 1:70 to 1:100. Then Li Zishuan made the sand table according to the layout plan and the sand table's ratio. The table he used was similar to the billiard table in his previous life, but the size of his billiard table was a little bit too big. Iron Egg, do you know how to read blueprints? After putting together the table, Li Zishuan took out the stack of blueprints he drew yesterday and asked, "This, I don't know, Master." Iron Egg glanced at the complicated lines on the blueprints, shook his head, and said awkwardly, "Li Zishuan never taught him these things." "Okay, then I'll teach you how to recognize the new blueprints first." As the disciple of Li Zishuan, if you don't even know how to read blueprints, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? Li Zishuan patted his head, called the two little guys to the side, and began to teach them engineering drawing lessons. About an hour later, Iron Egg and Lon finally learned how to read blueprints. As for drawing blueprints, they had to go down and slowly learn and practice. Li Zishuan didn't have much time to waste anyway. "Okay, I'll chop the planks first. Iron Egg, take these blueprints and mark the dimensions according to the ratio of 100, one with a pencil. After a while, you can chop according to the marks." Li Zishuan took 3 blueprints of simple buildings and handed them to Iron Egg. He didn't assign any tasks to Lon. It was good enough that this little girl didn't cause trouble for him. As for the tasks given to Iron Egg, it was mainly for consideration. Even if Iron Egg didn't help, he wouldn't spend much time on these tasks. "Okay, Master." Iron Egg also understood that Li Zishuan was testing him. He quickly took the blueprints and looked at them carefully. Li Zishuan smiled, then picked up the wind-chasing sword, and became the most awesome carpenter of this era. Now that he was at a higher level, he could chop wood like cutting tofu. Moreover, the thickness of each plank was almost the same. In less than 15 minutes, one smooth wooden board after another was piled up in front of Bruiser. Bruiser had just snapped out of his daze from looking at the blueprint, and he was stunned when he saw this scene. What kind of martial arts? Could it be that his master still hasn't taught him how to chop wood? Iron Egg puzzled in his heart. What is this? My brother has even more powerful moves that he hasn't used yet. Little brother Iron Egg, watch carefully and learn well. In the future, you are going to inherit my brother's legacy. Lon saw Iron Egg's shocked face and knew what he was thinking. The little girl patted Iron Egg's shoulder and said with a little adult tone. Iron Egg's eyes lit up and he nodded excitedly. Li Zishuan's old face darkened and he almost vomited blood. He didn't know where his sister learned these words. She was really fluent in them. Anyway, he felt that it was strange. Iron Egg, quickly mark according to the blueprints. Ignoring the little girl, Li Zishuan directly said to Iron Egg. "Okay, Master." Iron Egg just remembered his task. He quickly took a few planks and began to mark according to the blueprints. Lon also squatted down and got close to Iron Egg. From time to time, she would express a few opinions on Iron Egg's work. Li Zishuan quickly chopped all the remaining wood. Then he began to cut and assemble Yanhuang College's teaching building, Guanghua Building, the college's library, Red Building, and the college's auditorium, Bay Building. These 3 buildings were the largest and most complex buildings in Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan certainly had to do it himself. Otherwise, if he let Iron Egg do it, who knows how long it would take. Unlike Iron Egg, Li Zishuan didn't need to look at blueprints to make the building model. He closed his eyes and the three-dimensional model of the three buildings suddenly appeared in his mind. With a thought, the three buildings suddenly shattered into many pieces. Those who were familiar with computer graphics should know a professional term called explosion view. The scene in Li Zishuan's mind was similar to the explosion view. After a few breaths, Li Zishuan opened his eyes and saw that he didn't need to refer to the blueprints or make any marks on the planks. He directly picked up the wind-chasing sword and began to carve on the planks. At this moment, the long wind-chasing sword in Li Zishuan's hand seemed to have turned into a flexible and sharp carving knife. Sawdust flew on the small planks. After a moment, it turned into a wall with a window and a balcony. The patterns on the wall could be faintly seen. It was extremely delicate. Iron Egg was still working hard on the side. When he heard the movement, he looked over. Then there was no more. He finally understood what Lan meant when she said that Li Zishuan had more powerful skills that he hadn't used yet. This is King awesome. Even the best carpenter in Chang and city can't be this awesome, right? Don't be envious. Practice makes perfect. Iron Egg, hurry up and works. Li Zishuan said without raising his head. It was as if he had eyes on his forehead. Oh. Iron Egg responded in a muffled voice and continued to work. However, he really felt that he was too weak now. Nearly 2 hours later, Li Zishuan finished all the components of the three buildings. He glanced at Iron Egg's progress and found that he was still working hard on cutting. Li Zishuan didn't care about him and started the next step of the work, assembly. The simulation sand table of the modern sales office and the building models were all glued together with a special chemical adhesive. Li Zishuan didn't have the ability to make that kind of adhesive in a short time, but it wasn't impossible. He had glutinous rice paste. Glutinous rice paste was the most commonly used adhesive in ancient times. It was also relatively sticky. Most importantly, it was easy to make. Don't doubt whether there was glutinous rice paste in the Tang dynasty. At the very least, it existed before the Qin dynasty. The assembly work was almost equivalent to a 3D jigsaw puzzle. For Li Zishuan, who had an unusually strong mental strength, this thing could only be said to be so easy. In half an hour, the three buildings were officially completed. It looked really magnificent. Lan fell in love with it at first glance. Wow, brother, this little house is so beautiful. Can you give it to Lan? Lan can use it to raise crickets. Raise crickets? Li Zishuan really wanted to knock Lan's little head. This girl really dared to think. He worked so hard to make the model for her to raise crickets? What a waste of God's gift. Lan, don't be naughty. This thing is very useful to me. Lan pouted and secretly thought that her brother was really stingy. Then she ran over to help Iron Egg. Chapter 445. Master and Disciple. Oh, there should be little Lan. The three of them fiddled around in the side hall of the west courtyard for the entire morning. Finally, all the buildings of the academy were built and assembled. Now, the only thing missing was the coloring of the buildings and the creation of the exterior scenery. Even so, these bare buildings without coloring already made Iron Egg and Lan gasp in amazement. They had never seen such a building with such a different style before. The two children surrounded the platform and stared at it for a long time. Their faces were full of amazement and laughter. The two of them could not believe that they had just built such a magnificent building. Brother, is your academy going to look like this in the future? Smiled and ran to the side. She pulled Li Zishuan's arm and pointed at the sand table. Yes, the buildings of the academy are more or less like this, but after completion, it will only be more beautiful than this. Moreover, the academy will have rockery, lakeside, woods, grass, and sports fields. After the whole thing is completed, it will be 10 times better than this. Well, brother, Lan also wants to go to the academy. Lan also wants to go to the academy. Lan's cute little eyes lit up like the stars in the sky. She pulled Li Zishuan's arm and said excitedly. Iron Egg listened to Li Zishuan's description of the future of the academy and could not help but be immersed in it. Previously, when Li Zishuan wanted to build his own academy, He had to follow him to Yanhuang College because of his identity as a disciple. But now, he had begun to yearn for Yanhuang College from the bottom of his heart. Hey, Lon, don't be like when you went to the Imperial College. 3 days fishing, 2 days drying the net, and in the end, you'll be drying the net every day. Li Zishuan laughed unhappily. Lon, I won't do that this time. By the way, brother, what is that sports field? Leader put her 2 little arms on her waist and said proudly. Sports field. The sports field is a place specially for students to play games and exercise their bodies. Yanhuang College's students can't only know how to study. They must strike a balance between work and rest. As the saying goes, people who know how to play are better at studying. Wow, is that true? Lun really knows how to play. It seems that if I study seriously, my grades will definitely be better than iron eggs. Lana raised her small face and said with confidence that came out of nowhere. Iron Egg was speechless. Wasn't this an innocent bystander? After lunch, Li Zishuan hugged his wife and slept soundly. Then he started to work again. First, he painted the building model that he had made in the morning. Although the ancient paint was not as smooth and natural as the modern paint, it was still acceptable. As for the 2 little guys, Li Zishuan didn't let them come over in the afternoon. He let Iron Egg come over in the morning, mainly to let Iron Egg learn how to read the drawings. In fact, they couldn't help much. In terms of work efficiency, Li Zishuan was more efficient when he worked alone. Relying on the building model in his mind, he quickly painted several buildings with the corresponding paint, such as the patterns on the walls, the roof tiles, the windows, and so on. These were all parts that needed to be painted. After an hour, Li Zishuan looked at the lifelike modern buildings in front of him and couldn't help but be in a trance. After traveling for so long, this was the first time he had seen such a modern building. Although the ancient era was not bad, he had lived in the modern era for more than 20 years after all. He couldn't help but miss it. Although he couldn't go back, what he was doing now was equivalent to bringing a modern thing back to the Tang dynasty. It was more or less a kind of spiritual sustenance. The next step was to create the landscape and various supporting facilities. Li Zishuan followed the layout of Yanhuang College. He used green suede paper as the grass and stuck it in the green area. He soaked a large sponge in green paint and let it dry. He cut the sponge into strips and stuck them in the small bush area as the green belt. For the water in the pond and lake, he used corrugated smooth cardboard and sprayed it with lake blue paint. He cut it into the shape of a river or lake and placed it in the corresponding position. He then used gray adhesive paper to make the cement road. As for the tree, it was relatively simple to make. Li Zishuan twisted copper wire into the shape of a tree trunk and sprayed it with paint. Ordinary sponges were soaked in paint. Different types of trees were soaked in different colors of paint. Then he dried the dyed sponges and crushed them. He soaked the tree trunk and branches in glutinous rice paste and stuck the crushed sponges to make the tree. The willow tree could be twisted into a tree trunk and branches with thin enameled wire. Then he stuck green wool on the branches. For the pine tree, he cut the thick fishing line into thin segments and used a clamp to hold it. Then he twisted the 2 enameled wires and loosened the clamp to make it into the shape of a pine tree. He trimmed it and stuck the green wool on it. There was one material that was more commonly used, and that was sponges. Was there such a thing as sponges in the ancient era? The answer was yes. Sponges were a general term for poriferous animals. They were one of the most primitive multicellular animals and originated 600 million years ago. According to records, the ancient Greeks, ancient Romans, and ancient working people in China had long known and collected sponges. Sponges had fine mesh, strong elasticity, and good water absorption. At first, they were mainly used for bathing, scrubbing, washing dishes, and so on. Later, they showed more and more extensive uses in crafts, medicine, and daily life, such as making paintbrushes, using them as liners for helmets and other cushions, burning them to ashes to cure foot pain, and so on. Although the principle of making these small objects was not complicated, there were a lot of them. It was really time-consuming to make them. Li Zishuan worked until the sky was dark before he finished all the landscape and supporting facilities of Yanhuang College. Looking at the small but complete sandbox of the academy in front of him, the teaching building, the library, the auditorium, the dormitory, the canteen, the laboratory building, and other modern buildings were scattered in every corner of the academy in picturesque disorder. The pavilions, the rockery, the lake, and the lush trees complemented each other. Li Zishuan's heart was bursting with a sense of accomplishment. Wasn't this a miniature version of a modern university? Beautiful. Really beautiful. The layout of the college was specially designed by Li Zishuan according to the yin and yang and 5 elements of Taoism. Just looking at the sandbox made people feel very comfortable. Husband, is this your Yanhuang College? While Li Zishuan stood in front of the sandbox in a daze, Han Yushi quietly came behind him. Seeing the garden that was very different from the current architectural style, Han Yushi was amazed and then asked softly, "Yes. However, this is not my academy alone. This is our family's academy. Wife, do you like it?" Li Zishuan came back to his senses, put his arm around his wife's shoulder, and said softly, "Our family's academy." Hearing this, Han Yushi felt a trace of sweetness in her heart. She quickly nodded and said, "Yes, yes, I like it. Husband, your college looks so magnificent." Chapter 446. The next day, Li Zishuan had just finished practicing Tai Chi with the 3 beauties when he heard that Yan Lide and Yan Xiaoning had come to visit him. Looks like old Yan and Xiao Yan are also very anxious. Li Zishuan laughed in his heart. Wasn't this nonsense? This bastard always gave people a huge surprise every time he went into seclusion. This time, Yanhuang College made such a big fuss that even Li Zishuan personally came out to support him. Yan Lide and Yan Xiaoning did not believe that Li Zishuan would make a small fuss. He would definitely give everyone a surprise again. "Hee, you brat, stop talking nonsense. Quickly bring us to see the blueprint you designs. This old man wants to know how much talent you have in architecture, Xiao Xian." Yan Lide waved his hand and said as soon as he saw Li Zishuan in the front yard, Yes. I'm also here to broaden my horizons, ha." Yan Xiaoning, a technical geek, rarely went out. These days, he was busy researching Li Zishuan's telegraph machine. Previously, when Han Yushi married into the Li residence, she also brought her telegraph machine over. This way, the Li residence had 2 telegraph machines. After Yan Xiaoning found out, he shamelessly insisted on taking one back for research. Li Zishuan thought about it. Yan Xiaoning was upright and had no reason to betray the country, so he gave him one. In the end, Yan Xiaoning had a hard time. This guy had never learned about electricity and magnetic fields. How could he understand this knowledge that was beyond the times? He disassembled and reassembled the telegraph machine. After fiddling with it for so many days, he still could not figure out anything. Today, he came over to see how Li Zishuan's Yanhuang College looked like and also to ask about the principle of the telegraph machine. "Hee. If that's the case, Uncle Yan and Brother Xiaoning, please come with me." Li Zishuan laughed and did not talk nonsense. He brought the 2 of them to the side hall of the west courtyard. Oh, what is this? Is this your Yanhuang College, Xiaoxian?" Pushing the door open and entering, Yan Xiaoning saw the enormous sandbox where all kinds of magnificent buildings, artificial mountains, ponds, and trees were placed. He opened his mouth wide in shock and exclaimed, "Oh." Yan Lide was also shocked. In this era, no one used a sand table model to show the distribution of gardens. Compared to drawings, the advantages of a sand table model were obvious. It was more intuitive and more impressive. Not to mention the architectural design of Li Zishuan's academy, this creativity alone made Yan Lide have a whole new level of respect for Li Zishuan. That's right, this is what Yanhuang College will look like after it's completed. Based on the corresponding proportions, I've shrunk these academy buildings to this size. Doesn't it look more beautiful? As for the blueprint, I also have it here. Uncle Yan, you and Brother Xiaoning can take a look. The size parameters above are more detailed. Li Zishuan said as he carried the half-foot-thick blueprint over. Yan Xiaoning's eyes were wide open. He pointed at the stack of blueprints and said with trembling lips, This many. Xiaoxian, you don't tell me that you drew all these blueprints in the past 2 days? Yen lied also turned his gaze over. He still remembered what Li Zixuan said to him in the carriage 2 days ago. That's not right. To be precise, I spent half a day drawing these blueprints the day before yesterday. As for the model of the academy on the table, I spent a whole day making it yesterday. Li Zixuan said as if it was a matter of course. My God, Xiaoxian, you're really AF** king pervert? Yan Xiaoning pointed at Li Zixuan with his trembling right hand and said as he vomited blood. Yan lied was so shocked that he almost pulled his beard off. He said with a speechless face, Xiaoxian, how can you draw so fast? This old man has never heard of such a thing. Li Zixuan didn't know how to explain. He could only wave his hand and said with a smile, It's natural. It's all naturals. Sich teach. How can this be naturals? Yan Xiaoning probably learned this catchphrase from Cheng Chumo. He looked at Li Zixuan with jealousy and hatred. Uncle Yan, what do you think of the academy that I designs? Can it be built with the current construction techniques? Li Zixuan ignored Yan Xiaoning's antics and looked at Yan Lied seriously. Yan Lied immediately narrowed his eyes. After all, landscape architecture was his specialty. He was also a recognized master architect in the entire Tang dynasty. After looking at it carefully for a while, Yan Lied stroked his beard, shook his head and sighed. To be honest, this old man doesn't quite understand. Let's talk about the layout of your building. It's in accordance with the Daoist yin and yang and the 5 elements. Xiaoxian, you've done a good job. But the design style of your building is completely different from the current mainstream style of Tang dynasty. This old man has never seen anything like it. May I know where this architectural style is from? Where is this architectural style? This is the style of my hometowns. It's a pity that I can't go back. Li Zixuan let out a deep sigh and said, Uncle Yan, you might not believe me, but I've been having the same dream all these years. The world in the dream is very real. It's so real that I can't even tell which is the dream and which is reality. In that world, there are tall buildings everywhere. The ground there is flat and hard. There are iron carriages that run faster than war horses. There are huge vehicles that can carry hundreds of people and soar in the sky. There are also huge iron ships that can dive hundreds of feet into the sea. The people there can hear each other's voices from thousands of miles away. They can even see each other's faces. There is no curfew in the city, and it's still brightly lit at night. The people there travel in a long iron carriage. It can travel thousands of miles in a day. One carriage can carry thousands of people. Yan Lied and Yan Xiaoning both stared with their eyes wide open. They were shocked speechless by Li Zixuan's description for a long time. These things that could allow people to soar in the sky, dive into the deep sea, and travel thousands of miles in a day were completely beyond their imagination. The most amazing thing was that they could actually transmit their voices and even look at each other from thousands of miles away. Didn't this kind of scene only exist in supernatural novels? Are you talking about the immortal realm? At this time, Li Er walked in silently with Empress Zhongxin. It was clear that this couple had once again trespassed on private property and had eavesdropped from the corner for quite a while. Yan Lied and his son were greatly alarmed and hurriedly bowed. Li Er, however, turned a blind eye to them. His eyes were fixed on Li Zixuan as he enunciated each word. Li Zixuan, is the world you just mentioned the immortal realm above the 9 heavens? Have you and your master been to the immortal realm before? He originally wanted to come and see the progress of Yanhuang College. After all, he had high hopes for this college. He didn't expect to hear such shocking news. Humans had always been yearning for the immortal realm above the 9 heavens, and he, Li Er, was no exception. Chapter 447. F***C, what an evil title. Is this considered clickbait? Looking at the sudden appearance of Li Er and his wife, Li Zixuan was speechless. Old Li's family had a hobby of sneaking into other people's homes. Last time at the workshop, Li Qingqian was also like this. Li Zixuan had seen many ancient dramas in his previous life. In them, many emperors liked to go out in plain clothes. He didn't expect Li Er to also like to play such a vulgar trick. Looking at his and Empress Zhongxuan's casual clothes, People who didn't know would think that they were just a normal couples? All the land under the heavens belongs to the king, and all the people on the shores of the land are the king's subjects. Perhaps this kind of thinking was deeply ingrained in Li Er's mind. He felt that the whole Tang Empire was his, and it was nothing to go out of the palace and be a guest at a subject's home. As for eavesdropping, he definitely didn't do it on purpose. It was just a coincidence. Li Zishuan was too engrossed in his memories just now. Otherwise, he would definitely have sensed that there was someone outside the house. Your humble subject pays his respects to your majesty. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and bowed to Li Er, who was eyeing covetously. Don't talk nonsense. Quickly answer me. Is the place you were talking about the celestial world? Li Er was unmoved and continued to ask. Empress Xianxia pulled Li Er's arm worriedly. She was always smart, but at this moment, she was very worried that her husband would be possessed. Since ancient times, many wise divine emperors had become muddle-headed and incompetent because of pursuing the illusory celestial path. In serious cases, their families were separated and their countries were destroyed. As an important official of the empire, how could Yen Lide not have such worries? He opened his mouth, but due to the power that Li Er was emitting at this moment, he could only swallow the words that were at the tip of his tongue. At the same time, he secretly prayed that Li Zishuan would not say anything that would seduce the emperor. Your Majesties, this is just a humble subject's dream, not a celestial realm. Feeling Li Zishuan's urgent and bloodthirsty gaze, Li Zishuan secretly regretted acting tough just now. He didn't expect to attract the wolf. Never doubt the ancient emperor's pursuit of immortality. These people had reached the pinnacle of power in the mortal world. They no longer had any desire for wealth in the mortal world. The only thing they wanted was eternal life. For this, they did not hesitate to become tyrants. Is it really just a dream? Li Er asked unwillingly. It's absolutely true. But you just said that you can't tell which world is a dream and which world is reality. In the past, there was Zhuang Zhou who dreamt of butterflies. He couldn't distinguish between dreams and reality and eventually became one of the two Daoist sages. Now, you dreamt of such a real and bizarre world of immortals. Therefore, I want to know if the world of immortals really exists? Zhuangzi was the first to propose the idea of inner sage and outer king, which had a profound impact on the Confucian school. His 3 sounds thought was compatible with the 3 talents of the Book of Changes, so he and Laozi were called Laozi and Zhuang. The two were regarded as the 2 Taoist sages. Li Er stared at Li Zishuan's eyes and asked word by word. As long as Li Zishuan said half a lie, Li Er was confident that with his ability to read people, he would be able to see through it. Your Majesty, even if the world in my dream really exists, I dare to conclude that it is definitely not the world of immortals. Li Zishuan directly cut off Li Er's thoughts and said with certainty. But because the people in that world are no different from us. They are all mortal. They can get sick, hungry, thirsty, injured, and die of old age. Although the average lifespan of the people there is 20 to 30 years higher than the lifespan of the people of the Tang Empire, they are definitely not immortal. How can a world without immortals be the world of immortals? Li Zishuan did not back down. He looked straight at Li Er and said in a deep voice. But you just said that the people in the other world can soar above the 9 heavens, dive hundreds of feet into the deep sea, transmit messages from 1,000 miles away, and even look at each other from 1,000 miles away. How can mortals do such a thing? Li Er was still unwilling to believe it and retorted. Your Majesty, don't think that the other world is too mysterious. In my opinion, the reason why they can do that is nothing more than borrowing some tools. Their engineering has been developed to the extreme, 100 times more advanced than the Tang Empire. That is why they can create those magical tools. You're saying that those tools were created based on engineering? Li Er said in disbelief. Li Zishuan pretended to let out a deep sigh and said, now that things have come to this, I will tell you the truth. The engineering that I mentioned earlier included new mathematics, electricity, magnetic field, and electromagnetism. My master only taught me a small part of these knowledge. The rest was learned in my dream. In other words, my engineering belongs to the knowledge of the world in my dream. Learned in your dream? Li Er's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. He muttered, "No wonder I always felt that your knowledge did not belong to this world. You can even create things like lightning. Now it seems that it is indeed so. Your Majesty, in that world, people call the ability to create new things science and technology. Engineering is the most important branch of science and technology. The telegraph that I previously built can, in theory, transmit messages from 1,000 miles away. If it is slightly modified on this basis, transmitting messages from 1,000 miles away will definitely not be a problem. This is the ironclad proof that that world is not the immortal world. If my engineering can be developed to the extreme, my Tang Empire will be able to create tools similar to that world one day. At that time, flying into the sky and flying into the sea will definitely not be an unattainable dream for ordinary peoples." Li Zishuan felt that his impromptu explanation today was perfect. In this way, if he invented something awesome in the future, he would no longer have to tell others that it was taught by his master. If he always bragged about his master, sooner or later, something would happen because some things were too much beyond this era. In the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain, there were a few elders who had more contact with spiritual Master Lingxiu. If Li Er felt that something was wrong and sent someone to investigate seriously, he would definitely be exposed. Moreover, by saying this, Li Er would definitely place more importance on Gong Shui and him. This could be considered as a protective umbrella for himself and Gong Shui. I see. In this way, all the doubts can be explained. Engineering, what a good engineering. Li Er's expression was inexplicably complicated. He, who had always been wise and decisive, didn't know how to treat Li Zishuan at this moment. Now, things were out of his control. After a long time, he said to Li Zishuan seriously, "Yanhuang College, you brat, do a good job. I hope that in my lifetime, I can ascend to the sky tens of thousands of feet high to see if there are immortals. I want the kind of long carriage that can travel 1,000 miles in a day and carry 1,000 people. I also want the kind of tool that can transmit messages from 1,000 miles away. In this way, in the world, who can be my opponent?" Li Zishuan sweated profusely. He really wanted to say, "Old Li, aren't you King asking for a little too much?" Chapter 448. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Zishuan smiled but cursed in his heart. He resisted the urge to complain and bowed to accept the order. Li Er nodded with satisfaction. Perhaps other kings would try their best to kill off unknown new things indiscriminately, but Li Er was a pioneering holy lord. His first thought was not to kill, but to develop Li Zishuan's new knowledge to the extreme. As for whether or not Li Zishuan would threaten his rule, Li Er wasn't worried about that at all. He had confidence in himself, and he also had confidence in his subjects and generals. The only thing that disappointed him was that the magical world that Li Zishuan mentioned was not the celestial realm. Then were there immortals? Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, "Your Majesty, there is one thing that Your Majesty can be sure of. There are absolutely no immortals in the 9 heavens. Above the sky is the vast and boundless space. In the space, there are countless planets like Earth. In the world in the dream, their technology can reach a place hundreds of thousands of miles away from the ground. Therefore, Your Majesty is very sure that there are no true immortals in the sky." Li Er's face turned ugly. "Is that so?" "It is indeed so." Li Zishuan saw that Li Er seemed to be unwilling to give up on seeking immortality and Tao, so he continued. "My master spent his entire life pursuing the Tao of immortality. In the end, he achieved nothing and still died of old age. Before he died, he once said to Your Majesty, 'Everyone wants to live forever. From kings to ordinary people, they all regard the prolongation of life as their deepest dream. But they don't know that longevity itself is the biggest joke. Buddhism seeks nirvana, Taoism seeks inaction, and Confucianism seeks neutrality. Different roads lead to the same destination. In the end, it is to turn people into stone. Turtles live long because they are slow, trees live long because they do not move, and only stone has existed since ancient times. Extinguishing human desires, severing human relations, severing the 5 senses, and blocking listening. Is this still human? You don't know the difference between cold and heat, smell and smell, right and wrong. You don't have any thoughts of home or country, you don't have any concept of family, you don't have any concept of family, you don't have any joy, you don't have any sorrow or joy. You are no different from rotten wood. The reason why humans are different from beasts is that we have the ability to think, understand etiquette, know familial love, know how to work, know how to create, know how to change the world, and also know how to create the world, making everything in the world work for us. This is the duty of humans. They surpass their own abilities in vain in pursuit of the illusory immortality, but they don't know that the heavens have already arranged for them. If they want immortality, they have to turn into stone. It's laughable that the people of this world are ignorant like moths to a flame. Yen lied and Empress Zhang's son heaved a sigh of relief, secretly praising Li Zixuan for being sensible and understanding. They felt that since the words had reached this point and there was so much sufficient evidence, Li Er shouldn't have any improper thoughts about immortality, right? The facts proved that this was indeed the case. After listening to Li Zixuan's long speech, Li Er's heart was half cold. He was silent for a long time, then faintly sighed and said, "The gods, Buddhas, ghosts and monsters recorded in your book Journey to the West were all fabricated?" Li Zixuan was shocked. It was said that Li Er suppressed Buddhism and valued Taoism, but he didn't expect that he would actually read this kind of deviant novel. Previously, he didn't publish Journey to the West and sell it mainly because he was considering Li Er's attitude towards Buddhism. For a while, he was worried that Li Er would settle accounts with him after reading this novel, but he didn't expect that Li Er not only secretly finished reading it, but also didn't find trouble with him. In fact, he thought too much about it. Later generations said that Li Er suppressed Buddhism and valued Taoism mainly because the Li family respected Laozi Li Er as their ancestor and advocated Taoism, which was beneficial to the orthodoxy and holiness of the imperial power of the Tang dynasty. But in fact, Li Er didn't have much bad feelings towards Buddhism. On the contrary, the entire Li family had a lot of relations with Buddhism. Li Er's youth was the period when Buddhism was popular throughout the country. At that time, the father and son Emperor Wen of Sui and Emperor Yang of Sui believed in Buddhism. The people of the world were swept away by the wind, competing to admire Buddhism. The Buddhist scriptures among the people were dozens of times more than the 6 scriptures. The influence of Buddhism had already widely seeped into all levels of society and all aspects of social life. At that time, worshipping Buddhism had already become a common trend inside and outside the imperial court. Of course, the noble family of the Li family was no exception. In the second year of Dai, when Li Er was 9 years old, he suffered from eye disease. Li Yuan once personally went to the Chang and cottage temple to worship Buddha and ask for blessings. After Li Er recovered, Li Yuan created a stone Buddha and sent it to the temple for worship. These couldn't help but leave a mark in Li Er's young heart. Later, he never forgot this childhood experience. He once personally wrote a poem to praise the founder of the cottage temple, Kumrajiva, to express his reverence and remembrance for the previous generation of eminent monks. In the early days, the Li family respected Buddhism. This could be seen from the childhood names of Li Yuan's sons. Li Jianxing's childhood name was Sanhu, and Li Yuanji's childhood name was Sanhu. These were all names related to Buddhism. Although Li Er's childhood name wasn't recorded in history books, it was certain that it was related to Buddhism. In the 3rd year of Wuda, Li Er, who was still the Qin king, was ordered to conquer Wang Shichong. The next year he fought between Song and Luo. Zikao, Hui Yi, Tanzong, and the other 13 monks guarding the Shaolin temples by Gu Zhuang captured Jing General Wang Renzi and presented him to the Tang army. Li Er took advantage of the situation to defeat Wang Shichong. This was the famous incident of the 13 staff monks saving the Tang king. Because of this, Li Er had a good impression of Shaolin Temple and Buddhism. However, during the Black Tortoise Gate incident, Buddhism had secretly helped Li Jianxing. This made Li Er very angry after the incident, and he also had a trace of disgust towards Buddhism. At the beginning of the Li Tang dynasty, they had once respected Laozi as their ancestor, so Li Er simply proposed the policy of Taoism before Buddhism. But so far, he hadn't introduced any obvious policies against Buddhism. In the Tang dynasty, the Li family pursued the policy of coexistence of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Li Er was the founder of this policy. Your Majesty, the plot in Journey to the West was indeed fabricated by me. I hope Your Majesty doesn't take it to heart. Seeking immortality and longevity is just an illusory delusion after all. Li Zishuan wiped the sweat on his forehead and cupped one hand in the other before his chest. Forget it. I'm here today to see how the preparation of your academy is going, not to discuss with you about seeking immortality and Taoism. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said. At this time, he noticed the huge sand table in the room. He roughly glanced at it and suddenly said in surprise, Li Zishuan, what is this? Previously, he and Empress Zhongsun only heard Li Zishuan's description of the dream outside the door. They didn't hear Li Zishuan and Yen Lide's discussion of the academy's blueprint. Li Zishuan was secretly scolding Li Er for being shameless. No one could force an explanation like him. At this time, when he heard Li Er's question, he replied, Your Majesty, this is the Yanhuang College designed by me. Next, I'll have to trouble Minister Yen to send some skilled craftsmen to Mei Village and Yunshan to build it. Chapter 449. Oh, so this is Yanhuang College. You're really creative. You actually shrunk the layout of the college to such a size. It's clear at a glance. Not bad, not bad. Li Er wasn't stupid. He could see the function of the sand table model at a glance. He walked to the front of the platform and looked carefully while praising. Your Majesty, the scale of this college is so huge. I'm afraid it's almost as big as the Imperial College. There are mountains, rivers, flowers, grass, pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. The disorder is picturesque. It's very beautiful. But why haven't I seen the style of the buildings before? Empress Zhongsun also walked over with Li Er. She looked at the exquisite and beautiful Yanhuang College in front of her and sighed. Oh, this style is indeed not like the architectural style of my Tang Empire. Li Zishuan, come and tell me and the Empress. Li Er nodded and waved his hand. Your Majesty, I call this big platform a sand table. It's a model of the future Yanhuang College that has been shrunk to a certain scale for people to see. The tall buildings inside are all designed by me with reference to the style of the college in the other world in my dream. As for the layout of the buildings, trees, mountains, and rivers, they are all in accordance with the true meaning of Taoism's yin-yang and 5 elements. It can not only ensure that the students have enough space to study, but also allow the students to relax after studying. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said. Li Er heard him and asked curiously, Oh, the world you're talking about also has a college? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Of course. The reason why the technology in that world is so advanced is inseparable from their perfect education system. The college there is called a school. If a person wants to become a talent, he or she must receive at least 16 years of systematic education. 16 years. There must be a cause for every effect. Li Er nodded thoughtfully and said, Let's build it like this. Although these tall buildings look weird, I think they're quite magnificent. They're quite compatible with your engineering. Yen lied, transfer a group of skilled craftsmen from the Ministry of Works to help build Yanhuang College. This old official obeys. Yen lied stepped forward and cupped his hands. Li Er nodded with satisfaction and turned back to look at the sand table model. This time, he wasn't looking at the buildings, but the mountains, rivers, and trees. At this moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind, and he suddenly froze in place. Your Majesty? Seeing that Li Er did not speak for a long time and just stared at the sand table, Empress Zhongsun called out softly. Li Zishuan, can your sand table simulate the topography of mountains and rivers? Li Er turned his head and looked at Li Zishuan with bright eyes. Li Zishuan stared blankly for a moment before he understood what was going on. He guessed that Li Er had coincidentally discovered the miraculous use of the sand table model in a military formation and thus asked this question. In fact, when he decided to make the sand table, he had already guessed that Li Er should be able to discover the mystery, But he didn't expect Li Er to be so amazing that he could discover it with just a few glances. It could only be said that a person's success might be due to chance, but it was certainly not entirely due to chance. To forge iron, one had to be strong. Li Er's knowledge in the field of military formations was still very impressive. Replying to your majesty, this sand table can indeed simulate the topography. Whether it is hills, plains, or prairies, they can all be made on the sand table. With it, it is equivalent to having a three-dimensional map, which may be of great use for marching and setting up formations. Of great use, it is indeed of great use. I will record your merits. I will ask the supervisor to send a master craftsman to learn the method of making this sand table from you later. You are not allowed to hide anything. I need a terrain sand table of the Liangzhou area. Li Er laughed loudly. Li Zishuan breathed a sigh of relief and cupped his hands in obeisance. Of course, he would not hide anything. Of course, he was willing to teach others the physical work of making a military topography sand table for Li Er, because he still had a lot of things to do. Let's go back to the palace. Li Er was satisfied with the results of this trip out of the palace. Not only did he hear some of Li Zishuan's secrets, but he also obtained a military tool like the sand table. Seeing that there was nothing new in the room, Li Er waved his hand disinterestedly and prepared to return to the palace. Empress Xianxia deliberately fell 2 steps behind. She walked in front of Li Zishuan and said with a smile, "You and Xianxia are good friends. I will call you Xiaoxian for the time being. It is my honor that your majesty is willing to call me this." This was the first time Li Zishuan had spoken to Empress Xianxia at such a close distance. The woman in front of him exuded grace, love, and kindness. It was as if there was a kind of magical power on her body that made people unable to raise their guard against her at all. Instead, they would involuntarily feel a sense of intimacy. Empress Xianxia smiled and said, "Among the younger generation of the Tang Empire, I have never seen His Majesty value a person so much. Don't be complacent. The right way is to concentrate on learning and not disappoint His Majesty's high expectations. I know that you intend to carry forward engineering. As the disciple of spiritual master Lingshu, this is also a responsibility that you should take up. It just so happens that I have been entrusted by someone to send you a few students. Is that okay?" Li Zishuan sighed in his heart. The students that Xianxia wanted to send might be the children of the royal family, and none of those princes were easy to get along with. Wasn't Li Tai a super troublemaker in the past? Crazy troublemaker. If Li Zishuan didn't have some skills, he would definitely have been messed up by that little fatty. But he had to give face to Xianxia. Li Zishuan could only cup his hands and say, "Since your majesty has ordered, I dare not to disobey. So be it the second generation of the royal family." Logically speaking, Li Er had already given his academy a lot of support. He should also return the favor. At worst, the academy would implement militarized management in the future. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill the prestige of this group of playboys. Empress Xianxia nodded with satisfaction. Then she glanced at Yan Xiaoning, who was quietly acting like an obedient child, and said, "Yan Xiaoning, I heard that you haven't paid attention to worldly affairs recently and have been indulging in the way of machinery. Although your spirit is good, you have to understand the painstaking efforts of your father, Minister Yan. You are 3 years older than little Xian, but you haven't settled down yet. How about I see which minister's daughter is suitable in the future and arrange a marriage for you? How about it?" What the hell? Xianxia didn't like Yan Xiaoning, this technical geek, and wanted to introduce him to a wife. Yan Xiaoning hadn't expected that Empress Xianxia would make such a move at the last moment. He had been silent all this time in order to reduce his presence. Flabbergasted, he said, "Your Majesty, isn't this? Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. I will remember it in my heart. Unfilial son, quickly thank her." Just when Yan Xiaoning was about to refuse, Yan Lied hurriedly interrupted him and thanked Empress Xianxia with cupped hands. Chapter 450. Empress Xianxia finally left, but she left with a mysterious smile. She left quietly, but she left behind a bomb that could explode at any time for Yan Xiaoning. "Dad, why did you agree to it? I'm only 18 this year, why are you in such a hurry? Yan Xiaoning only mustered up his courage and said pitifully after Zhang Sun left. Bastard! Her Majesty Hong En, are you going to reject her? Besides, what the Empress said is exactly what I'm thinking. Look, Xiao Xian is 3 years younger than you, but he's already married. What about you? Yan Lide glared at him and said angrily. Yan Xiaoning shrunk his neck, wiped the spittle on his face, and looked at Li Zishuan bitterly. His eyes were clearly saying, "Damn it, it's all your fault. Sometimes, it's a pain to have a friend who's too outstanding." Li Zishuan rolled his eyes helplessly, which meant, "Brother, I'm just that outstanding, there's nothing I can do about it." Yan Xiaoning almost vomited blood. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he would have fought Li Zishuan to the death. Ahem. Uncle Yan, I'll leave the construction of Yanhuang College to you. After exchanging glances with Yan Xiaoning, Li Zishuan felt a little uncomfortable because he felt that this kind of exchange was a little gay, so he looked at Yan Lide and said seriously, "No problem. His Majesty has personally instructed that the Ministry of Works will fully cooperate with you. Fortunately, the higher-ups haven't given the Ministry of Works any urgent construction tasks recently, so according to my initial estimation, the Ministry of Works should be able to allocate 220 skilled craftsmen for you. A few of them have participated in the construction of Cuiwei and Yuhua Palace with me, so they're very experienced in building buildings. As for the ordinary workers, you'll have to hire them yourself. The imperial court won't conscript them for free." Yan Lide raised his head and thought for a while, then said while stroking his beard, 220? That should be enough. As for the workers, I will definitely hire them myself. Uncle Yan, you don't have to worry about this. What I want to ask is, with the construction skills of the Ministry of Works, is it possible to build such a tall building? Li Zishuan nodded and asked. He knew in his heart that in the entire imperial court, except for Li Er and a few generals who were close to him who supported Yanhuang College, the rest of the ministers were either watching or objecting in their hearts. After all, this involved the competition between schools of thought. Under such circumstances, it was already very generous of Yan Lide to be willing to transfer so many craftsmen to him. As for the ordinary workers, he had never expected the imperial court to use corvée labor to help him conscript them for free. Since he had made up his mind to build Yanhuang College, he had never thought of saving money. The crux of the problem was whether the Great Tang could build a 10-story building with its current construction techniques. Yan Lide took another careful look at the sand table, then pointed to the future teaching building of Yanhuang College, Guanghua Building, and smiled confidently. Little Xian, you're worried that the building is too tall and the craftsmen can't build it, right? Actually, you don't have to worry at all. This building only has 10 stories, and the total height is estimated to be no more than 120 feet. It won't be a problem to build it. Little Xian, you've seen the Big Goose Tower in Jinchang Square, right? That tower has a total of 20 stories. Compared to the Big Goose Tower, your building may occupy a larger area, but as long as you put in more effort into the supporting pillars between the floors, it won't be a problem to build it to 10 stories. The Big Goose Tower was located in Jinchang Square in the South Jin dynasty of Chang'an City. It was also known as the Buddha of Mercy Temple. After several renovations, it was 64.7 meters, about 190 feet, tall, which was equivalent to the height of a 20-story building. 1,000 years ago, it could be called a skyscraper in the Tang dynasty. However, the awkward thing was that Li Zishuan rarely went to the south of the city, let alone to the Big Goose Tower. This was worthy of his reputation as a homebody. Ahem, that's good. Li Zishuan was a little embarrassed, but at the same time, he was relieved. However, he was still a little curious. Such a tall building would definitely not be built with only wood, because wood couldn't bear such a large weight. But if it was brick, the problem would arise. There was no cement in the Tang dynasty, so how would the wall be built? Uncle Yan, what kind of materials do you plan to use to build this building? Such a stupid question made Yan Lide speechless. He said, bricks, of course. Such a tall building can't only be built with wood. Li Zishuan's old face did not look too good after being treated as a stupid C***T. He directly asked the main question, Then what kind of material should be used to glue the bricks? Yen Lide's expression became even more strange. He paused for a while before saying, "Of course it's glutinous rice mortar. Little Xian, you don't even know this? Then why did you design such a tall building?" I really don't know. This kid wants to design it first and see if it can be built. If it can't be built, this kid will think of other ways. Ahem, Uncle Yen, are the walls made with glutinous rice mortar reliable? Yen Lide was speechless. He was still praising Li Zishuan for his proficiency in architectural design. Now it seemed that this guy was a complete novice in some aspects. He shook his head and said, "Of course it's reliable. The walls of Chang and city are made with glutinous rice mortar. Don't you think it's reliable?" In fact, the ancient construction technology was far from as low as Li Zishuan imagined. Although there was no cement at that time, there were many substitutes. The West initially used clay as a cementing material. The ancient Egyptians used the mud of the Nile River to build uncalcined clay bricks. Around 3000 BC to 2000 BC, the ancient Egyptians began to use calcined gypsum as a building cementing material. In 146 BC, the Roman Empire annexed Greece and inherited the Greek tradition of producing and using lime. The way the Romans used lime was to first dissolve the lime's saliva and mix it with sand to form mortar. Then they used this mortar to build buildings. Some of the ancient Roman buildings that used lime mortar were very strong and had even been preserved until now. Later, the ancient Romans improved the use of lime. Not only did they add sand to the lime, but they also added ground volcanic ash. In areas without volcanic ash, they added ground bricks that had the same effect as volcanic ash. Some people called the lime volcanic ash sand, three-component mortar, Roman mortar. In the history of European architecture, the Roman mortar had been used for a long time. Its performance was basically close to modern cement. However, in the 9th, 10th, and 11th centuries AD, the mortar technology was almost lost. In ancient China, although there was no Roman mortar or cement, the hard-working and intelligent ancient working people still invented other alternatives. The most widely used and the longest circulated was glutinous rice mortar. According to records, at least not later than the Northern and Southern dynasties, 386 to 589 AD, glutinous rice mortar had become a relatively mature technology. Mixing glutinous rice mortar with aged lime paste could increase the cement strength, surface hardness, toughness, and impermeability of the mortar. It significantly improved the firmness and durability of the masonry. Today, many ancient buildings that used glutinous rice mortar, such as the ancient city walls of Nanjing, Xi'an, Jingzhou, Kaifeng, and other places, as well as the Ming and Qing fish-scale stone pond in Qiantang River, were still very strong despite hundreds and thousands of years of wind and rain. Facts proved that glutinous rice mortar was an outstanding building cementing material. The engineering quality of the ancient buildings built with glutinous rice mortar was not inferior to some of the modern reinforced concrete buildings. Therefore, the wisdom of the ancient people was not to be underestimated. The technology of the ancient people was not useless. There were still many shining points. Chapter 451. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan thought for a while, then took the carriage to the workshop. He wanted to ask Faubert to help and see if he could make cement. In the morning, Yen Lide said that glutinous rice mortar could be used as a binder between bricks and stones, but the cost was very expensive. In this era, although prices were low, glutinous rice was a grain that was 3 to 4 times more expensive than rice. It would be a very extravagant thing to use it to build a wall. Therefore, the houses of the Tang dynasty were basically made of wood. Only the imperial palace, Zhaoling Mausoleum, and the city walls could afford to use bricks and glutinous rice mortar. How could ordinary people afford to use such things? Yen Lide and his son also gave Li Zishuan a rough cost estimate in the morning. If Yanhuang College followed Li Zishuan's original intention and used bricks and stones, the cost of building materials alone would be more than 400,000 strings of coins, not including labor and decoration costs. This number had far exceeded Li Zishuan's budget. The reason was that Li Zishuan did not have a fresh understanding of the current construction technology and construction costs. Now, with such a huge capital hole, it would be harder to fill it in a short period of time than to reach the sky. However, Li Zishuan would definitely not give up on Yanhuang College. After thinking about it, Li Zishuan decided to gather everyone's wisdom and see if they could make cement with better effect and lower cost. There were so many protagonists in time travel novels. Didn't they like to make cement, perfume, and mirrors when they time traveled to ancient times? If they could make it, why couldn't he? Ahem, although he was not a professional, he knew the general formula. He could tell Faubert and let the professional craftsmen study it. The glutinous rice mortar of this era was actually very close to modern cement. Some modern scholars often called the glutinous rice mortar of ancient times organic cement. He believed that if he could give them some inspiration, it would not be a big problem if he was lucky. Faubert, I thought of something. I need you to take some people to study it. However, I only know the general composition. As for the ratio of each component, you will have to test it yourself. After arriving at the workshop, Li Zishuan went straight to Faubert's private office and got straight to the point. Young master, what is it? Faubert asked curiously. Li Zishuan said with a solemn expression, I call it cement. It's a building adhesive that can be used to replace glutinous rice mortar. It's very important, and I hope that Faubert can bring a group of skilled craftsmen to research it. Cement? Replace glutinous rice mortars? Young master, are you going to build an academy? Faubert came to his senses and asked. I have already designed the building and layout of the academy. The main material is bricks, so we must use glutinous rice mortar. This morning, Minister Yen helped us estimate the cost. It will cost at least 400,000 strings of cash, so I plan to make a cheap substitute similar to glutinous rice mortar. 400,000 strings of cash? Faubert almost jumped up. Just from this budget, he could imagine how huge the Yanhuang College Li Zishuan wanted to build would be. He thought for a while, then clasped his fist and said, Since young master is so confident in this so-called cement, you can tell me the composition. The workshop is full of talents now. I believe that as long as we know the general composition, we can try to make it. This scene reminded Faubert of the last time when Li Zishuan asked them to study the glass production formula. Although he didn't know why his young master had so many novel and strange things in his mind, they could definitely make everything Li Zishuan said as long as they followed Li Zishuan's ideas. Cement is a mixture of limestone, clay, and iron or in proportion. I call this mixture raw material. Then put it in the furnace for calcination. Generally, its calcination temperature is slightly lower than the temperature of smelting iron, but a little higher than the temperature of the glass you burned last time. It should be fine to use the kiln used to burn glass. The calcined product is called clinker. Finally, the clinker and gypsum are ground together and mixed according to the proportion. This is cement. After adding an appropriate amount of water into the fired cement, it will become a paste that can harden in the air and water. After hardening, it can be comparable to a hard stone. It can be used to firmly bond sand, stone, and other materials together to form a solid stone body of a hydraulic cementing material. In order to let Faubert and the others develop cement as soon as possible, Li Zishuan was also giving it his all. On the way here, he kept using his abnormal spiritual power to recall the firing temperature of cement that he read in the books in his previous life. It was about 1,450 degrees, the melting point of iron was 1,538 degrees, and the firing temperature of glass was 1,300 degrees. With this important information, he believed that the development of cement would be much smoother. As for why Li Zishuan didn't simply recall the proportion of the cement's composition and tell Faubert, you think he didn't want to. The key point was that the books he read weren't books that specialized in making cement. Why would they be bored enough to write the proportion of each composition in the book? So even if he wanted to recall it, he couldn't recall it. But this old man will remember it. Young master, don't worry. In a while, this old man will organize the workshop's most elite craftsmen to start developing this cement. I think there should be news in the next few days. Faubert nodded, stood up and said confidently. He was somewhat glad in his heart. Compared to the last time when they were developing glass, Li Zishuan gave them more detailed information this time. It would be much easier for them to really research it. Then I'll leave it to Faubert. Remember, the people who enter the mud kiln must wear masks. Li Zishuan reminded him worriedly. He didn't want those craftsmen to get lung disease after a few years of work. Yes, young master, don't worry, this old man will arrange it. Also, the workshop's relocation plan will still be carried out, but you can delay the specific date for a while. Wait until I'm done with the Academy's matters in the near future. Faubert, you can go to Plum Village to claim the lands. Li Zishuan rubbed his temples with a headache. If he said too much, he would cry. He didn't have enough money. At this time, if he wanted to move to the new factory area, he really didn't have the strength to do so. If the cement couldn't be developed, he would have to grit his teeth and fork out 400,000 to 500,000 strings of cash. His family didn't have that much liquid capital. Moreover, a while ago, his wedding was so grand and extravagant. It was all real gold and silver. However, he didn't regret it. This baby wife deserved that grand wedding. Yes, young master. Faubert cupped his hands in understanding and said. Chapter 452. Oh, right, Faubert. How many glazed ware have you made? Just as Faubert was about to go out and organize the manpower, Li Zishuan suddenly asked. Previously, the workshop developed glass mainly to use it on the front cover of the compass. Later, as the fleet went south, the demand for the compass also declined. However, the glass kiln could not be idle. Li Zishuan ordered the workers to continue to produce glass cups and other glassware. Although the output was not very high, it must have accumulated a lot after so long. This thing can make a huge profit. If the cement could not be produced, selling this batch of glassware might be able to alleviate the urgent need. Young master, you finally remembered. Faubert was stunned and then said with a bitter face, previously, according to your instructions, the workshop's glass kiln continued to produce glassware. Now, those glassware have piled up in a room. There are at least more than 1,000 pieces. Speaking of this, Faubert's expression flashed with a hint of complexity. Before this, to all of them, glassware was a high and mighty luxury. If any family had a glass cup, wouldn't they treat it like a treasure? But now, the glassware in the workshop was overflowing. All of them were piled up in the warehouse like garbage. The world was changing too fast. That's just right. Faubert, arrange a group of people to package this batch of glassware in a while. The more exquisite the packaging, the better. I want to sell them at a good price. Li Zishuan said excitedly. He knew that the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Taking out so much glassware at once, the average price would definitely be lower. However, he could not wait any longer. He needed a lot of money. Yes, young master. Faubert also heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. This is not enough. Faubert, I still have a way to make glass mirrors. The process is very simple. Get someone to make 50 of them first. Li Zishuan did a rough calculation. These 1,000 pieces of glassware, in the most ideal situation, could only be sold for 50,000 to 60,000 strings of cash. So, he thought of a very important derivative of glass, mirrors. He believed that as long as it was a rich lady, she would not be able to resist its charm. Naturally, it would be more profitable. Oh, young master, please tell me. This old man will remember. Faubert's eyes lit up and quickly said, This is very simple. Faubert, get someone to stick the tin foil on one side of the glass and then pour mercury. The tin foil will dissolve in mercury and become a silver-white liquid. Then it will become a glass mirror that is 100 times clearer than a bronze mirror. Li Zishuan said confidently. Speaking of mirrors, it has a history of more than 3,000 years. In the beginning, people used bronze mirrors. It was a round plate made of bronze that had been polished until it was smooth and clean. The reflection of the human figure in this bronze mirror was not bright. It would also rust and had to be polished often. Around 1700 AD, the glass mirror was born. In the beginning, people made glass mirrors by sticking a piece of tin foil tightly on the glass and then pouring mercury. Because mercury was able to dissolve tin, it became a viscous silver-white liquid called tin amalgam, which was tightly attached to the glass plate. Glass mirrors were a big step forward from bronze mirrors and were very popular. For a time, it became a treasure that kings and nobles competed to buy. At that time, only the factories in Venice could make this new glass mirror. European countries went to buy it, and wealth flooded to Venice like a tide. The mirror factories were concentrated on Murano Island, surrounded by sentries and tightly sealed off. Later, the French government used a lot of money to bribe 4 Venetian mirror craftsmen and secretly smuggled them out of the country. Since then, the secret of the mercury glass mirror was made public, and its value was not so noble. However, the reflection ability of the mercury-coated mirror was not very strong. It was time-consuming to make, and mercury was poisonous, so it was later eliminated. Modern mirrors had a thin layer of silver on the back. This layer of silver was not painted on, nor did it need to be electroplated. It was painted on by a chemical silver mirror reaction. Glucose water was added to the ammonia solution of silver nitrate. The glucose reduced the silver ions into silver particles and deposited them on the glass to make a silver mirror. Finally, a layer of paint was applied. Li Zixuan also wanted to make this kind of silver mirror, but it would take a lot of effort to make nitric acid. He wanted to leave this difficult task to his future students. As for the key material of glass mirrors, tin foil, it was already available in the Tang dynasty. Tin foil was a handicraft product unique to Shaoxing in the early years. In ancient times, its main use was to make underworld money to worship ghosts and gods. It first appeared in the Han dynasty. It can be done like this? Can it really be done? Young master? Faubert was excited when he heard Li Zixuan say, 100 times clearer than a bronze mirror, and quickly asked, "Of course, I don't have time to explain the principles of this to you, Faubert, but as long as you do as I say, you will definitely be able to make this kind of high-quality glass mirror." "Ha. Good. I'll arrange it now. Faubert couldn't wait and wanted to go out and take people to do the experiment. Li Zixuan quickly stopped him and said, "Faubert, wait." "What's wrong?" Li Zixuan said seriously, "Mercury is very volatile. Once it is inhaled into the lungs, it will definitely cause poisoning. If the workshop wants to use this method to make glass mirrors, it must first solve this safety problem. Let's do it this way. You can ask people to sew a batch of special masks. Add a few layers of carbon powder inside the masks, and then use coarse cloth to separate them. The thicker the better. The people who participate in the manufacture of glass mirrors must wear this special mask." Faubert felt strange and said, "Young master, can't we just use the previous masks? Why do you need to do something superfluous?" "Of course not. We must use this mask." "Faubert, listen to me," Li Zixuan said decisively. "Ordinary masks are only used to prevent particulate matter, which is commonly known as dust. However, mercury vapor is poisonous and harmful gas, so they must wear that kind of protective equipment that includes a filter device. If it weren't for the lack of conditions, Li Zixuan would have asked people to make gas masks." "Young master, then this old man will go and arrange these matters now." Faubert had no choice but to do as he was told. "Faubert, you go and do your work. I'll go to the editorial department at the back office." Li Zixuan thought about it and also went out with Faubert. In order to sell this batch of glass at a good price, the necessary publicity was indispensable. So he had to ask Ma Zhou to design the advertisement in advance. At this time, the superiority of Datong Daily was completely reflected. They could advertise themselves at any time. Chapter 453. Hubby, did something happen to you recently? At night, Li Zixuan's bedroom in the west courtyard of the Li residence. Han Yushi hugged Li Zixuan's arm and looked up at him. "Oh, it's nothing. Wife, why do you ask?" Li Zixuan turned sideways and pulled his wife into his arms as he asked with a smile. Han Yushi, who had just finished bathing, was wearing smooth and white silk pajamas, which showed off her exquisite figure. The faint fragrance of flower petals from her body went straight into Li Zixuan's nostrils. It was really comfortable and smelled good to hold such a lovely person in his arms. It really made a certain someone a little restless. "Hubby, don't try to hide it from me." Han Yushi twisted her body and pouted unhappily. I heard that Minister Yen came to our house this morning to make a budget for hubby's Yanhuang College. It should be because we don't have enough money, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have run to the workshop on such a hot day. With his lie exposed, Li Zishuan put down the wolf claws on her back embarrassedly and wondered, "Wife, who did you hear this from?" "I'm not telling you." Han Yushi shook her head and didn't answer. Then she asked seriously, "Hubby, tell me the truth. How much money do you need?" "It's just a small amount." "Wife, don't worry about money. I already have a way. Let's sleep." Li Zishuan felt that it was a waste of time to talk about money on such a beautiful day. It was better to use it to improve their relationship. "Hubby, stop fooling around. Why don't you make things clear first? If your college is short of money, I can take out the dowry first. Hubby, your Yanhuang College is a task that His Majesty personally handed to you. We can't slack off." Han Yushi broke free from a certain someone's bear hug and said seriously, Don't. Li Zishuan quickly waved his hand and said, "I, your husband, have not fallen to the point of using my wife's dowry. To tell you the truth, I have countless ways to make money in my head. I can get as much wealth as I want in this world. Wife, don't worry. In 2 days, you will see a lot more money in our family. When the time comes, I'll give you another gift." When Han Yushi saw Li Zishuan's confidence, her heart was relieved. When she heard the last sentence, her curiosity was really aroused. She quickly asked, "What gifts?" "It's a secret. Wife, tell me, how is your study with my mother coming along? I can't even see you during the day." "Still far from it. The more this concubine learns, the more this concubine feels that mother really knows a lot. If this concubine can be like mother and manage the household in an orderly manner, that would be great. Oh, by the way, this concubine has also been learning from Iron Egg, my husband's new arithmetic. Mother said that it will be faster to use this to keep accounts." Looks like this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship is quite good. This way, I won't be stuck in the middle in the future, right? Li Zishuan listened to Han Yushi's explanation and thought happily in his heart. If my wife wants to learn arithmetic, why do you have to look for Iron Egg? Can't you just look for your husband? How about this, every night in the future, your husband will teach you arithmetics? No way. Husband, I'm afraid that you will teach me on the bed? Han Yushi smiled slyly and rejected. You know me best, my wife. You have to do it even if you can't. Let's practice it tonight. The next morning, many people bought a copy of the newspaper out of habit after breakfast. Those who were observant could easily notice that there was an unusual piece of news in the newspaper. It was unusual because the content was an advertisement and its position was on the news page. Datong Daily had developed to this stage, and the functions of each section were very clear. For advertisements, Ma Zhou had specially opened up a small space in the middle column of the newspaper to advertise the various restaurants and guest houses in Chang'an City. There had never been an advertisement in the news like today. Speaking of which, Li Zishuan was also forced. He went to the editorial department yesterday to look for Ma Zhou and asked Ma Zhou to arrange an advertisement for him tomorrow to promote the batch of glassware from the workshop. Who knew that Ma Zhou would tell him that the advertisement slots in Datong Daily were recently full. If Li Zishuan wanted to cut the queue, then he would have to cancel an advertisement at the last minute. Li Zishuan had been busy with the academy recently and did not have time to read the newspaper. He did not expect Datong Daily to be so popular now that so many businesses wanted to advertise in it. He found yesterday's Datong Daily and opened it. The middle column was crowded with small advertisements, and it made his scalp tingle. This would not do. If his advertisement was placed in there, wouldn't it be drowned in an instant? Therefore, this guy started to play with his privileges and asked Ma Zhou to write an advertisement to advertise in the official section. Hey, there's something new in Chitsu Pavilion again. Top quality colored glass cups and colored glass cups. Other than these, there's an even bigger surprise. We'll see it tomorrow. After reading the newspaper, other than complaining about Li Zishuan's advertisement in the main article, people began to discuss the contents of the advertisement with their friends around them. Colored glass cups? Colored glass cups? Chietsu Pavilion actually has something like this? Didn't they say that only barbarians have these things? Someone questioned. Hey, what's this? Li Xiannan was able to create so many strange things before. It's not strange that he can create colored glass now. Hiss. You're saying that this batch of colored glass is produced by Chietsu Pavilion's own workshop? Someone thought of the high price of colored glass and could not help but gasp. Then what else? Didn't you see what the newspaper said? This batch of colored glass cups is of a higher quality than the ones sold by barbarians. Doesn't this mean that it was made by Li Xiannan's own workshop? Li Xiannan is really capable. I'll go and see for myself tomorrow. I wonder how much it will cost. After all, the newspaper said that this batch of colored glass is of better quality. I wonder how much more expensive it will be compared to the ones sold by barbarians. Someone frowned and said worriedly, I believe that it won't be too expensive. Weren't Tang Dynasty's books very expensive in the past? Ever since Lord Li's Chietsu culture came out, ordinary people could afford to buy books. That's hard to say. Books are books. Lord Li sold them at such a low price because he wanted to benefit the poor scholars. Why is he selling the colored glass at such a low price now? Besides, who knows if the cost of the colored glass in Chietsu Pavilion is high or not? They won't sell it at a loss, right? I'm curious about what the bigger surprise is. Li Xiannan's Chietsu Pavilion has never disappointed me. Chapter 454. Bastard. I was actually tricked by this brat. He even dares to take my money. How preposterous. After the morning court, Li Er came to the Li Zheng Hall and saw a Datang daily on the table. He casually flipped through it, but something happened. What's wrong, Your Majesty? Who made you angry? Empress Xianxia brought a glass of water to Li Er and asked curiously. Who else could it be? It's Li Zishuan, that brat. Li Er rolled his eyes angrily, then pointed at the advertisement in the newspaper and said, Look, Guanyin maid, this brat can already make his own glaze. He even deceived me last time. This is outrageous. Deceived? Where did this come from, Your Majesty? Empress Xianxia glanced at the newspaper and then asked doubtfully. Have you forgotten, Guanyin maid? Last month, I asked that brat to make compasses for the fleet going south. That brat complained to me that the glaze on the compass was expensive and that he would lose money if he sold it cheaply. In the end, that brat sold 200 compasses to the imperial court at the price of 4 strings of coins each. At that time, his workshop would be able to make colored glaze on its own. That brat deliberately hid it from me because he wanted to make a fortune from me. Li Er slammed the table and said hatefully. Empress Xianxia couldn't help but laugh when she saw Li Er's angry look. Your Majesty, even if Xiao Xian's workshop can produce glaze by itself, that's also his own good fortune. Besides, the quality of their glaze is not inferior to that of the Hu merchants. It's understandable that they sell it at such a price. Li Er glared and said, Although that's the case, I'm still more or less uncomfortable after being tricked by this brat. Your Majesty is magnanimous. Why lower yourself to the same level as a child? You just finished the morning court. Drink some water. Empress Xianxia smiled sweetly and handed the cup to Li Er. Li Er took it and thought for a moment. But forget it. I'll let this brat off on account of Guanyin maid. Empress Xianxia joined in the fun and said, Then I thank Your Majesty for giving me face. Maid Guanyin, you don't need to be so courteous. Oh right, Your Majesty. Xiao Xian suddenly took out so much glass to sell. Was he short of money? But this concubine doesn't think that child is short of money. Empress Xianxia had clearly seen the contents of the newspaper before. Now that Li Er had specially brought it up, she had some doubts. He must be short of money. Didn't Maid Guanyin follow me there yesterday? The Yanhuang College designed by that brat is almost as big as my palace. Although there are not as many buildings as the palace, I'm afraid that it will cost a lot to build it. I don't know where that brat got the confidence to build such a big college. Li Er took 2 sips of water and muttered to himself. So that's how it is. I only saw the magnificent design of the academy yesterday, but I really didn't think about money. Your Majesty, how much do you think it will cost to build this academy? Empress Xianxia said in surprise. According to my estimation, if it is built according to the scale on the blueprint, this brat will have to fork out at least 500,000 strings of cash. Otherwise, he won't be able to build the same effect as the sand table models. Li Er's knowledge was quite broad. After some calculations, he was actually pretty close to the mark. The budget of 400,000 strings of cash that Yen Lide made before didn't include labor and decoration costs. It seemed that Li Er's budget of 500,000 strings of cash was reasonable. 500,000 strings of cash? Such a huge number made Empress Xianxia, the mother of the country, couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. Then she said worriedly, although the Li family is rich, I'm afraid they can't fork out so much money. And now that the treasury is empty, the imperial court can't support him with money. Sigh, this child. In my opinion, it would be better for him to build a smaller academy. It's all about teaching and educating people. What's the difference if the environment is better? Even if the treasury of Chang and city is full, the officials in the imperial court won't let me spend the money on Yanhuang College. Li Er sighed, patted Empress Xiangxuan's back, and said, Guanyin maid, you're still thinking too simply. Although this brat has just entered the imperial court not long ago, I have a clear understanding of his nature. No matter what he does, this brat is never someone who is content with his lot. Everything he does, he wants to be different from the rest and do it the best. Let him do as he pleases. Your Majesty, that's 500,000 strings of cash. Where can this child get so much money? Empress Xiangxia was still a little worried. Guanyin maid, your worries are groundless. In terms of the ability to make money, no one in the entire Tang Empire can make more money than that brat. He must have a way to solve it. Li Er pulled Xiangxia into his embrace and laughed loudly. While advertising Chitsu Pavilion's Lioli, Li Zishuan also asked Faubert and Wang Zhong to start recruiting workers and craftsmen. Now that the Imperial College's field vacation had begun, there were only 2 months left for the construction of Yanhuang College. It would take more than 2 months to build at least 3 buildings, the teaching building, the dormitory building, and the cafeteria. As for the bathhouse, although it had to be built first, in terms of scale, it shouldn't be considered a building. Logically speaking, it was very difficult to complete. In modern times, it was simply a fantasy. However, Li Zishuan didn't believe it, because he had a lot of manpower and money. Yen Lide transferred 220 craftsmen who were proficient in construction from the Ministry of Works. In the workshop, there were also more than 100 craftsmen who knew how to build. In total, there were more than 300 construction elites, and each of them could command at least 30 to 40 workers to participate in the construction. There were also many experienced craftsmen among the people. Li Zishuan was rich, and he planned to recruit all of them. He wanted to use numbers to compete with speed. His plan was to recruit more than 400 experienced craftsmen and no less than 15,000 common laborers. With such a large construction team, he didn't believe that he couldn't complete the construction on time. Of course, it would be very troublesome to manage so many people. Li Zishuan definitely wouldn't do it personally. He wanted to leave this glorious and difficult task to Yen Xiaoning and Faubert. Even so, time was tight and the task was important. The earlier the construction started, the faster the progress. Thus, Li Zishuan was fighting on 3 fronts at the moment. On one hand, he let the elites in the workshop study the cement. On the other hand, he used the batch of glass to raise money. On the other hand, he was still recruiting craftsmen and workers. For the sake of Yanhuang College, he was really worried sick. Chapter 455. Hey, we're hiring. We're hiring. Chitsu Pavilion Workshop is hiring. As long as you have the strength and can work, we're hiring all of you. 30 copper coins per person per day. If you do well, you'll be rewarded. If you have experience in building houses, 80 copper coins per person per day. If you want to sign up to earn some money, come and take a look. In the streets and alleys of Chang and City, as well as the villages outside of Chang and City, one could see 2 or 3 servants in green clothes and hats shouting at the top of their lungs. 30 copper coins per day? That high? You're not lying, are you? In the first year of Zhenguan, prices were very low. Correspondingly, wages were not very high either. Ordinary people would only earn 10 copper coins per day if they worked tirelessly at the docks to carry sacks. Those who helped people build houses also earned about the same price per day. If you met a boss with a conscience, they would give you a raise. However, 20 copper coins per day was already the limit. Now, Li Zishuan was offering 30 copper coins per day, which was very attractive. The onlookers were all eager to make a move. The only thing they were worried about was the authenticity of this recruitment advertisement. Oh, brother, isn't it wrong for you to say that? Do you see the clothes I'm wearing? This is something only the people from Chitsu Pavilion can wear. Do you know Chitsu Pavilion? That's our young master's business. Do you know our young master? He's a baron personally conferred by the emperor, the recently promoted Crown Prince Xianxia. Let me tell you, if the workshop manager didn't say that I didn't have enough strength, I would have done it myself. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come all the way to Lu village to recruit people. When the servant heard that someone doubted him, he was immediately unhappy. This fellow was also a chatterbox. He put his hands on his hips and talked endlessly. He looked like a shrew scolding the streets. Oh, you're really from Chitsu Pavilion. I've seen you in the city before. I say, Lu Buju, you didn't look carefully before you spoke. The men from Li County are extremely wealthy. Why would they care about your little wage? Hey, brother, don't you think I'm right? A tall and thin young man first reprimanded the villager who questioned him. Then, he turned around and said to the servant from Chitsu Pavilion, Yes. Why would my Lord Ju care about such a small amount of money? Those who have come into contact with my Lord Ju know that he is kind-hearted and can't bear to see others suffer. Why would he do such a deceitful thing? The servant of the Strange Interest Pavilion nodded in satisfaction, then proudly raised his head and said, Yeah, Lu Buju, you really are an ungrateful brat. Previously, when Li Xiannan made the curved plow, he helped everyone in the manor. How can you say that? Lu Buju, you heartless rascal. You dare to doubt such a good person like Lord Li? I hope you don't get it up for the rest of your life. Brother, I Lu Biji, sign up? Don't even mention 30 copper coins a day. If Li Xianxing needs my help, I'm willing to do it for 10 copper coins a day. Damn. Since when did I suspect Li Xiannan? I didn't know that he was sent by Li Xiannan. Brother, I didn't recognize Mount Tai just now. Please be magnanimous. My name is Lu Fuji, not Lu Buju. I also want to sign up. The man in gray didn't expect that a casual question would put him in a situation where he was surrounded by enemies. He quickly went forward to explain. Seeing that everyone's attitude had changed and they were all polite, the servant of the Strange Interest Pavilion suddenly felt a sense of superiority. Working in the Strange Interest Pavilion was still the best. That's not right. If I can be transferred to work for Lord Ju, I'll have a better futures. The servant of the Strange Interest Pavilion said happily. Don't fight or fight. As long as you have enough strength, you can be chosen. Do you see this rock in front of me? If you can lift it above your head, our workshop wants it. Everyone, line up and take your time. The servant pointed at the 1-foot-wide rock in front of him and said loudly. Although Li Zishuan was short of people, he didn't hire just anyone. Those who didn't have enough strength would only cause trouble. The rock used to test people's physical strength was only 40 to 50 pounds. It shouldn't be difficult for most hard-working farmers. Hey, such a big rocks? Easy. I'll go first. The one who spoke earlier was called Lu Biji. He stepped forward and said loudly, *teach. I'm the one who came first. He had finished his work and assigned the work to his subordinates. Li Zishuan had a rare moment of leisure in the afternoon. He sat under the pavilion in the courtyard, enjoying the breeze and eating iced grapes. He continued to write The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Recently, he was so busy that he didn't have time to write novels. If it wasn't for a batch of manuscripts, The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality would probably stop updating in the next few days. The fans of The Mortal would definitely go crazy. While he was writing happily, Li Zixuan suddenly felt someone beside him. He looked up and saw that it was the little fatty, Li Tai. He couldn't help but stop writing and asked curiously, Qingke, why are you here? Nothing much. I'm just bored in the prince's mansion, so I came out for a walk. Li Tai looked at the manuscripts on the stone table and answered absent-mindedly. Ever since Li Zixuan deliberately practiced writing for a period of time, the matter of ghostwriting for The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was no longer his turn. This was because Li Zixuan's writing speed was much faster than his. This directly led to him not being able to enjoy the privilege of not being able to read the later chapters of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality in advance. You can just walk around to my house? Brat, you're too good at walking arounds? Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and said, Hee, didn't I hear from Imperial Father that Xiaoxian, you've already finished designing our Yanhuang College? This prince specially came to take a look. Li Tai laughed dryly and said the truth. Hey, wait, that's my Yanhuang College. When did it become ours? Li Zixuan didn't expect that this little fatty not only had so much fat, but also had such a thick skin. He couldn't help but be angry. Hey, Xiaoxian, you're not interesting. Back then, I was the first to support Yanhuang College. Even if you're not grateful, you can't bite the hand that feeds you. Scram. I see that you haven't attended classes for a few days, so you've forgotten the dignity of a teacher. Li Zixuan lifted the big sword beside him, slammed the table and said fiercely, Fine. Yours, it's all yours, all right? This prince is only here to take a look at your sand table. Is there a need for this? The little fatty immediately dodged and kept a relatively complete distance from Li Zixuan. He knew that even if there were 10 of him, he wouldn't be able to defeat Li Zixuan. The sand table is in the side hall, if you want to take a look. Li Zixuan waved his hand and sat down to continue writing his novels. Chapter 456. Oh, this house looks so stylish. What the hell, how many levels are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10 floors. So stylish. Little Xian, your design is great. Damn, this house is also beautifully designed. TSK, I didn't expect that little Xian not only knows mathematics, but also landscaping. Damn. What is this? Why are there 2 nets on the grass? Awesome. Pavilions, terraces, rockeries, lakes, this is almost comparable to a palace. Little Xian, your design of Yanhuang College is too awesome. This prince's choice of going to Yanhuang College was indeed correct. Damn. I say, are you done yet, kids? Look at the sand table, can't you shut your mouth? Ever since Li Tai had entered the side hall, the little fatty's screams had been continuously heard. Li Zixuan, who was in the pavilion, could hear it from far away. Even when he was writing a novel, he couldn't calm down to write. He couldn't help but shout angrily. Li Tai, who was feeling smug, was suddenly awakened by the roar. He shrunk his neck and thought that he was too excited and forgot where he was. Li Tai calmed down and carefully looked at the sand table model of Yanhuang College from beginning to end. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. The more he looked, the more fortunate he was that he chose Yanhuang College in the first place. Little Xian, this Yanhuang College's design is amazing. Although many of the buildings are different from the architectural styles of Tang Dynasty, I don't know why, but I still like this style. Yanhuang College must be built, no matter how much it costs. Little Xian, if you don't have enough money, I'll pay for it. The little fatty looked at it for a long time and walked out of the house. It was the first time he saw a modern reinforced concrete-style building, and he immediately fell in love with it. This guy's crazy look was very similar to a modern fanatic, but he was bragging a little too much. Oh, just right. I'm short of money recently. Li Zixuan put down his pen and glanced at the spendthrift in front of him. He smiled and said, if you want to build the academy according to the sand table, you still need 350,000 strings of cash. Since you are so generous, you can pay for the rest of the money. In a while, I will ask my men to drive dozens of ox carts to the Prince of Wei's mansion to get the money. How much? Li Tai widened his eyes as his voice rose an octave. He said in disbelief, 350,000 strings of cash? How could there be so many? Little Xian, are you trying to scare me? At this moment, little Fatty's knees went soft and he nearly knelt down. 350,000 strings of cash. Although he was a prince, it was impossible for him to take out so much money. Even if he tore down his mansion, it wouldn't be worth 350,000 strings of coins. Who has the time to scare you? If I want to build Yanhuang College, I'll need at least 500,000 strings of cash. I've only been able to scrape together 150,000 strings of cash these days. There's still a hole of 350,000 strings of cash. Xianxia, you were shouting so loudly just now, I heard it all. A real man must keep his word, Li Zishuan said to the righteous Li Tai with a smile. Li Tai was immediately dumbfounded. He really wanted to slap himself. How could he be so smug and blabber without thinking? Now he was done for, wasn't he? Cough cough. 350,000 strings of cash is something that I don't have. If it's 20,000 strings of cash, I can still take it out. Little Xian, do you think that's enough? Li Tai immediately lost his arrogance and complacency as he weakly said, why don't you take out the books in your mansion and sell them, Xianxia? You can probably get a few tens of thousands of strings of cash. Li Zishuan said maliciously. No. Absolutely not. Li Tai jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on. He shouted, I'm taking care of those books on behalf of my father. If I sell them, my father will skin me alive. Forget it then. You brat, you can't help here, and you can't help there either. Go away. Li Zishuan waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly and said disdainfully. After that, he ignored the little fatty, lowered his head, picked up his pen, and continued to write his novel. It was worth mentioning that he had received more than 10,000 strings of cash as a reward for a record of a mortal's journey to immortality, which made him very surprised. When he wrote this novel, Li Zishuan didn't want to make money. He wanted to bring the style of web novels to Tang Dynasty and attract more people to write novels. That way, when he was bored, he could write novels to relieve his boredom. But who knew that this playful act would bring him such a huge income of more than 10,000 strings of cash? Although the Li family was rich, they wouldn't ignore 10,000 strings of cash. That's not right. Li Tai suddenly thought of something and shouted, if Yanhuang College is really that short of money, why aren't you worried, Xiaoxian? Why are you still in the mood to write novels? There are only two possibilities. Either you have a lot of money in secret, or you have thought of other ways to raise money. How is it? Am I right? Looks like this little fatty's brain is pretty good. But, what's wrong with writing novels? I write novels to raise money too. Don't underestimate novel writers, Xianxia. So far, I've only finished 1/8 of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, but according to the statistics of the editorial department of Tang Daily, this book has earned me more than 10,000 strings of cash. Think about it, if I finish it all, it might earn me 100,000 strings of cash. 100,000 strings of cash? Li Tai was stunned. He never thought that writing novels could earn so much money. After being stunned for a while, he shook his head and said, it's no wonder. In the whole of Chang, and from 6-year-old children to middle-aged uncles, how many people don't know about a record of a mortal's journey to immortality? I even heard that this novel has become popular in other states and counties. It seems like it's understandable that it can earn you so much money. Back then, someone even wanted to use a salary of 20 strings of cash to hire me to write novels for him. TSK, it seems like that person really knows how to do business. Amazing. Amazing. Li Zishuan recalled the situation when he first met the little fatty and couldn't help but make fun of him. What the F***CK? Don't expose people's shortcomings when you're scolding them. How long ago was that? Why are you still bringing it up, Xiaoxian? Li Tai's face turned red as he said angrily. Fine. I won't talk about it anymore. It's time to get down to business. You little brat, go play by yourself. Chapter 457. Oh right, Xiaoxian. I heard that Curious Pavilion is going to sell a batch of glassware tomorrow? Li Residence West Courtyard. Li Tai, the little fatty, didn't know what politeness was. He sat on the other side of the stone table with his legs crossed leisurely. He was eating iced grapes and watching Li Zishuan write his novel. After a while, he suddenly remembered the news in today's newspaper. It should be an advertisement, so he asked. That's right. Didn't you already know about the matter of the workshop manufacturing colored glaze? What's so strange about it? Li Zishuan said without looking up. Last month, he gave Li Tai, Meng Wenhao, Li Yu, and Iron Egg a lesson in the workshop. Not only did he talk about the principle of geomagnetism, but he also touched on the knowledge of glassware manufacturing. I don't find this strange. When you used the glassware on the compass, I knew that you would use it to make money one day. What I find strange is, what is the bigger surprise you mentioned in the newspaper? Li Tai rubbed his hands and laughed. He looked a little wretched. Li Zishuan looked up at little fatty, curled his lips and said, "This thing might be a surprise to others, but to you, Qing, what is it?" Li Tai rolled his eyes. He suddenly had a very bad feeling. It's a surprise to others, but to you, it's a shock, huh? Li Zishuan laughed. What he said was not without reason. The glass mirrors in Strange Interest Pavilion were mainly for the beauties and rich ladies. Li Tai was a fatty with a face full of fat. Even if he bought a mirror back, he would not be willing to look at himself. F*ck, get lost. Why the F*ck is it a shock to me? I want to see what it is. Li Tai said angrily. You'll see it tomorrow. Qing, you'll see if I'm right. I'll be waiting. Little fatty slapped the table and left in a huff. Greetings, Your Highness. When Li Tai walked to the gate of the West Courtyard, Han Yushi happened to come back from Madame Li of the East Courtyard with two little servant girls. Seeing that it was Li Tai, Han Yushi subconsciously curtsied. Li Tai was so scared that his legs trembled. He hurriedly helped her up and said, "Sister-in-law, Shermu, please don't be so courteous. You've killed Tai. A few months ago, Li Zishuan had single-handedly challenged the mountain stronghold for Han Yushi. Li Tai had heard about it. Usually, he could play and joke with Li Zishuan, but that was just romance between men. Now, facing Han Yushi, he didn't dare to be too cheeky. Otherwise, it was hard to guarantee that Li Zishuan wouldn't kill him with a sword. Han Yushi hesitated for a moment. Only then did she remember that the prince in front of her was her husband's student. With such a complicated relationship, she didn't know how to address him anymore. Shermu, just call me Qing. Sir is writing a book in the pavilion. He has something to do at the Tai residence, so he'll take his leave first. Shermu, please help yourself. I won't send you off. Li Tai waved his hand and fled. He didn't dare to hear Han Yushi call him His Highness anymore. If Li Zishuan heard it, he might make things difficult for him in the future. Are you still busy, husband? I just saw Prince Wei. Why are you so flustered? Han Yushi came to Li Zishuan's side and couldn't help but ask. But you met that guy just now? Yes, I happened to meet him at the door. Did that guy use his identity to show off in front of you? No, he didn't. Instead, I felt that he was a little afraid of me. Husband, what were you talking about just now? Nothing. Wife, sit here for a while. Let's go eat together after I finish writing this chapter. The next day, when the East Market opened in the morning, a small group of people headed straight to Curious Pavilion with a clear goal in mind. Previously, the new carriage, Don't Touch Me, had brought many purple and even red members to Curious Pavilion. These people enjoyed huge discounts and priority in queuing. Whenever Curious Pavilion released a new product, they would be the first to arrive. To them, it was a profit if they could buy it. One had to admit that although Curious Pavilion's products were expensive, Curious Pavilion had already proven that everything here was worth the price with their high-quality products. Therefore, those who could enjoy the discounts always liked to shop at Strange Interest Pavilion. Curious Pavilion had already prepared for today. When the first batch of customers arrived at Curious Pavilion, they saw dozens of shelves in the open space. There were even red cloths on the shelves. Clearly, the shelves were filled with glass cups and glasses that were going to be sold today. Other than that, there were 2 huge signboards that were as tall as a person at the entrance of Curious Pavilion. They were still covered with red cloths, so no one could see what was inside. There was a lot of discussion below. Brother Chow, you're also here? I had nothing to do, so I came here to take a look. Chow Wendong chuckled as he fanned himself. Brother Chow probably isn't just here to take a look, right? In a little while, I hope that Brother Chow can leave some soup for us to drink. Those who had come to line up so early were not idiots. Many of them were merchants with a keen sense of smell. In this era, the glass of the Central Plains was completely supplied by Hu merchants. It could be said that the Hu merchants had a monopoly in this area, and the merchants of the Central Plains had no right to a share of the profits. They could only follow behind and eat the leftover rice and soup, earning a fee for running errands. The fact that the Odd Interest Pavilion was able to provide such a large amount of glassware made the peddlers move immediately. Most of them had membership cards for the Odd Interest Pavilion. In their opinion, being a peddler for the Odd Interest Pavilion would definitely earn them more than buying from the Hu merchants. These people had never considered the problem of not being able to sell their goods. Although Hu merchants came to the Great Tang to sell glass, they usually sold in very small quantities. Glass was a rare commodity in the Great Tang, so there was naturally no need to worry about not being able to sell it. What are you saying, Brother Meng Yang? This chow comes from a small family, so I don't have such a big appetite. Let's make money together, let's make money together. Brother Chow is indeed a straightforward person. Brother Chow, what do you think those 2 things at the entrance are? This must be the surprise that the newspapers were talking about, right? As for what it is, this Chow doesn't know. Brother Chow, you're really modest. There are only a few merchants in Chang'an who can talk to Li Xiannan. A few days ago, Li Xiannan just got married. This one remembers that you went to Li Xiannan's residence for a visit. Chapter 458. Sigh. Why isn't shopkeeper's son here yet? Did he oversleep? How is that possible? You're in too much of a hurry. According to the usual practice, he should be here soon. Sigh. I wonder how the glazed cups they make compare to those sold by the barbarian merchants? Speaking of which, I still want to buy their horse carriage. I've been queuing for days and I still haven't bought it. The new horse carriage, Don't Touch Me, was still in short supply. The workshop's production capacity had reached its limit, and it was impossible to produce more than 100 horse carriages in one go. Brother Zhang, where did you strike it rich? You can even afford a horse carriage from Curious Pavilion? Sigh. Strike it rich? I can't not buy this horse carriage. My son has fallen in love with the youngest daughter of County Deputy Wu of Bailing County. County Deputy Wu didn't object to the marriage, but his daughter said that she doesn't want the wedding to be as grand as Lord Li's wedding, but when we pick her up, there must be a Don't Touch Me carriage from Strange Interest Pavilion. Otherwise, she will lose face, and she won't get on the bridal sedan chair. It was obvious that she was a love-struck girl who had been poisoned by Li Zishuan. In the future, all the weddings in the Great Tang would probably use Li Zishuan's grand wedding as a reference before holding it. Brother Zhang, you didn't lose out at all. You can marry County Deputy Wu's daughter with a horse carriage. Your Lin is really lucky. The person beside him wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said resentfully. He's here. Boss' son is here. Sigh. Don't push. I'm the one who came first. Bullsh *T. I've been here for a long time. I just went to the outhouse. At 8:45 in the morning, the door of the Strange Interest Pavilion opened. Sun Huayan walked out of the room with a flushed face. Everyone, please be quiet. Listen to this old man. Sun Huayuan smiled and cupped his hands towards the crowd, shouting loudly. The crowd gave him face and instantly quieted down. I know that all of you are here today to see the glazed cups and glazed lamps produced by my Strange Taste Pavilion. I won't keep you in suspense. Let's cut to the chase and show you the newest products of our workshop. Sun Huayuan said a few simple words and walked directly to one of the shelves. He reached out and lifted the red cloth. A row of glasses of different sizes and colors suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This is a glass cup? Oh my God! Why is the color of this glass so clear? This is the real azure glass cup. The color is clear and bright, and it's as pure as ice. It's many times better than the glass cups sold by the Hu merchants. Because of the craftsmanship, the glass of this era was never clear and transparent. Basically, all the glass was turbid, with some having a greenish hue and some having a yellow hue. In short, the high-quality glass cups that the Oddity Pavilion was producing were unique in all of the Great Tang. Sai, do you see the style? The style of this glass cup is also different from the ones sold by the Hu merchants. Look, the patterns on it are really beautiful, and the shape of the cup is also very unique. In the Tang dynasty, the glass cups that the wealthy families bought from the Hu merchants were mostly bowl-shaped cups with a small foot at the bottom. They looked a little short and poor. The cups in the Strange Taste Pavilion were all carefully designed by Li Zixuan. The modern thick whiskey glasses, the tall slender champagne glasses, the round and elegant red wine glasses, and the stylish cocktail glasses were all borrowed by him. Thus, many people were almost instantly attracted by the elegant appearance of these wine cups. Perfect! Perfect! This is simply the work of nature. Shopkeeper's son, how much are these glass cups? Hurry and name a price. Chao Wendong had traveled extensively for many years and had seen all kinds of rare treasures, but he had never seen such perfect glass cups before. He had completely forgotten that he had just mentioned to the merchant called Meng Yang that they were going to make money together. He didn't want to share such a perfect treasure with others right now. He wanted to buy all of these glass cups. There were two reasons. First, in his opinion, if he sold such high-quality cups to other provinces and counties, no matter how expensive they were, there would still be people willing to buy them. Second, even if no one bought them, such beautiful cups could be kept at home to decorate his store. His only concern now was the price of these cups. With his wealth, would he be able to buy all of them? That's right. That's right. Shopkeeper's son, name a price. We'll buy. There was more than one person who had the same idea as Chao Wendong. Many people began to clamor. Everyone, please calm down. Once everyone has finished looking at them with this old man, this son will name the price together. Sun Huayuan smiled and clasped his hands together. Then, he continued to flip open the red silk cups on another shelf. The cups here look even better. That's right. That's right. Strange Taste Pavilion's products really don't disappoint me. There are so many patterns carved on this glass plate. TSK, using this thing to serve dishes will definitely increase one's appetite. Sun Huayuan flipped open the red cloth on the 10 shelves of Strange Taste Pavilion one by one. At this time, the sun had just risen above the roof. The dazzling sunlight shone on the glass cups and cups. Some of the patterns on the glass reflected the sunlight and dazzled the customers who came to buy them. More and more people gathered around to watch the show. Strange Taste Pavilion suddenly became the focus of the entire E-City, and the road became congested in an instant. Alright, these are the glass cups and cups that our workshop has recently produced. Today's supply is very sufficient. There are a total of 1,500 pieces. As for the price, at this point, Sun Huayuan paused for a moment. He looked around and said, "This son has been doing business for many years, but I've never seen such high-quality glazed cups. If those barbarian merchants had such perfect glazed cups, this son believes that there would be people willing to buy them even if they sold them for 100 strings of coins or 1,000 strings of coins. However, my Lord Ju is not an insatiable person. Today, we are only selling these glazed cups and cups for 80 strings of coins each. If you want to buy them, please line up later." 80 strings of coins? So expensive? Those glass cups that the barbarian merchants sell are mostly only 60 or 70 strings of coins. Idiot, how can those glass cups that the barbarian merchants sell compare to these from Strange Taste Pavilion? If you don't want to buy them, I'll buy them. 80 strings of coins is already too cheap. That's right. That's right. The 60 or 70 strings of coins you mentioned are just some of the inferior goods sold by the Hu merchants. The high-quality glazed cups they have can sell for 400 to 500 strings of coins each. But even their best glazed cups can't compare to the ones from Strange Taste Pavilion. Shopkeeper's son, there are still 2 more cups that haven't been flipped open. Chapter 459. Mr. Sun, there are still 2 things that haven't been revealed yet. The attentive crowd noticed that the red cloth covering the 2 big guys at the entrance of the curious pavilion had not been removed yet. Thus, they began to make a ruckus. Don't be impatient. Now, I will reveal today's grand finale, the Immortal Mirror. Sita, take off the red cloth. Sun Huayuan's spirit shook as he said in a clear voice. Yes, Mr. Sun. The servant of the curious pavilion cupped his hands and walked towards the door. The crowd below heard Sun Huayuan's words, and all sorts of questions arose in their minds. What is this immortal mirror? Immortal mirror? Is the curious pavilion making mirrors now? No way. They have carriages and colored glass. How can they have the energy to make mirrors? How many people do they have in the workshop? Who knows? Hey, look. Oh my God. What is this? Is this a mirror? Foliage *T. At this moment, the red cloth covering the 2 huge signboards at the entrance of the curious pavilion slowly fell down. 2 5-foot-tall colored glass mirrors made of red sandalwood were suddenly exposed to everyone's eyes. Everyone and everything in the open space in front of the curious pavilion could be seen clearly in the mirrors. Clear and bright, these were the most prominent characteristics of the colored glass mirrors compared to the traditional bronze mirrors. The images it produced were more realistic than the bronze mirrors. Shocking! The Tang Empire citizens who had never seen a colored glass mirror before were only shocked. Perhaps only the gods were worthy of such a clear and realistic mirror, right? This was the thought that surged in everyone's mind. Surprise! Now, those who had read yesterday's newspaper finally knew what kind of surprise the curious pavilion was going to give them. It was just that this surprise was simply too big. The people in front of the curious pavilion looked up at the 2 large colored glass mirrors and were speechless for a long time. Only the sound of people gasping could be heard. Mr. Sun, just say it. How much do these 2 mirrors cost? I will definitely buy them today. The crowd was silent for a moment. Then Chao Wendong roared. He only took one look at the mirror, and he knew how valuable it was. No matter how much money he spent, it was worth it. Now, he didn't care much about the Azure Glaze Cup and the Azure Glaze Cup. What he wanted to buy the most was the Immortal Mirror. Mr. Chao, you're so generous. It seems like we're not fated to have such an immortal treasure. Yeah. This Immortal Mirror is definitely not cheap. Many people who knew their own limits knew that there was no hope when they heard Chao Wendong's words. They definitely did not have the financial resources to buy these 2 mirrors, so they could only watch the show quietly from the sidelines. These 2 immortal mirrors are made from 2 huge pieces of colored glass. Then, the most skilled craftsmen in our workshop polished them for half a month before they finally took shape. There were countless failures in the process. It can be said that behind these 2 immortal mirrors is the culmination of the painstaking efforts of everyone in the Wonderful Taste Pavilion. It was not easy to come by. Sun Huayuan had also learned how to boast. In order to raise the price of the Immortal Mirror as a matter of course, he deliberately made the manufacturing process of the Immortal Mirror sound extremely complicated. However, no one doubted him because the craftsmanship of these 2 mirrors was indeed at the peak of this era. It was just that the onlookers did not have the patience to listen to Old Sun's nonsense. They only wanted to know the price. Shopkeeper's son, we all know that this Immortal Mirror was not easy to come by. Just tell us the price. That's right. That's right. Shopkeeper's son. Just tell us how much it is. Sun Huayuan did not feel embarrassed. After all, business was business. He smiled and cupped his hands, then said, the price of this Immortal Mirror is 8,888 strings of coins. Due to the difficulty in manufacturing, the price is higher. Please understand. Buzz. 8,888 strings of coins. As expected, this is not something we can afford. Gulp. Holy *T, this mirror is worth all of this old man's assets. The price of 8,888 strings of coins shocked everyone. That was more than 8,000 strings of coins, not 800 strings of coins. An ordinary person would probably not be able to accumulate so much wealth in their lifetime. Although the immortal mirror was good, not everyone could enjoy it. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. I'll take both of these immortal mirrors. Although 99% of the onlookers flinched when they heard the high price, there was still no shortage of rich people. An old man in a gray robe laughed loudly. Wait a minute. Shopkeeper's son, I'm the first one here today. Besides, I also have the supreme member card of your pavilion. No matter what, you should follow the order of first come, first served, right? I'll take both of these immortal mirrors. Chao Wendong quickly jumped out and said anxiously. Although 10,000 strings of coins was a lot, the Chao family could still afford it with their financial resources. You're right, Mr. Chao. The Curious Pavilion is also a place with rules. I'm sorry, brother. Then these two immortal mirrors will belong to Mr. Chao. I'll ask the staff to send it to your house. Sun Huayuan laughed. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh. This money came too easily. Thank you for letting me win, everyone. I won't fight with you today. I'll go first. Now that Chao Wendong had the immortal mirror, he didn't care about anything else. Therefore, he cupped his hands and planned to follow the staff of the Curious Pavilion to move the immortal mirror into his house. As for the 10,000 strings of coins, he definitely didn't have it on him. They were all familiar with each other, so he would ask someone to send them money over later. Mr. Chao, please wait. Mr. Chao, please wait. The old man in a gray robe who was the first to bid walked over and stopped Chao Wendong. I'm Zheng Yinhong, and I really like this immortal mirror. I'm willing to pay 20,000 strings of coins. I wonder if Mr. Chao is willing to part with it? This 20,000 strings of coins? Mr. Chao can earn more than 2,000 strings of coins just by selling it. Who is this person? Why is he so rich? As soon as the old man in a gray robe finished speaking, there was an uproar. Chao Wendong's eyes flashed, and he hesitated. Zheng Yinhong? Are you Zheng Yinhong from Jiangnan Road's Misty Rain Villa? Zheng Yinhong stroked his beard and laughed. I didn't expect Mr. Chao to have heard of this old man's name. I'm honored. Brother Zheng, you must be joking. You must be joking. An unnatural look flashed across Chao Wendong's face. He hesitated for a moment and then said, If Brother Zheng really wants this immortal mirror, I'll give it to you. The price will be the same as the original price. You can give the money directly to Manager Sun. Brother Chao, you're so generous. I'll remember this favor. Chapter 460. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Due to the size of the celestial mirror, the price will be more expensive. Our Strange Taste Pavilion has also considered the needs of many people, so we made some small celestial mirrors, just like the one in my hand. Sun Huayuan waved his hand, and a servant immediately brought over a small and exquisite mirror. The mirror was only the size of a palm, and its outer shell was made of peach wood. It looked quite delicate, but in Sun Huayuan's hands, there was an indescribable sense of strangeness. This celestial mirror is just smaller, but the effect is exactly the same as the celestial mirror, and the price is much cheaper. It only costs 100 strings of coins, and you can enjoy the effect of the celestial mirror with 8,888 strings of coins. Ladies and gentlemen, you can take turns to come up and take a look, and then decide if you want to buy it or not. Sun Huayuan pointed at the small mirror in his hand and introduced it to everyone. He was trying to compare the price of this small mirror with the celestial mirror because he wanted to show that the celestial mirror was cheaper. 100 strings of coins? That's quite a good deal. And after the discount with the membership card, it's only a few dozen strings of coins. Husband. I really want that celestial mirror. Can you buy it for me? Good. Since my wife likes it, I must buy it. Luckily, I came early today, or I would have to wait at the back of the line. My wife, you must reward your husband tonight. Sit. I will listen to you, husband. The glazed mirror's main target audience was women. A young couple was flaunting their love for each other at the side, showing off a wave of public display of affection. There are 50 celestial mirrors available today. Ladies and gentlemen, please hurry up if you want to buy them. Alright, I have finished introducing the new products of Strange Taste Pavilion today. Thank you for listening to this old man's nagging for so long. Ladies and gentlemen, please line up if you want to buy a glass cup, a glass lamp, or a celestial mirror. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Sun Huayuan cupped his hands and stepped aside. When the crowd heard that there were only 50 celestial mirrors, they could not help but feel nervous. Those who were still observing immediately made up their minds to buy it. If they did not buy it, their wives would probably make a fuss when they returned home. Men with multiple wives and concubines were having a hard time. They were worried about how many they should buy later. What if there were only 1 or 2 left when it was their turn? Outside Strange Taste Pavilion, the rich people were buying like crazy, while the poor people were standing outside looking at the Strange Taste Pavilion and chatting. It was very lively, except for one person. I was still wondering what surprise Xiao Xian was talking about. So it was a mirror. F***ck, why is this thing a surprise to others but a shock to me? Could it be that this prince's appearance is unsightly? Oh, tell me, how do I look? Am I as handsome as Li Li? It was Li Tai, the little fatty. Today, he rode a new carriage to see what kind of surprise the Strange Taste Pavilion was going to release today. After seeing that it was the immortal mirror, he immediately thought of the hidden meaning behind Li Zishuan's words yesterday. He angrily grabbed his personal guard Wu Chundao and said angrily, "Your Highness is very talented, very knowledgeable, handsome, elegant, and elegant. In terms of talent and appearance, none of the men in Li County can compare to your Highness." Wu Chundao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and hurriedly went against his will to flatter Li Tai. Li Tai was very pleased with himself as he listened, his little tail almost sticking up to the sky. Just as he was about to praise Wu Chundao's foresight, he suddenly heard the untimely sound of retching. The situation instantly became very stiff, and Li Tai's face also became as black as the bottom of a pot. What the hell is the meaning of this, Wu Chundao? Do you think that this prince's appearance disgusts you? Li Tai's cold voice pierced Wu Chundao's ears. The other guards could feel the cold, killing intent in his words, and they were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Wu Chundao was the closest, so he was the first to bear the brunt. He felt like he was cold from head to toe. Your Highness, this subordinate definitely didn't mean that. This subordinate just ate some meat last night, and caught a cold. Yes, I caught a cold. Wu Chundao was quick-witted, and in the moment of life and death, he finally came up with an excuse. Caught a cold? Li Tai stared at Wu Chundao as if he was looking at an idiot. He grinned coldly and said, "Since you've caught a cold, why don't you run 30 laps around the mansion? You'll get better faster if you sweat. Also, you're only allowed to eat vegetables for 7 days. You're not allowed to eat meat." This prince is being considerate to his subordinates. To actually catch a cold on such a hot day, Li Tai really believed in Wu Chundao's evil. If it was in the past, with Li Tai's temperament, Wu Chundao would have at least received a beating. But he had been with Li Zishuan for a long time, so his hostility was much less than before. Thank you, Your Highness, for your consideration, Your Highness. Wu Chundao was stunned for a moment, then as if he had been pardoned, he quickly thanked him. Running 30 laps around the Wei Wangfu for a normal person would probably kill him. But for a martial artist in the refinement realm like him, it would only make him pant a little. Li Tai's punishment really made him feel relieved. Bah! Go and buy a small divine mirror for this prince right now. Why the hell can't this prince look at himself in the mirror? First, he was teased by Li Zishuan, and now he was mocked by his own subordinates. Li Tai's heart was extremely sullen. He pointed at the Strange Taste Pavilion and refused to believe it. Yes, Your Highness. But that shopkeeper's son said that there are only 50 small divine mirrors. This subordinate is afraid that I won't be able to line up. Wu Chundao held back his laughter and said awkwardly, "Fuck, do you have a fucking pig brain? Can't you just go straight to shopkeeper's son? Why do you have to line up like an idiot? Cutting the line. Do you know how to cut the line? As their boss's proud eldest disciple, do I still need to line up? Li Tai angrily knocked on Wu Chundao's head and said angrily, Yes, 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 your highness is wise. This subordinate will do it right away. Wu Chundao's face was sprayed with spittle, but he didn't dare to wipe it off. He could only hurriedly salute. Wait, does your highness have any other orders? By 2, 1 is not enough. Wu Chundao lowered his head and retreated, but his eyes were indescribably strange, as if he had seen a pervert. It's such a good thing. I should also buy one for Chang'e, lest that girl say that I'm biased. As for my mother, it's not appropriate to give this small immortal mirror. I'll ask Xiaoxian to send a big one to her. Who told you to call this prince ugly? I'm going to cheat you of a divine mirror. In the carriage, the little fatty was alone there and proudly fantasizing. Chapter 461. Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince is here. Lijing Hall. Empress Xianxia was reading on the couch when a little palace maid rushed in and reported. Oh, didn't Qingqian just come to pay his respects? Why did he come back? Empress Xianxia muttered to herself. Of course, no one would give her an answer. She shook her head and said, Let the crown prince in. Yes, your majesty. A moment later, Li Qingqian walked in excitedly. Your son greets mother. Is Qingqian looking for mother for something? Empress Xianxia pointed to the bench next to her and motioned for Li Qingqian to sit down. At the same time, she asked with a smile. Your son is here to deliver a treasure to mother. Li Qingqian didn't sit down. Instead, he said mysteriously, What treasure actually made Qingqian personally deliver it? It's really rare for my son to be so filial. Empress Zhangxuan's curiosity was indeed aroused. She blinked and asked, Mother will know when she sees it. Li Qingqian bowed and said with a smile. Then he shouted outside the hall, Bring it in. 2 eunuchs carried a huge signboard covered with a red cloth and walked in carefully. Under Li Qingqian's command, the 2 placed the big guy on the lower left of Empress Zhangxuan and then retreated. The doubt in Empress Zhangxuan's eyes grew stronger. She got up and walked down, asking, Qingqian, what is this? Mother, please take a look. After Li Qingqian said that, he personally tore open the red cloth. A huge glass mirror suddenly appeared in front of Empress Zhangxuan. Looking at the extremely clear and real other self in the mirror, Zhangxuan was stunned and speechless for a long time. This is a mirror? After a long time, Empress Zhangxuan murmured in disbelief. Mother, this is indeed a mirror, but it has another name, the Immortal Mirror. What Li Qingqian sent over today was the Immortal Mirror. However, this thing wasn't his. Even if he had more than 8,000 strings of cash, he couldn't buy it outside. This Immortal Mirror was sent to the East Palace by Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan wanted to borrow his hand to give the Immortal Mirror to Empress Zhangxuan. Immortal Mirror? To be able to illuminate people so clearly, it is indeed not an object of the mortal world. This immortal mirror is worthy of its name. Empress Zhangxuan muttered to herself, and then smiled at Li Qingqian. This immortal mirror should be from Xiaoshuan's workshop, right? Li Qingqian was stunned. He did not expect that even this could be seen through by his eldest grandson. He said rather awkwardly, Royal Mother is wise. This immortal mirror is indeed from the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion. Little Xian just sent someone to deliver it to the Eastern Palace. Ahem, I'm just presenting it to Buddha with borrowed flowers. You 2 kids. Empress Zhangxuan smiled and then looked at the immortal mirror. She couldn't help but sigh. This immortal mirror is a rare treasure in the world. Imperial Mother likes it very much. It's just that Imperial Mother is getting old. I'm afraid that Imperial Mother won't dare to use it in a few years. Li Qingqian hurriedly waved his hand and said, What is Imperial Mother saying? You are in the prime of your life, how are you old? In terms of appearance, 99% of the women in the Tang Empire are not as good as Imperial Mother. In terms of temperament, Imperial Mother is gentle and dignified. No one in the world can compare. Therefore, This immortal mirror will definitely accompany Imperial Mother for at least 80 to 90 years. In fact, Zhang Sun was only 26 or 27 years old now. She married Li Er when she was 13 years old, so although she was only in her 20s now, she was already the mother of several children. That peerless appearance, coupled with her dignified and elegant temperament, really did not show any trace of the passage of time on her. If it were not for the fact that she was the mother of a country and had too many things to worry about, she would probably look even younger. Empress Zhangsun could not help but laugh. According to what you said, Qingqian, wouldn't Imperial Mother become an old witch? Ha! If Maid Guanyin is an old witch, then wouldn't I become an old monster? Ha! Interesting. Interesting. At this moment, a burly figure walked in from outside the hall. It was Li Er. Old Li did not see Li Qingqian present and directly displayed a wave of affection without restraint. Li Qingqian innocently ate a bowl of dog food. Your Majesty! Greetings, Imperial Father. The mother and son in the hall quickly turned around and bowed. Li Er waved his hand and asked with a smile, Empress, what were you talking about just now? What is this? Why didn't I see it here before? Where did it come from? It was Li Er who inadvertently glanced at the huge object, the celestial mirror, and could not help but change his words. Your Majesty, please come in and take a look. Zhang Sun smiled and pulled Li Er in front of the celestial mirror. Li Er immediately discovered the use of this thing. His eyes widened, and he pointed at the celestial mirror and said in surprise, This is a mirror? Your Majesty, this is called the celestial mirror. Qingqian just sent it over. Celestial mirror? Good. What a good celestial mirror. It's just right for a fairy-like person like Maid Guanyin. Li Er said with a thick face as he laughed loudly. Zhang Sun blushed and was about to explain when the little palace maid ran in again and said, Your Majesty, Prince Wei is outside the hall and asking for an audience. Qingke is here too? This child did not come to greet me early in the morning. Why is she here now? Zhang Sun muttered to herself hesitantly. Let him in. Li Er waved his hand and then looked at the mirror in front of him seriously. After a while, Li Tai walked in leisurely. Seeing that there were so many people in the hall, he could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he went forward and bowed to Li Er and Zhang Sun, saying, Your son greets Imperial Father and Imperial Mother. Then, he cupped his hands at Li Qingqian. Greetings, big brother. Where did Qingke go to play this morning? Qingqian and Changel have both come to Imperial Mother's place. You're the only one left. Zhang Sun waved her hand and let Li Tai get up. She smiled and joked at the same time. Li Tai scratched his head awkwardly. He could not say that he had run out early in the morning to watch the fun, right? Just as his eyes were rolling around, he suddenly saw the divine immortal mirror beside him. He was stunned and even forgot to answer Zhang Sun's question. He said dumbfoundedly, This is the divine immortal mirrors? Imperial Mother, why do you have the divine immortal mirror here? Qingke, you actually know about the divine immortal mirror? Zhang Sun was also shocked and asked. Your son passed by the East Market this morning and heard someone say, cough cough, I heard someone say. Li Tai stammered. Oh, I see. Hey, Imperial Mother, this divine immortal mirror has become the talk of the town today. Do you know how much this mirror is sold for at the Curious Pavilion? Li Er frowned at this time and said impatiently, Stop showing off there. Tell me quickly. Replying to Imperial Father, they sell this divine immortal mirror for 8,888 strings of cash. Li Tai hurriedly said. Li Er stared and said, How much? 8,888 strings of cash? This kid is really black-hearted. Chapter 462. This kid is really black-hearted. This was Li Er's subconscious evaluation of Li Zishuan after hearing the price of the immortal mirror. In his opinion, although the immortal mirror had an obvious advantage over the bronze mirror, the price of 8,888 was a bit excessive. 8,888? Qingke, is there anyone who wants to buy it at such a high price? Empress Zhangsun didn't comment and just asked with a smile. Of course, there are people who want to buy it at a higher price. I heard from shopkeeper's son of the Curious Pavilion that there are only 2 immortal mirrors of this size today. I didn't expect Xiao Xian to give one to mother. This kid is quite generous. The quick-witted little fatty guessed the origin of the immortal mirror after thinking for a while. He couldn't help but feel gratified. Then this kid will probably earn a lot today, right? I heard that the Curious Pavilion is going to sell a batch of colored glass cups and lamps today. Based on his character, the price will definitely not be cheap. Li Er pinched his chin and said softly, "Isn't that just enough to alleviate that child's urgent needs? I just don't know if Xiao Xian can make up for all the money he needs to build the college." Empress Zhangsun was worried about Li Zishuan. That's hard to say. No one knows how much money that kid has. Father, as far as I know, Xiao Xian's family can take out 150,000 strings of cash now, but he needs at least 500,000 strings of cash to build Yanhuang College. He's still thinking of ways to raise the remaining 350,000 strings of cash. Today's big move by the Curious Pavilion is probably one of his measures to raise money. When Li Tai heard this, he jumped out and exposed Li Zishuan's past. So much? This was the first time Li Chengqian heard that Li Zishuan was short of money. He frowned, then cupped his hands at Li Er and said, "Father, I think that even if the Curious Pavilion launches so many things today, they won't be able to raise 350,000 strings of cash in a short time. Yanhuang College is beneficial to our Tang Empire, and its construction can't be delayed. I implore Father to give Xiao Xian some support." Li Er raised his eyebrows and waved his hand. "Chengqian, as the heir to the throne, how can you act so emotionally? Not to mention that the Chang and local government has no extra money, even if the national treasury is full. Do you think I can use my imperial power to seek personal gains and allocate money to Li Zishuan? The way to be a ruler is to maintain balance. The emergence of Yanhuang College already has the tendency to break the current balance. If I were to openly give him money, it would inevitably cause dissatisfaction. Then I wouldn't be helping him, I would be harming him. Do you understand?" Li Chengqian suddenly understood that there were so many twists and turns in such a simple matter. He hurriedly bowed and accepted the lesson. "I understand. I will remember Imperial Father's teachings." Li Tai's eyes flashed and he nodded imperceptibly. "Also, how do you know that this kid doesn't have any tricks up his sleeve? I think the only person in this world who won't be troubled by money is Li Zishuan." Li Er smiled mysteriously and said with certainty. As the old fox at the top of the food chain in the empire, Li Er's guess was not wrong. Li Zishuan certainly had tricks up his sleeve. Using colored glass to make money was just a natural move. Even without the matter of the academy, he would have launched these colored glass products. His most important trump card was cement. The cost of cement was dozens of times cheaper than glutinous rice mortar. Therefore, even if the Curious Pavilion could not raise 35 strings of cash, he was not worried at all. He was listening to Sun Huayuan's report on the latest sales of the Curious Pavilion and was secretly delighted. 78,200 strings of cash? If that's the case, our Curious Pavilion sales today is likely to exceed 100,000 strings of cash. Li Zishuan said happily after listening to Sun Huayuan's report. It was noon, so 100,000 strings of cash was estimated to be very conservative. 100,000 strings of cash in a day, what kind of concept was that? That was 80 million copper coins. In the future, he could brag to others and say, "If you have something to say it quickly. Don't waste my time. I'm a man who can earn tens of thousands of copper coins in minutes. Can you afford to waste my time?" It was quite satisfying to think about it. It's very possible. At this rate, it's very likely that the goods we prepared today will be sold out. Young master, the colored glass cup, and the immortal mirror are really too profitable. I think that our workshop can stop all other work and focus on producing these 3 items. In this way, in less than a year, you will become the richest man in the Tang Empire. Sun Huayuan was shocked by the huge profits of the colored glass products today. At this moment he excitedly expressed his thoughts to Li Zishuan. In his opinion, compared to the immortal mirror, the colored glass cup, and the colored glass cup, the other products of the workshop were all rubbish. It was better to abandon them and focus on producing these 3 products. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "That won't do. Shopkeeper's son, don't think that these 3 items are expensive now. In the future, when we sell more of them, the price of the immortal mirror, the colored glass cup, and the colored glass cup will drop rapidly. After all, these items are considered luxury goods to the people of the Tang Empire. The reason why luxury goods are expensive is because they are rare. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the more expensive it is. When we sell more of them, they won't be as rare as before. Therefore, today's grand occasion will be very rare in the future. The other projects of the workshop must not be stopped. Technology is the foundation of our strange taste pavilion." Li Zishuan was originally an engineer. He knew the importance of technological innovation to the long-term development of a company. If he lost the motivation to innovate for the sake of immediate profits, the company would not be far from death. The current industrial technology of the Strange Taste Pavilion was far ahead of this era. He could not give up at this time. Sun Huaiyuan heard this and thought seriously. Then he clasped his hands and said, "Young master has great foresight and great foresight. This son admires you. It seems that this old man was too focused. I'm not as calm as young master. I'm ashamed." "Ha, shopkeeper's son, you're too humble. Actually, you've already done very well. With the Strange Taste Pavilion in your hands, I'm completely at ease." Speaking logically, Sun Huaiyuan's ability in business was not bad. Li Zishuan had always thought highly of him. Sun Huaiyuan was flattered and said, "Many thanks for young master's trust. Ha, shopkeeper's son, you should go eat. I should also go back now." Li Zishuan happily waved his hand and left. With such a large sum of money coming into his account, he did not need to worry about money for a while. The next step was to see if Faubert's side would be able to support him. Wang Zhong's side had already recruited more than 5,000 craftsmen and laborers. In 2 days, they would have to start work. When the time came, they would have to use glutinous rice mortar. At worst, they would have to wait until the research on cement was done. After all, there were more than 10,000 workers. Chapter 463. The Azure Glass Cup, Azure Glass Lamp, and Immortal Mirror caused a huge sensation in Chang and City. The Odd Taste Pavilion once again refreshed people's understanding of it. Scooters, plows, compasses, don't touch me, and now this clear and pure azure glass. It seemed that there was nothing the Odd Taste Pavilion couldn't make. Especially the Immortal Mirror, which was 100 times clearer and more realistic than the bronze mirror. It was a real killer of women, and no woman could resist such a thing. In less than 2 hours, the news of the Immortal Mirror of the Odd Taste Pavilion had spread throughout the streets of Chang and City. Even some states and counties near Chang and City could hear some news. Ordinary people heard the news and wanted to go to the Odd Taste Pavilion to see rare things. The young masters and young ladies of the rich families brought a group of servants and waved their money bags, ready to buy an Immortal Mirror. As a result, more and more people came to the Odd Taste Pavilion, and it was full of people. If it weren't for a large number of marquises maintaining order, there might have been another riot. What? No more? I rushed over as soon as I heard the news. How can there be no more? In a private room of a restaurant next to the Odd Taste Pavilion, a sweet-sounding woman's angry words came out. "Miss, there's really no more. Their waiter said that there were only 50 small immortal mirrors today, and they were sold out an hour ago. There were also 2 big immortal mirrors, and they were bought by Master Chow of Chongren Lane as soon as the show started." In the private room, an honest-looking servant in green explained in a low voice to the beautiful and petite girl in a pink dress. "Bang! You can't even buy a mirror. What's the use of spending money on you?" The girl threw the vase on the table to the ground and roared at the servant. "Miss, the Odd Taste Pavilion sells too few immortal mirrors." The servant in green felt wronged. "Shut up. Trash will always be trash. Ahem. Meng, if you can't buy it today, you can buy it another day. It's just a mirror." At this time, a young master waved his fan and stood up to smooth things over. Xiao Shui, you shut up for this lady as well. If you didn't come to my house early in the morning to pester me, I wouldn't be late. Wu. I heard that Sister Nanxiu and the others have bought immortal mirrors. Now I'm going to die from embarrassment. The girl was quite unruly and didn't give the young master any face. She was unruly for a while. She actually cried. This little girl's face was really like the weather in June, changing as and when she wanted. The young master named Xiao Shui also felt immense pressure. It was clear that he had been wary of the girl in front of him for a long time. He waved his hand and had the servants and maids around him leave first. Then, he crouched down and said gently, Mengs. Meng? Don't worry, today I will send someone to stay in this restaurant. Tomorrow morning at dawn, he will go to the strange interest pavilion to line up. I'm sure no one will be earlier than him. At that time, he will definitely be able to help you buy the immortal mirrors. Ooh, what if I can't buy? Meng's glass girl, she cried. Glass fairy. How is that possible? The East Market only opens at noon every day. If I send someone to live across the street, he will definitely be early. Moreover, I have a red membership card for Immortal Mirror. I'm not afraid of others cutting the line. Xiao Shui widened his eyes in disbelief. Ooh, I don't care. Xiao Shui, if you don't help me buy the Immortal Mirror, I will never agree to our marriage. We'll get married when you're able to buy it. Ming raised her head, wiped the tears from her face, and said to Xiao Shui, No, Ming, didn't we agree to get married at the beginning of next month? Xiao Shui was dumbfounded. Why did he feel like he had heard this before? Ming had said the same thing to him when the new carriage, Don't Touch Me, came out. It had only been a few days. Not again. At this moment, Xiao Shui felt that he was being targeted by Immortal Mirror. Immortal Mirror had specially come up with some wedding set meals. If this continued, he felt that his marriage would be ruined by Immortal Mirror sooner or later. What's wrong? You said that you like me. You won't agree to such a small request? Then I'd better marry Li Zixuan. Look at how good he is to his wife. The little girl put her hands on her hips and said without thinking. Xiao Shui's face turned green when he heard that. He quickly vomited blood and said, Ming, don't say such things again. I will definitely find a way to buy this immortal mirror for you. If it doesn't work, I will ask my grandpa for help. Then, will Grandpa Xiao think that I'm not ladylike? The little girl was delighted, but she hesitated after thinking about it. No, of course not. Ming, don't worry. I will talk to Grandpa. Grandpa will definitely not be dissatisfied with you. Xiao Shui quickly waved his hand and patted his chest as he promised. Ming smiled sweetly and said, Hee, Brother Shui is so nice. When Xiao Shui heard that, he couldn't feel happy. His heart was bitter, but he didn't say it out loud. He secretly hated Li Zixuan to death. The previous grand wedding left a deep impression in the hearts of all the girls in Chang'an City. The groom who was going to get married later naturally had bad luck because the girls' requirements were increasing. As the groom, he had to find ways to satisfy the girls' requirements. Just like the new carriage that Li Zixuan used to escort the bride, it had gradually become a must-have item for marriage for many girls. Now, this glass mirror was probably going to become one of the must-have wedding packages. Xiao Shui didn't think much of these products. The Xiao family didn't lack a few thousand strings of coins. However, these things from Immortal Mirror were often in short supply. Even if you had money, you might not be able to buy them. This really made Xiao Shui hate it so much that his teeth itched. If he hadn't asked the servant to stay at the East Market in one day in advance and line up in advance the next day, he probably wouldn't have been able to buy the new carriage until now. Xiao Shui wasn't the only one in a similar situation. Once the Immortal Mirror, a product that was extremely popular with women, was launched, Li Zixuan immediately became the public enemy of all men in Chang'an City. Many girls who were about to get married had vaguely expressed their yearning for the Immortal Mirror to their lovers. Of course, this way of expression was tactful and implicit, and some were straightforward like Meng. Anyway, in any case, from today on, there would be one more marriage package in Chang'an City, the Immortal Mirror. Chapter 464. Achoosh. Achoosh. After waking up from his afternoon nap, Li Zishuan inexplicably sneezed a few times. Han Yushi, who was at the side, quickly came over and grabbed his arm. She asked worriedly, "Husband, did you catch a cold? How is that possible?" Li Zishuan shook his head. He was a guru expert. How could he catch a cold so easily? How could I catch a cold on such a hot day? Someone must be scolding me. Achoosh. Husband, you're talking nonsense. Why would someone scold you when you're fine? Also, who said that you won't get sick when it's hot? You might even catch a cold. I'll get someone to find a doctor to help you take a look. Han Yushi gently pinched Li Zishuan's arm and said angrily. No need, no need. Wife, have you forgotten that I'm also considered half a doctor? I'm definitely fine. By the way, aren't you still going to Mother's place in the afternoon? I almost forgot. Mother must be waiting anxiously, right? Han Yushi exclaimed when she heard that. However, she was still a little worried and said, Husband, are you really fine? I'm really fine. Wife, hurry up and go. Li Zishuan rubbed his nose and waved his hand. Then I'll go. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan went to the workshop to check on the progress of the cement research. Young master, the hardness of the cement we've made so far hasn't reached your previous requirements after solidification. If it's used for construction, it's really not as strong as glutinous rice mortar. Faubert knew the purpose of Li Zishuan's visit today. He directly came over with a lump of cement and said. Li Zishuan took the cement and gently pinched it with his fingers. It instantly turned into powder. The quality was not good. Faubert, there must be a problem with this formula. Tell the craftsman to continue experimenting with new raw material ratios. Real cement will definitely be dozens of times better than glutinous rice mortar. Although he was a little disappointed, Li Zishuan still encouraged Faubert to lead people to overcome this technical difficulty because the use of cement was really great. If they gritted their teeth and researched it, they would benefit endlessly in the future. Yes, young master. Faubert felt ashamed in his heart. He cupped his hands and sighed, but this old man heard that young master has recruited thousands of craftsmen and that the construction of Yanhuang College is imminent. This old man is really anxious. Li Zishuan smiled and comforted him. Faubert, don't worry. The academy can use the glutinous rice mortar first. It's not a problem. This time, Lioli has earned me a lot of money, so tell the people below to not worry. Sometimes, the more anxious you are, the less inspiration you have. Li Zishuan was, of course, anxious in his heart. However, he also majored in engineering in his previous life. Naturally, he knew that in scientific research, when faced with difficulties, the more anxious you are, the more difficult it is to solve the problem. On the contrary, in some inadvertent moments, you can come up with some particularly good ideas. Fortunately, Li Zishuan had prepared for both sides from the very beginning. Whether the cement was made earlier or later, it would not have a big impact on the result. Thank you, young master, for your understanding. The workshop will definitely do our best to research the cement as soon as possible. Faubert heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands in respect. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Okay. Faubert, tell the craftsmen in the workshop to prepare. In 2 days, the academy will officially start construction. Time waits for no one. So fast? Faubert was shocked. Although he knew that the academy would start construction soon, he did not expect it to be so fast. According to Butler Wang's calculations, we should be able to recruit all the craftsmen and laborers in 2 days. The earlier we start construction, the earlier I feel at ease. The reason why Li Zishuan offered such a high salary to the craftsmen and laborers was so that he could recruit all the craftsmen in a short period of time and start construction as soon as possible. Now, it seemed that the effect was quite good. Money makes the world go round. This sentence was not without reason. Okay, then I will help you keep an eye on things. Although my old arms and legs can't carry things, I can still be the supervisor for you. You can't do that. Faubert, you are now the treasure of our workshop. The weather outside is so hot, I don't want anything bad to happen to you. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 2 days, The storm of the immortal mirror had become more and more intense in Chang'an City. Those who had bought the immortal mirror before naturally showed off to their friends in various ways. The clarity and magic of the immortal mirror spread like wildfire. More and more people knew about the immortal mirror, and more people wanted to buy it. However, what drove everyone crazy was that the immortal mirror did not appear in the curious pavilion in these 2 days. It was as if this thing had never existed in the world. Sun Huayuan's explanation was that it was not easy to make the immortal mirror. The workshop was stocking up and would provide a batch of goods to the curious pavilion every 3 days. However, this was just nonsense to deceive the consumers. The real reason was that Li Zishuan had asked him to do so. At the end of the day, Li Zishuan just didn't want these glass products to depreciate so quickly. He wanted to make more money with this stuff. He would never kill the goose that lays the golden eggs and saturate the market all of a sudden, casting a long line to catch a big fish. This was a wealth robbery, or wealth redistribution, plan that used sand as a weapon. Li Zishuan had to look into the future and not just focus on the small profits in front of him. However, this made the pitiful people who were obsessed with buying the immortal mirror suffer. Xiao Shui was the most prominent one among them. The lackey he sent had already stayed in the guest house in the East Market for 2 nights, but he still did not get anything. As for that Miss Meng, she had almost driven him crazy these 2 days. Li Zishuan did not care how the others complained. He would not change the plan he had made. Those people just had to wait for 1 more day. Early in the morning, Li Zishuan, Yan Shaoning, Yan Lide, and Faubert led more than 200 craftsmen from the Ministry of Works and more than 100 craftsmen from the workshop to Plum Village. Li Tai, the little fatty, also came along today. He had been thinking about Yanhuang College ever since he saw the Yanhuang College sand table a few days ago. Today was the big day of Yanhuang College's groundbreaking. How could he not come and join in the fun? Tisk, tisk. Little Xian, there are so many craftsmen. The construction team used by Yanhuang College is almost comparable to the construction team used to build the palace. Li Tai and Li Zishuan walked side by side at the front. The little fatty looked at the huge team behind them and could not help but say this. Ha! Li Zishuan did not continue the conversation and directly joked. Qingke, I heard that you bought 2 small immortal mirrors from shopkeeper's son 2 days ago. If the girls in Chang'an City knew that you got in through the back door, they would hate you to death. Ha! Li Tai. Chapter 465. Ha! Young master, the 500 villagers of Plum Village have been waiting for you to come. When the group entered Plum Village, they saw Second Master Lu and his brother, Lu Qingfeng, already waiting at the entrance of the village with a group of people beside them. It was Han Lijing and the young men from the Han family manor. The young master of the main family wanted to build a house. To these villagers, building a school and building a house were the same thing. Even if they had no money, they had to come over and help. Disregarding everything else, just the rent reduction policy that Li Zishuan had set up for them was worth it for them to help Li Zishuan build a house for free. Now, the surrounding villages were envious of the preferential treatment that the 2 villages received. Many of the villagers were wondering how they could move closer to the Han family manor or Plum Village. It was easier for those who had daughters. They could just marry their daughters over. Those who didn't have daughters were worried sick. Could they let their sons marry into their families? Ha! Second Master Lu. You're getting more and more energetic. Li Zishuan jumped off his horse and walked toward Lu Wanshan with a smile. He wasn't just being polite. A few months ago, Second Master Lu's body was strong, but one could see the vicissitudes of a hero in his twilight years. Now, Second Master Lu's vicissitudes of life had all been washed away. In its place was a vigorous vitality, and he looked a little like an old man. Ha! This is all thanks to you, young master. In the past, when Lu Shiren was running rampant in the village, I had to fight him to the death every day. Now that the father and son are gone, I don't have to fight anyone anymore. Every day, I can wander around the village or go fishing by the river. There's nothing to worry about. Naturally, the more I live, the more energetic I get. Ha! Second Master Lu laughed heartily with his shirt unbuttoned. Xiaoxian, every family in the Han and Mei villages now has ample food and clothing. This is all thanks to you, Xiaoxian. Han Lijing stroked his beard and smiled. Li Zishuan was now his son-in-law. Of course, he didn't have to call him young master anymore. Ha! Han Tianhu, you're so lucky to have found such a good home for little Han. Second Master Lu pointed at Han Lijing and joked. Ha! This is all that girl's good fortune. Li Zishuan saw that they were getting more and more excited as they chatted. More importantly, the sun was about to rise to the top of their heads. He quickly interrupted. Ahem, father-in-law, Second Master Lu Lijing, are all the craftsmen and commoners here? As the village chief of Plum Village, Lu Qingfeng had to bear the responsibility of supervising this matter. Hearing this, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, replying to young master, housekeeper Wang has already brought over 13,000 people from other places to Cloud Mountain. The youths from the Han family manor and Plum Village have also arrived. Young Master's Academy is related to the long-term development of our two villages. Everyone has volunteered to help young Master build the academy for free. What a group of down-to-earth working people. Although Li Zishuan was touched, he wouldn't let his villagers suffer for no reason. He smiled and said, don't worry. He smiled and said, working for free won't do. I appreciate the villagers' good intentions, but don't mention this kind of problem again in the future. I, Li Zishuan, won't shortchange everyone's wages. Besides, why should outsiders get paid while our own people have to work for free? No matter where you go, there's no such logic, right? Yen Lide, who was behind him, stroked his beard in relief when he heard this. He was even more impressed with Li Zishuan in his heart. When the farmers of the two villages heard this, their faces revealed touched and regretful expressions. Ha! Young master is so kind to us. If the men of Plum Village dare to cheat or not work properly in the future, don't blame me, Lu Wanshan, for being rude to them if I catch them. Second Master Lu knew that Li Zishuan wasn't just being polite, so he pulled Lu Lijing's arm to stop his elder brother from persuading him. He then turned his head and shouted at the villagers of Plum Village behind him. Second Master Lu is right. I, Mei Zhongkong, support you. Young master is so good to us. Who dares to not work hard? I'd like to see where his conscience is. Do your best. Do your best. The young men of Plum Village immediately let out loud roars. Men of the Han Village, did you hear that? If you can't win against the brothers of Plum Village, then let's see if you still have the face to return to the Han Village. Han Lijing didn't want to be outdone and shouted at the young men of the Han Village. He didn't have the right to care about the attitude of the other villagers, but he had to care about the people of the Han Village. Putting aside the fact that Li Zishuan was his son-in-law, the villagers of the Han Village were also the ones who had received the most kindness from the Li family. If they didn't repay the kindness, this wasn't something that the villagers should do. Han Lijing, there's nothing to say. The men of the Han Village won't be worse than those of Plum Village. We will also do our best. Old Hu laughed out loud and agreed. Yes, do your best. Do your best. Li Tai, Yan Shaoning and the others were shocked when they saw this. Li Zishuan was a little speechless. It was just a ceremony for the opening of the academy. Why did they make it seem like an army was going to war? He waved his hand and comforted everyone with a few words. Then he led the large group up Cloud Mountain. Plum Village was surrounded by mountains on two sides, water on one side, and Cloud Mountain on the north. It occupied a large area and the terrain on the mountain was relatively flat. In the early years, there were people who planted crops on the mountain, but because of the poor harvest, they eventually gave up. In the east, there was Wang Lin Mountain. The forest was dense and the terrain was rugged. Some animals often appeared, so it was a good place for the villagers to hunt. In the south, there was Ba River. The irrigation of the Han Village and Plum Village's farmland depended on this Ba River. Following the mountain path, the group headed up the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, Li Zishuan could hear the hubbub of voices. He guessed that Wang Zhong was leading the group of people to clean up the mountain path. When they arrived at the top of the mountain, they saw a large group of people doing the preliminary cleaning. At this moment, Wang Zhong wished that he had 4 legs. He needed to command everywhere, and it was very difficult for him. Li Zishuan frowned. Although more people could speed up the progress of the project, More people would make it more difficult for the foreman to command. If he could not reasonably assign an appropriate task to everyone, then these 10,000 people would be nothing more than a motley crew. It would only have the opposite effect. Thinking of this, he called Wang Zhong over and said, "Uncle Wang, get everyone to gather here." Wang Zhong wiped the sweat off his forehead and cupped his hands. "Yes, young master." After a full 15 minutes, all the people had gathered. What was worse was that although these people came to gather, they did not have time to idle their mouths. They were still chatting in groups of 3 to 5. The whole place was noisy. Many of these people came from the same village. Everyone had their own circle, so it was not surprising that they knew each other. If there were only 100 or 200 people here, perhaps no one would dare to talk to each other. However, there were more than 10,000 people here, so the situation was not so easy to control. Seeing this, Li Zishuan could not help but frown even more. Chapter 466. On the Cloud Mountain. Yen Lide stroked his beard and looked at Li Zishuan thoughtfully. He was curious as to how Li Zishuan would handle the situation. As the Minister of Works, he had presided over the construction of the Zhao Mausoleum and several other palaces. He had encountered situations even bigger than this. If he were to take charge, he would definitely be able to solve the problem at hand. However, Li Zishuan was different. This lad had no experience in leading an army into battle, nor did he have experience in leading tens of thousands of people to participate in a major project. Therefore, Yen Lide was very curious as to whether Li Zishuan would give him a surprise. Wang Zhong was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He had also seen Li Zishuan's face, which was as dark as the bottom of a pot. However, faced with more than 10,000 people, there was nothing he could do. He could only command a few of his servants to maintain order around him while feeling anxious. Umph! At this moment, a cold snort resounded through the peak of the Cloud Mountain. Everyone felt as if their hearts had been hammered by a metal hammer. Hundreds of birds in the forest were so frightened that they started chirping and flapping their wings together to fly into the distance. The noisy crowd immediately quieted down. The Cloud Mountain was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The power of a grandmaster was terrifying. Faced with this disorderly mob, Li Zishuan didn't rack his brains to think of other ways. When a person's strength reached a certain level, they didn't like to think of ingenious schemes. Using brute force to defeat 10 was the best way for them to deal with things. "Is there anyone among you who is dissatisfied with the salary I'm offering?" Li Zishuan looked at the commoners and craftsmen below and asked loudly. In this era, there were no loudspeakers, but Li Zishuan's voice could still be heard very far. More than 10,000 people in the field could hear him. Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other, but no one dared to make a sound. First, it was because Li Zishuan's cold snort had frightened them. They were just commoners, and grandmasters were very far away from them. However, they could feel that this young man in his teens was very powerful and very powerful. As for the other reason, it was that Li Zishuan's salary was indeed impeccable. "All right. Since no one said anything, I'll take it that all of you are satisfied with this salary." Li Zishuan waited for a few breaths of time. Seeing that no one answered, he continued in a clear voice. "Next, it's my turn to make some requests of you. First, let me introduce myself. I am Li Zishuan, the person who hired you this time. I don't care which village you're from. Since you're here and want to earn money, you have to listen to me. If anyone wants to fish in troubled waters, or try to cheat money by eating and drinking, then I'll ask you to leave." At this moment, everyone below felt a chill in their hearts. Only now did they realize that coming here did not mean that they had 2 months of high-salary iron rice bowls. If they did not do a good job, they would still be chased out at any time. "This is the current Minister of Works. The academy that you will help me build in the next 2 months was approved by the current emperor. From now on, all of you will have to obey the arrangements of Minister Yen, the eldest son of Minister Yen, Yen Xiaoning. Whatever he asks you to do, you must do it. If you don't want to obey the arrangements, please leave now, lest you be chased out by me in the future and be laughed at by others." Li Zishuan mentioned Yen Lide and Li Er in order to give these people another deterrent. Since ancient times, people were afraid of officials, Not to mention that the Yanhuang College was a task personally assigned by the current emperor. These people would definitely not dare to be sloppy when they were building in the future. He was right. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were instantly filled with awe. There was no longer any laziness like before. After a few breaths, no one took the initiative to leave. Li Zishuan continued. In the next 2 months, I will randomly divide you into 50 construction teams. On average, each team will consist of 300 people, 10 craftsmen, and 1 captain and 1 deputy captain. There will be groups of 10 people in each team and 1 leader. There will be groups of 10 people in each team and 1 deputy captain. Outside the group, there will be groups of 10. Outside the group, there will be groups of 10. Outside the group, there will be groups of 10. Each group will have 1 captain and 1 deputy captain. Everyone must obey the command of Yan Xiaoning. Yan Xiaoning will distribute the tasks of each construction team to the corresponding team leader. As the team leader, you must distribute the tasks well and ensure that the tasks are completed in time. When each squad leader receives a mission, you have to divide the mission into smaller groups. You have to cooperate well with each other because you are not alone. You are a group. Don't let your sloppiness affect the entire group or even the entire squad's failure to complete the mission in time. In addition, Yan Xiaoning will form an additional law enforcement team. They will evaluate the work progress of each construction team every day. The team with the best performance that day will have the best meal the next day. You will eat the fattest meat and there will be enough of it. Of course, the team with the worst performance will also have the worst meal the next day. You will only be left with carrots and vegetables. Every 5 days, the law enforcement team will make a small summary. The team leader and deputy captain will be rewarded with 2 strings of coins. The captain and deputy captain will be rewarded with 1 string of coins. The team leader will be rewarded with 500 coins. The rest will be rewarded with 100 coins. Every month, the law enforcement team will make a big summary. The team with the best performance will have their monthly salary doubled. The team leader and deputy captain will have their monthly salary reduced by half. The captain and deputy captain will have their monthly salary reduced by 40%. The team leader will have his monthly salary reduced by 30%. The rest will have their monthly salary reduced by 20%. Moreover, the law enforcement team will also evaluate the 5 teams with the best performance that month. The members of these 5 teams will be rewarded with an additional 5 strings of coins. Of course, once the law enforcement team finds a worker with a negative attitude, he must be kicked out immediately. So, you are not alone. What you do will affect your team. If you want to make a lot of money from me, you have to put in the effort. Do you all understand? Huff, huff, huff. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, the sound of heavy breathing could be heard in the audience. Everyone was excited by the generous rewards. 5 strings of coins. This was a huge sum of money that a civilian family might not be able to earn even if they worked hard for 5 years. But now it was within their reach. How could they not be excited and excited? Although they would be punished if they did not do well, none of these farmers would feel that their work was not as good as others. Therefore, they selectively ignored Li Zishuan's punishment measures. At this time, when they heard Li Zishuan's question, they quickly shouted, "Understood." Although their voices were not in sync, they were very loud and imposing. Li Zishuan nodded in satisfaction and then said, "These 2 months, you will be staying in Yunyun residence. For the next 2 months, all of you will be living and eating in Cloud Mountain. Later on, Yan Xiaoning will specially organize a group to build temporary houses for everyone. Please think about your wives, children, and elders. If you want them to live a good life, you must work hard to complete the mission. Those who don't meet the requirements will be kicked out at any time. 2 months later, I want tall buildings to be built from the ground on Cloud Mountain." Chapter 467. Shocking. Yan Lide's heart was truly shaken at this moment. Li Zishuan was a greenhorn, but he was able to settle the matter in an instant. His actions were clear about rewards and punishments, and he was both firm and soft. His methods were extremely shrewd and ruthless. Even Yan Lide, who had lived half his life as an old loach in the officialdom, had to admit that he was impressed. What surprised Yen Lide the most was that from Li Zishuan's arrangements, he saw a trace of a soldier's swift and decisive style. Although Yen Lide was a civil official, he had experienced 3 dynasties and had also encountered chaotic times. He was very clear about the nature of the generals in the army. When Li Zishuan spoke just now, his temperament was like a general lecturing his soldiers. This was hard for Yen Lide to accept. How could a 14 to 15-year-old young man have the ability to lead an army into battle? Yen Lide shook his head and hypnotized himself in his heart. Illusion, this must be an illusion. In fact, this wasn't an illusion. Li Zishuan wanted to use military means to manage the construction team of more than 10,000 people. The punishment he mentioned wasn't to deliberately make things difficult for these farmers. He also didn't have any intention of discriminating against them. In his previous life, his father would go to the city to work when he wasn't working. The people in the city called them migrant workers. Now, this group of people was in a similar situation to his father in his previous life. Of course, he wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for these men who used their hands, labor, and even life's potential to support a family. The reason why he proposed these punishment measures was mainly because his father had said in his previous life that there were many crafty people who slacked off and worked for free. Another important reason was that the construction team he recruited was unusually large. If he didn't set up a perfect management system, the construction site would become a mess. Everyone wouldn't know what they were supposed to do, or whether they were doing the same work as others. In this way, the construction speed of Yanhuang College would be at a snail's pace. Only by properly organizing the division of labor could everyone be used to their fullest potential. Only by having a reasonable reward and punishment system could everyone be motivated to work. Yan Xiaoning looked at Li Zishuan with a trace of resentment and a trace of complexity. He was resentful because Li Zishuan had thrown the difficult task of being the head of the construction site to him. One must know that being a qualified general was far more difficult than being a low-level soldier. This was because a general often had to consider all aspects of the situation and make the best use of people. God knows how much brainpower he would have to use in order to assign tasks to these 10,000 people. Yan Xiaoning was terrified just thinking about it. He was just a technical geek. The reason why there was still a trace of complexity in his eyes was entirely because Li Zishuan's well-organized arrangements just now had dealt him a blow. Li Zishuan was better than him in terms of martial arts and machinery, but his ability to dispatch and command was actually so strong as well. Damn it, he was not giving others a way out. As for Li Tai, the little fatty's eyes were filled with admiration. He felt that Li Zishuan's way of giving orders was very domineering. In just a few months, hater had turned into a bootlicker or a hardcore fan. This was unbelievable. Li Zishuan probably didn't expect it himself. Xiaoning, I'll leave these people to you. I know it's hard work, but you have to bear with it. It's a good opportunity for you to train yourself. After all, you'll inherit Uncle Yan's legacy sooner or later. Li Zishuan put on a smile and turned around to speak to Yan Xiaoning. At this moment, Yan Xiaoning really wanted to curse Li Zishuan, but he didn't know if he should. He looked at Li Zishuan with hidden bitterness. He wanted to refuse, but as soon as he said that, his father's scolding would probably come from the side. As for whether the slap would follow, it was really hard to say. It all depended on his father's mood. Okay, but I'll try my best. After holding it in for a long time, Yan Xiaoning only spat out 6 words. Just as he had expected, his father beside him was stroking his beard and nodding in satisfaction when he heard this. Li Zishuan saw his friend's depression. He went forward and patted Yan Xiaoning's shoulder. He laughed. Don't worry, Xiaoning. Uncle Yan and I will come over to help you often. You're not the only one fighting. My father-in-law, Second Master Lu Lijing and the rest are all on your side. With their help, what are you afraid of? Han Tianhu, Second Master Lu and the rest quickly agreed and expressed that they would fully support Yan Xiaoning's work. As for Yen Lide, he felt that he was tricked by Li Zishuan. What did he mean by, Uncle Yen and I will come over to help you often? As the boss of the Ministry of Works, he was so busy every day. How could he have time to come over often? He told Li Zishuan that he would come over occasionally, but he didn't say that he would come over often. In fact, this was where Li Zixuan was treacherous. He kidnapped someone's son to a high position. He didn't believe that his father wouldn't come over to help him. Logically speaking, Li Zixuan really needed the help of a master architect like Yen Lide. If he could use money to invite this big shot over, Li Zixuan would be willing to pay 10,000 strings of cash. However, old Yen held an important position. How could he be invited over with money? Therefore, Li Zixuan could only settle for the second best and take the crooked path. After listening to Li Zixuan's words, Yen Xiaoning felt a little better. Although there were a lot of people and craftsmen in front of him, as the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot defeat a snake in its old haunts. This was Plum Village. He had the support of Second Master Lu and the rest. Why would he be afraid of these people rebelling? Therefore, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll try my best. If there's anything I don't understand, I'll ask you." "Ah, you're a good brother. When Yanhuang College is completed, I'll treat Brother Xiaoning to a good drink." Li Zixuan laughed. Then he pulled Yen Xiaoning over and whispered, "Xiaoning, try to use the young men from Plum Village and Han Village for the captains and team leaders in the construction team. They're all trustworthy and will be on your side. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that there are outstanding leaders among the others. You can promote them as you see fit. As for the team leader and deputy team leader, you'd better use some experienced craftsmen. Other than being able to lead the team well, they can also give you some useful advice. It's best not to put people from the same village into a team because they're likely to group up. There are only two results of grouping up. One is that the group becomes more diligent, and the other is that the group becomes lazier. However, the latter is more likely. As for the law enforcement team, you can do as you see fit. You can also go out and recruit other people. Yes, little Xian's advice is very pertinent. Ning, you must remember it." Yen Lide stroked his beard and looked at his son as he reminded him. "Yes, I knowed it." Yen Xiaoning nodded. "Xiaoning, you have to leave a team leader position for me. I must participate in the construction of Yanhuang College. I want to be the team leader." After Li Tai eavesdropped on the three peoples, whispering, he suddenly pulled Yen Xiaoning and said, Chapter 468. I want to be a regiment commander. Li Tai's words really scared Yen Lide, Yen Xiaoning, and the others. As for Li Zixuan, he was thunderstruck. "Your Highness, this is not appropriate. As a prince, how can you do such a lowly thing? His Majesty will definitely not agree." Yen Lide frowned and tried to persuade him. If his son dared to be so mischievous, he would have beaten him up long ago. However, this person was Li Tai, so he could only use his mouth to persuade him patiently. "A lowly thing? May I ask Minister Yen, when did hard work become a lowly thing?" Li Tai seemed to be prepared for this. He cupped his hands at Yen Lide and said seriously, "Qingke has been studying engineering with you for several months. Engineering is the study of engineering. If I don't experience engineering, how can I call myself a disciple of engineering? As for my father, I will personally report to him." Yen Lide was silent. In fact, he regretted what he said just now. If he said that engineering was a lowly thing, wouldn't he be scolding himself? However, to let a prince personally participate in the construction of a project, this was somewhat unreasonable no matter what. "Since your Highness has made up your mind, I have nothing to say. It's better to leave the trouble to Li Er." Yen Lide thought in his heart. Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Tai in surprise. He didn't think that this little fatty would be able to speak such a serious truth. It really made him look at him in a new light. He had a bright future ahead of him. Li Tai was delighted, but Li Zixuan interrupted at an inappropriate time. "Qingke, if you want to experience engineering, that's fine. However, you don't have any experience. I'm afraid you won't be able to take on the position of a regiment commander. I'll give you the position of a captain first to train yourself. This kind of practical training will also be of great benefit to you." Li Tai was suddenly very depressed. He just helped Li Zixuan, but Li Zixuan exposed him without mercy. He really didn't give him any face at all. However, Li Zixuan's last two lines made his eyes light up. Putting everything else aside, Li Tai's cultural attainment was still very high. Knowledge on paper is ultimately shallow. I'll have to do it personally. Good, good, good. Every word you said is a gem. I've learned a lot. After seriously savoring it for a long time, Li Tai cupped his hands at Li Zishuan and said solemnly. Yen Lide also glanced at Li Zishuan in surprise. He never expected Li Zishuan to be so proficient in the Tao of poetry, to be able to recite such a beautiful line. That's fine. Xiaoning, you can lead them and start working. Uncle Wang has the name list of all of them. You can see if you can divide them into groups. Uncle Yen and I will help you draw up an overall progress plan for the construction of the academy. You can use it as a reference in the future. Li Zishuan went forward and patted Yen Xiaoning's shoulder, urging him to hurry up and work. Oh, hey father, I'll go first. Yen Xiaoning nodded his head and greeted his father. Go. Do well, don't embarrass the Yen family. Even if I'm busy with work in the future and can't come often, your second uncle will come often to assist you. Every father had the heart to see his son become a dragon. Yen Lide was no exception. He really hoped that his son could grow up quickly after going through this big project. Although he wouldn't be as monstrous as Li Zishuan, he must be able to take charge of things independently. I understand. Yen Xiaoning cupped his hands and brought Wang Zhong, Second Master Lu Lijing, and Han Lijing to divide the construction core into groups. Li Zishuan, on the other hand, took the floor plan of the Yanhuang Academy and followed Yen Lide to a temporary pergola. This simple and crude shed became their temporary combat command post. Li Zishuan was very happy when Yen Lide said, even if I'm busy with work in the future and can't come often, your second uncle will come often to assist you. Yen Lide's construction skills weren't much worse than Yen Lide's. With the help of the Yen family, the construction of Yanhuang College would be completely stable. It's time to eat. It's time to eat. At noon, a group of hundreds of old, weak women and children carried fragrant dishes to Yunshan Mountain. The workers' first meal at the construction site began. It wasn't easy to cook for more than 10,000 people. Almost all the women in Han Village and Plum Village who knew how to cook were invited to help in the kitchen. Yunshan Mountain didn't even have a stove, so naturally, they couldn't cook here. Therefore, this support group brought the food up from Plum Village at the foot of the mountain. Anyway, it was summer now, so they weren't afraid that the food would get cold on the way. Leaders of each group, get your people to line up properly. Don't look like the reincarnation of a starving ghost who hasn't eaten for years. It wasn't easy to cook for more than 10,000 people. Similarly, it wasn't easy to arrange for more than 10,000 people to eat together. Fortunately, Yen Xiaoning used the whole morning to divide the more than 10,000 people into groups, teams, and groups. Now, it was much more convenient to command. Yes, Commander Yen. The 5 leaders of the construction corps were Hu Hanyun, Second Master Lu, Chao Xiaofu, Gong Minyong, and Ni Taifeng. Needless to say, Hu Hanyun and Second Master Lu had a certain amount of influence in Han Village and Plum Village. Moreover, they had helped others to build houses before. Chao Xiaofu and Gong Minyong were the craftsmen sent by the Ministry of Works this time. They had rich construction experience and had worked on many big projects under Yen Lide. Moreover, they were very familiar with Yen Xiaoning. As for Ni Taifeng, he was the representative of the elite craftsmen in Strange Pavilion Workshop. When the workshop still belonged to the Yen family, Ni Taifeng had worked in the workshop. Of course, Yen Xiaoning knew him. Overall, Yen Xiaoning's arrangement was quite reasonable. After the 50 teams were lined up, the support group started to get food for the workers. The fragrance of the meat could be smelled from afar. Everyone couldn't help but gulp and salivate. Gulp. What a delicious fragrance of meat. Boss is really generous. I, Ma Sanxiang, haven't smelled such a wonderful fragrance of meat in a long time. Gulp. Just for such fragrant meat, our group can't be the last in the future. Otherwise, won't we have no meat to eat? Yes. We can't be the last in the future. Tisk. Ignorant. Who in Han Village can't afford to eat meat now? We all have a meal every few days. Same for Plum Village. Amidst the envious and boastful voices of the crowd, the workers took their food one by one. Now, there was no canteen on Yunshan Mountain, let alone tables and chairs. Most of these people were rough people and didn't care about the red tape. They just squatted under the shade of the tree and enjoyed their delicious lunch in groups of 3 to 5. Young master, why are you here to line up too? Please stand in front of me. As the leader, Hu Hanyun didn't have any special privileges. After he arranged everything, he came to line up. However, he realized that Li Zishuan was actually behind him. He quickly turned around and said, Chapter 469. Uncle Hu, you can line up. I'm not in a hurry to eat, so I'll line up slowly. And you guys, don't worry about me. Line up in your own line. Eating is the most important thing in the world. No one is more honorable than anyone else when it comes to eating. Li Zishuan waved to Mr. Hu, and then he saw the people in front of the line looking at him hesitantly. He hurriedly said to those people in a kind manner. At this moment, Li Zishuan could be described as kind and amiable. He was totally different from when he was lecturing the people above. This made the craftsmen feel a little confused, but at the same time, they felt a sense of familiarity. The most direct manifestation was that when the foreigners in the line passed by Li Zishuan after getting their food, they were no longer trembling with fear like before. Instead, they would smile and say, "Hello, sir," or "Hello, boss." This was also the effect that Li Zishuan wanted. As the saying goes, relax to a certain extent. Blindly making others afraid of you would not work. That would also affect the efficiency of work. Li Zishuan did not deliberately eat at the construction site to put on a show. He did not need to put on a show. The reason why he stayed for lunch was that firstly, he wanted to see how the food at the construction site was and whether it needed to be adjusted. Secondly, he had to continue to discuss the detailed plan of the construction of the academy with Yen Lide in the afternoon. It was not worthwhile to go back in the middle of the day. At this moment, the sun in the sky was the hottest time of the day. Carrying the food, Li Zishuan came to the shed. In the morning, the people below would naturally bring in tables and stools. The shed was now fully equipped. Li Zishuan came to the table and sat down. Opposite him, Li Tai, the little fatty, was staring at the big fat meat in the bowl. If it was said that Li Zishuan stayed for lunch because of the situation, then Li Tai stayed for the sake of putting on a show. The little fatty had just become the captain of the 8th team of the construction corps in the morning and could be considered as Old Hu's subordinate. He wanted to set an example and raise the recognition of the people below him. Li Tai's royal education taught him that if a superior wanted to capture the hearts of the people, he had to share weal and woe with his subordinates. In this aspect, his old man, Li Er, had perfected his military career in the early years. Thus, all the generals of the Great Tang were loyal to Li Er. However, Li Tai was not Li Er. This little fatty was used to living a luxurious life since he was young. He had very strict requirements for food. In this aspect, even Li Zishuan admitted defeat. Otherwise, how could he be so fat? Now, it was his first time eating such a big pot of food. Eating such fat meat, just looking at it made him feel nauseous. How could he eat it? What? You can't eat it? I told you to go back and eat, but you insisted on staying and asking for trouble. Let's see what you can do now. There are no restaurants in this wilderness, and your first team's mission in the afternoon is very important. Let's see how you can order the people below to work when you're hungry. Li Zishuan glanced at Li Tai, who was in a dilemma, and said sarcastically. Although he himself didn't like to eat fat meat, he was more witty. When he had just finished eating, he gave all the fat meat in the bowl to Old Hu. These fat meat may be inferior food to people like him and Li Tai, but for people like Old Hu, who were at the bottom of the labor force, this was top-quality food. Not only did it taste good, but it also made them hungry. If you used lean meat to exchange with them for fat meat, they wouldn't be too happy. Who said I can't eat it? F***ck, little Shen, you actually gave me special treatment. Why is there no fat meat in your food? Li Tai was about to argue, but when he saw that there was no fat meat in Li Zishuan's bowl, only minced meat and vegetables, he immediately called out Li Zishuan for giving special treatment. Bullshit. You brat, there must be something wrong with your eyes. I just don't have fat meat in my bowl. Aren't the other dishes the same as yours? When did I give you special treatment? Li Zishuan couldn't wait to drag this brat over and stuff him into his bowl. He glared at him and said in exasperation, "Oh, you should have said so earlier. Then I'll throw away this fat meat and eat vegetables like you." Li Tai didn't feel embarrassed at all because he misunderstood others. This guy thought that Li Zishuan threw away the fat meat in his bowl. He propped up his fat body and prepared to go out and throw away the meat. Li Zishuan said angrily, "Stop. Which eye of yours saw me throw away the meat? I only gave the meat to Uncle Hu. It's fine if you don't like to eat some dishes, but you can't waste food. The food you don't like to eat is a delicacy in the eyes of many people, but you would rather throw away the meat than share it with others. How hateful! Wine and meat stinks at the Vermilion Gates, frozen bones lie on the road." This is exactly what a prince in the palace who doesn't understand the suffering of the common people. This was the first time Li Zishuan said such harsh words. It was also the first time Li Tai was reprimanded by someone other than Li Er. Li Tai was so angry that his eyes turned red. If the person in front of him wasn't Li Zishuan, he would have drawn his sword and killed him. At this moment, his heart was filled with anger and grievance. Yes, it was grievance. His nature wasn't bad. He just didn't think of this method of giving away the fat meat. Wine and meat stinks at the Vermilion Gates, frozen bones lie on the road. These two lines of the poem also gave Li Tai a great shock. He clenched his teeth and didn't say a word. His face was green and white. He wanted to fly into a rage, slam the table, and fight it out with Li Zishuan. But subconsciously, he felt that Li Zishuan was telling him this for his own good. Moreover, he didn't want to be the main character of Wine and Meat Stinks at the Vermilion Gates, frozen bones lie on the road. He didn't want future generations to think of him, Li Tai, as a prince. If that happened, wouldn't his reputation go down in history? What? You don't agree? You think what I said is wrong? Good. Then go out and take a look. See if the fat meat you threw away is the supreme delicacy in the eyes of those craftsmen. Li Tai's face changed between green and white. Li Zishuan didn't care and continued to reprimand him. He had made up his mind to be a strict teacher today. After interacting with Li Tai for so long, Li Zishuan's attitude towards the little fatty changed from being cautious at the beginning to keeping a distance. Later on, Li Tai pretended to be his disciple and he only taught him in the name of a teacher. In the end, Li Tai accepted him wholeheartedly and wholeheartedly taught him. During this time, Li Zishuan naturally had a very deep understanding of Li Tai's personality. This little fatty's nature wasn't bad, he was just a little arrogant. In these few months of interaction, Li Zishuan felt Li Tai's intelligence, Li Tai's craftiness, Li Tai's arrogance, Li Tai's sincerity sometimes, and Li Tai's funny joy sometimes. Li Zishuan felt that Li Tai was just a smart child who hadn't been completely spoiled yet. Chapter 470. Yes, strictly speaking, Li Tai was really just a child who hadn't been completely spoiled. Anyone who was born into a family like Li Tai's, who was talented and intelligent, and who was deeply doted on by the current emperor, would have a heart of pride. It could be said that if they were in Li Tai's shoes, 99% of people wouldn't do better than Li Tai. Moreover, Li Tai was sincere towards the people he approved of. Compared to those who put on a good face to everyone, but secretly schemed and plotted, Li Tai was much better. Li Zishuan's heart had always been tangled and conflicted about Li Tai. According to the trajectory of history, Li Tai was just a failed product in the struggle for imperial power, and so was his brother Li Chengxian. Li Zishuan didn't plan to get too close to Li Er's sons from the start. He didn't want to participate in the complicated struggle for the throne, and he didn't want to become cannon fodder in other people's political struggles. But man proposes, God disposes. Moreover, man wasn't a plant, so how could he be emotionless? Under various coincidences, his relationship with the two brothers, Li Tai and Li Chengxian, became closer and closer. Moreover, after interacting for so long, he found that Li Chengxian wasn't as sinister, ruthless, disloyal, unfilial, or even a homosexual as the history books said. Li Tai also wasn't as arrogant and conceited as the history books said. These two brothers treated him, as a friend, with sincerity and true nature. Li Zishuan's heart gradually wavered. He didn't know if the history books were wrong, or if Li Tai and Li Qingxian's shortcomings were completely reflected in the later stages of their personality changes. If it was the latter, then Li Zishuan didn't know if he should rescue these two brothers. Later on, when Li Zishuan proposed Gong Shui, Li Tai immediately became one of the staunch supporters of Gong Shui. After that, Li Tai's performance was very satisfactory. Only then did he completely treat Li Tai as his true disciple and plan to train him with all his might in the future. Since he had decided to take in Li Tai as his disciple, Li Zishuan naturally would not allow the little fatty and Li Tai to turn against each other in the future. He wanted to change Li Tai's fate. He wanted to change history. But in order to do this, he had to first change Li Tai's life values and get rid of some of Li Tai's shortcomings, which were also his weaknesses. Therefore, when it was time to criticize severely, he had to stand up and be a strict teacher. If Li Tai fell out with him because of this, then Li Zishuan could only say that they were not destined to be master and disciple. Bang! After struggling for a while, Li Tai slammed his chopsticks heavily on the table, and then he left without saying a word. Not sure if he really went to look at the workers outside or if he was angered by Li Zishuan's words and decided to quit. Li Zishuan did not chase after him. He didn't even look outside the door. Daoists practiced following one's heart, governing by doing nothing and letting nature take its course. If Li Tai really quit because of this, or even quit Gong Shui, Li Zishuan could only express regret. He definitely would not kneel down and beg Li Tai to change his mind. He spread Gong Shui out of interest, not for his own benefit. Without Gong Shui, he could still live a simple life. But logically speaking, Li Zishuan felt that with his understanding of Li Tai would most likely not give up his initial ideals and pursuit. He believed in his own judgment. Smells good. I didn't expect to come here to work. Not only is the salary high, but the food is also so good. It's almost the same as our family's New Year's meal. Oh, who said it wasn't? TSK, such delicious meat. If it weren't for the boss's rule that we have to stay at the construction site at night, I would want to bring these back home for my wife and children to eat. My eldest child hasn't eaten meat for half a year. We can't eat such delicious meat even during the New Year. Sigh. I don't know if the boss is recruiting children. My son is taller than me, and his strength is almost as strong as mine. It's just that he's too skinny. It would be great if the boss could recruit him. Just for every meal with meat, it's worth it even if the salary is reduced by half. Ulauer, you really know how to schemes. Sigh. I heard that the villagers of Plum Village and Han Village can eat meat every few days. I don't know if it's true. Of course it's true. Didn't you see it when we came over this morning? The children here are much fatter than the children in our village. Also, look at their houses. Most of them have been renovated. How can our shabby thatched huts be compared to them? Sigh. Who told them to have such a good boss? Sigh, let's eat quickly. Now that their boss is also our boss, he's not bad to us. We have to work hard later. At the very least, we have to be worthy of this delicious meal at noon. Li Tai walked aimlessly in the forest. He heard the villagers' exclamations and discussions about the food. His heart was suddenly filled with mixed feelings. Was this the arrival of the golden age that the ministers in the imperial court talked about? The villagers couldn't even afford to eat fatty meat. What kind of golden age was this? At this moment, Li Tai's heart was filled with anger and sorrow. Li Zishuan was right. He was just a prince who didn't eat the hardships of the world. If Li Zishuan hadn't reminded him and stopped him, he would have thrown away the delicious food in the villagers' mouths. If that happened, how would he be different from the Jinhui emperor, who said, if the people don't have rice to satisfy their hunger, why not eat meat? Li Tai never thought of himself as a saint. He also never felt that he had the responsibility or obligation to let the people in the world live a good life. That was what an emperor should do. Although he had fought openly and secretly with Li Qingxian in the past, it wasn't for the position of crown prince. It was just two children fighting for their father's love. That was all. At this age, Li Tai didn't have the heart to fight for the position of crown prince. He didn't want to be a saint, nor did he want to be an emperor. Therefore, Li Tai naturally believed that the lives of the people in the world had nothing to do with him as the king of Wei. However, only by truly experiencing things would he understand his true nature. Surrounded by a group of poor commoners who couldn't even eat meat, Li Tai felt that he couldn't be happy being the king of Wei. All he could feel was sorrow and bitterness. Brothers of Regiment 1, although the construction site is full, don't ***king eat it. If you are too full to walk, how are you going to quarry in the afternoon? If your performance is poor, you will only be able to eat radishes and vegetables tomorrow. Hu Hanyun's roar came from the forest. Ha! Got it, Regiment Commander Hu. Ha! The villagers immediately roared with laughter. Although this king has no obligation to save the people of the world, this king has an obligation to live a happy life. Only when the people around me live a good life can this king live a happy life. Meat and wine stink behind the door of the Vermilion, but there are frozen bones on the road. This will be a lifelong warning for me, Li Tai. Li Tai, will definitely not be a king whose name will go down in infamy for 10,000 years. At this moment, Li Tai's eyes emitted a dazzling glow. He looked up at the sky above Cloud Mountain and muttered to himself. Chapter 471. Inside the shed. It didn't take long for Li Zishuan to finish the food in his bowl. Putting aside the ingredients, the taste of the food was similar to the school cafeteria in his previous life. In this life, although he was more particular about what he ate at home, he wasn't someone who hadn't suffered before. Naturally, he wouldn't find it hard to swallow just because the quality of the food wasn't as good as at home. At this moment, he was about to clean up the bowls and chopsticks and take them out. However, he saw Li Tai walking in with a young man. "Hello, boss. I am the vice captain of the 8th team of the 1st Regiment, Gu Xiaomao. I came from Xinfeng County's Stone Village." The young man was probably not even 20 years old. He was very young, and his whole body exuded a quick-wittedness. He had been trembling with fear as he followed behind Li Tai. After entering the shed, he discovered that Li Zishuan was also here. He hurriedly came over and bowed to greet him. "Hello." Li Zishuan nodded lightly and looked at Li Tai. It would be a lie if Li Zishuan said that he was not surprised that Gu Xiaomao had become a vice-captain at such a young age. However, a hero's background was not important. Li Zishuan did not question or look down on Gu Xiaomao because of this. Li Zishuan believed that Yan Xiaoning had his reasons for promoting a young man like this. His main target was still Li Tai. The little fatty's face was expressionless. No one could tell what he was thinking. He walked over to the table where he had his meal just now and shouted at Gu Xiaomao, "Gu Xiaomao, come over here." "Hey, coming." Gu Xiaomao responded and hurriedly ran over. "Here, all the meat is for you. Bring your bowl over." Li Tai raised his bowl and pouted his lips as he said. Gu Xiaomao was dumbfounded. He never thought that Li Tai would call him over for this. "What's wrong?" "I have never touched this food before. Why are you complaining about it?" Li Tai stared at him and was about to throw a tantrum. No. Gu Xiaomao almost peed his pants when he heard that. He hurriedly explained, "Your Highness, this lowly one wouldn't dare to dislike it. It's just that this lowly one doesn't dare to eat your Highness food." "What is Highness?" "Gu Xiaomao, let me tell you one more time. In these 2 months, there is no Highness on Cloud Mountain, only Captain Li. Please call me Captain Li in the future, do you hear me?" Li Tai frowned and scolded. Looking at his serious face, Li Zishuan almost burst out laughing. "Please call me Captain Li." This sentence was too **king out of character. However, this was not the right time. Li Zishuan could only hold back his laughter and watch how Li Tai would play. Yes, Captain Li Xiaomao understands." Gu Xiaomao touched the beads of sweat on his forehead. This was not sweat from the heat, but cold sweat from fear. Only the heavens knew how painful it was to be the vice-captain of a prince. Anyway, Gu Xiaomao was under a lot of pressure. "Then why aren't you bringing your bowl over?" "Oh, thank you, Captain Li." Although Gu Xiaomao was very greedy for those fat slices of meat, he still wanted to see who gave them to him. Looking at the pile of fat slices in his bowl, Gu Xiaomao was very anxious. "Alright, hurry up and eat outside. You still have work to do in the afternoon." Li Tai put all the fat slices into Gu Xiaomao's bowl and waved his hand to chase him away. Yes, Captain. Gu Xiaomao felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly ran away with his bowl. In an instant, only Li Zishuan and Li Tai were left in the shed. Li Tai sat down and finished the food in his bowl. He did not even frown. He was a completely different person from the person who was having a hard time eating. Seeing this, Li Zishuan knew that Li Tai had thought things through. The reason why Li Tai was still unwilling to talk to him was probably because he couldn't bring himself to do so. After all, his words just now were indeed a bit harsh. It was already good enough that Li Tai, who had always lived like a prince, didn't use a sword to cut him down. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan smiled. He did not say anything to provoke the little fatty. He took his cutlery and prepared to leave. Sir. At this moment, Li Zishuan, who had not spoken to Li Tai since he came in, suddenly spoke. Li Zishuan was startled. In private situations, Li Tai rarely called him Mr. Usually he would use the name between friends. Now he was calling him that. What was the little fatty trying to say? Sir, can engineering allow the people of the world to wear new clothes and eat meat? Seeing that Li Zishuan paused, Li Tai continued to ask. Li Zishuan was silent for a moment before saying, "Of course not." When Li Tai heard this, his brows furrowed into a ball. His eyes stared fixedly at Li Zishuan's back, wanting an explanation. Engineering is just a kind of knowledge, just like Confucianism. It's just a dead thing. For the people of the world to have enough food and clothing and for every family to be able to eat meat, the key is how the ruler acts. Although Emperor Qin and Emperor Hanwu were the divine lords of the world, they only managed to pacify the world so that the country would not be bullied by foreigners. The people of the country still did not have enough food and clothing. Compared to Confucianism, engineering has its unique characteristics. It is more like a tool to increase the productivity of the people. As for whether this tool can be fully utilized, it depends on whether the ruler is willing to use it. Fortunately, the current emperor was magnanimous and was willing to give engineering a chance to flourish. Then the result might be different. So, Qingke, if the young people of Tang can all wield the sharp blade of engineering, although I don't dare to say that 100% of the people of Tang can have enough food and clothing, I'm sure that 80% to 90% of the people of Tang can have enough food and clothing. At that time, we will truly usher in an unprecedented golden age. Li Zishuan knew that Li Tai would have doubts in his heart. He put his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, "In the modern era, even a country as great as America still had beggars." Thus, Li Zishuan did not dare to guarantee that 100% of the people of Tang could have enough food and clothing once the industrial production level of Tang improved. However, he could still guarantee that most people would have enough food and clothing. Tai understands. I'm willing to work with Sir to bring engineering to greater heights. Li Tai gave a disciple's salute and cupped his fists in a serious manner. Good. I hope that when Yanhuang College leads the people of Tang to have enough food and clothing, there will be a great achievement in it. Li Zishuan waved his hand with a smile and went out the door. Li Zishuan was very happy that Li Tai could walk out of his inner demons and comprehend such principles. In the end, he still valued Li Tai very much. If it were someone else, he would not have put in so much effort. I, Li Tai, don't need great achievements. I just want to live happily. Li Tai looked at the door and mumbled to himself. Chapter 472. Hu Hanyun's first, construction corps, was mainly responsible for the supply and transportation of construction materials at the construction site. The building materials required by the Yanhuang Academy generally consisted of mud bricks, lime, glutinous rice mortar, stone, and wood. The first three were bought from various places with money. For materials like mud bricks, which required a large quantity, a small team had to be sent to the brick kiln to bring them back. In the Tang dynasty, there were many brick kilns among the people, but most of them were small in scale. This time, Yanhuang College's construction corps cooperated with an official kiln near Cheng. It was more than 30 miles away from Mei Village. The walls of Cheng and the construction of the imperial palace were all built with mud bricks from that kiln. Logically speaking, Li Zishuan could build his own brick kiln if he wanted. Moreover, the bricks from his kiln would definitely be stronger than those from other kilns. Building a kiln seemed to be very difficult, but it was not difficult at all to actually start. As long as you mastered the technique, building a brick kiln was even easier than building a house. The only difficult thing to solve was the problem of the chimney. It should be known that the chimney of the brick kiln in modern times was 30 to 40 meters high, which was a bit difficult in the Tang dynasty where there were no tower cranes or scaffolding. However, it was not impossible to solve. Li Zishuan knew of a way to burn bricks without a chimney, the circular kiln. The circular kiln looked like a row of long bunkers. Its height was less than 5 meters, but its length was more than 200 feet. The biggest advantage of the circular kiln was that it could burn bricks in a circular manner. It could build 20 kilns, and each kiln could be lit individually. Compared to the conjoined kilns of this era, which had 8 kilns in each group, the circular kiln was more efficient and more fuel efficient. Although there were many advantages to building his own brick kiln, Li Zishuan did not intend to do so. He could not build all the materials by himself, could he? That would take a lot of effort, and this kind of monopolization was not good. He had to leave some profits for others, right? In the afternoon, Hu Hanyun took more than 3,000 people of the 1st Regiment to hunt in the mountains. To be precise, they were going to cut wood. They had to bring back a batch of wood and hand it over to the other regiments to build temporary housing for the workers. For the entire construction corps, this was the first day of work. Other than the division of formations, there was only the construction of a place to settle down. The official building of the academy would have to wait until the next day. Fortunately, it was summer now, and the workers' residences only needed to be able to block the sun and rain. There was no need to think about keeping warm, so it was very simple to build. The sun was setting. Cloud Mountain was still very lively. Rows of small sheds were arranged in the forest, and there was a number hanging in front of each shed. 99% of the workers did not know how to read, let alone Arabic numerals. However, there were so many sheds that Li Zishuan could only order each of them to remember the number on the sign of their shed in order to prevent the workers from going to the wrong place at night. Seeing that the city gate of Chang'an was about to close and the workers' residences at the construction site were about to be completed, he asked someone to find Li Tai and prepare to return to the city. As the chief commander of more than 10,000 people, Yan Shaoning felt that he was shouldering a heavy responsibility. The workers' residences had not been completed yet, so he would not go back with them at night. As for Yan Lide and Faubert, they had already gone back 2 hours ago. Xiaoxian, why don't you go back alone? There are still 2 people in the 8th squad of the 1st Regiment who haven't finished building their residences yet. Li Tai seemed to be intoxicated. This was the first sentence he said when he was called to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan heard this, stared at him and scolded, "Go away. If you stay outside the city, His Majesty and Her Majesty will skin me alive if they know about it. If the residences are not ready, just leave it to Gu Xiaomao. What are you doing here?" Li Tai came back to reality and remembered that he was a child with parents. He also understood that Li Zishuan was telling the truth. He could not help but touch his nose embarrassedly and silently accept the organization's arrangement. Li Zishuan glanced at him unhappily, then said to Gu Xiaomao, "Xiaomao, I'll leave the remaining tasks of the 8th squad of the 1st Regiment to you. Is there a problem?" Gu Xiaomao was very perceptive. He knew that this was an opportunity for him to perform. He quickly said loudly, "Boss, no problem, absolutely no problem. You and the captain can go back to the city without worry." "Did you hear that? They're fine here. Qingke, why don't you get on the horse? It'll be bad if the city gate closes later," Li Zishuan urged. But Gu Xiaomao, I'll leave the 8th squad to you. I'll come back tomorrow morning." Li Tai nodded his head and mounted his horse. However, he was still a little worried as he warned. Yes, Captain. Don't worry." The 2 of them rode at full speed and finally returned to Chang'an City before sunset. Li Zishuan naturally returned to Yongla Lane. As for the little fatty, he had to go to the palace before returning to Prince Wei's residence. After all, he had decided to participate in the construction of Yanhuang College today, and he had not gotten Li Er's permission yet. "Qingke, Where did you go and sweat so much? And I haven't seen you all day. At the Li Zheng Palace. Li Tai saw Li Er and Empress Zhongsun. They had just finished their meal because Li Tai could still smell the leftover aroma of the food in the air. He did not eat well at noon and did not eat well at night. The little fatty was now so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. Of course, he would be more sensitive to the aroma of the food. Father, Yanhuang College started construction today. I went to Yunshan with the teacher and was busy the whole day. I just returned to the city and did not have time to take a bath. That's why I lost my composure. Please forgive me, father. Li Tai answered Li Er's question, but he was thinking about how much food he should ask the chef to prepare when he returned to the prince's residence later. Qingke, you actually went to Yanhuang College to help? How could Li Er not know Li Tai's nature? That was why he was so surprised when he heard Li Tai's words. Empress Zhongsun also interrupted. Qingke, you left the city for the whole day without a word. I didn't expect you to go to the wilderness. It's a hot summer day. You must have suffered a lot, right? Thinking about what he had experienced today, Li Tai felt that it was hard, but he felt that it was more fulfilling. This day was equivalent to a month before. Mother, I didn't suffer. Instead, I learned a lot. I plan to help the teacher build the college in the next 2 months. I hope father and mother will allow it. What? Li Er raised his eyebrows and stared at Li Tai. He asked, you have never experienced construction before. How are you going to help Li Zishuan build the college? Empress Zhongsun also frowned and asked, Qingke, as far as mother knows, Xiaoxian has invited more than 10,000 craftsmen and commoners to participate in the construction of the college. The construction progress is naturally not a problem. Qingke, you have lived in the depths of the palace since you were young. How can you go and suffer? Chapter 473. Inside Li Zheng Hall. Li Tai cupped his hands to Li Er and Zhongsun. Imperial father, imperial mother, please allow me to report. It is precisely because this son has never experienced construction that this son wants to personally give it a try. Engineering, engineering, engineering. If this son does not experience construction, how can this son be called a disciple of engineering? What is learned on paper is shallow, and what is learned must be done personally. I believe that personally practicing is far more useful than reading books in the classroom. What is learned on paper is shallow, and what is learned must be done personally. Could these 2 lines be your new work, Qingke? Li Er's eyes lit up. He did not mention whether Li Tai should go to the construction site, but instead, he was concerned about the poems. Li Tai was stunned and replied, Imperial father, this was written by Mr. Li. That kid? A few days ago, he wrote 2 love poems. I thought it was a coincidence. Now, it seems that Li Zishuan has some talent in poetry. What are the other 2 lines of the poem? Li Er rubbed his chin and asked with interest. Li Tai was instantly speechless. His original intention was to share his insights at the construction site with Li Er and Zhongsun, but before he could finish, Li Er was concerned about the 2 lines of the poem. Wasn't he going too far off the topic? Imperial father, Mr. Li only said 2 lines of the poem. I know nothing about the rest. Li Tai said gloomily. Li Er nodded, then frowned and did not speak. Empress Zhongsun was not as unreliable as Li Er. After all, as a mother, she doted on her son more. At this moment, she frowned and said worriedly, although what you said makes sense, it will be even hotter on Yunshan in this scorching summer. You have never suffered since you were young. How will you be able to stand it? Li Er also snapped out of his daze and nodded. Qingke, your imperial mother is right. It is easy to get heat stroke in the summer. Don't get involved. If you want to experience engineering practice, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. As an emperor, Li Er had always been strict with his sons. However, Li Tai was fat. Fat people were naturally afraid of the heat. Therefore, Li Er was also very worried that Li Tai would get a heat stroke on this hot day. However, Li Tai's mind was now filled with the thought of leading his team to cause trouble. Why would he care about this little bit of difficulty? When he heard that Li Er didn't agree, he quickly said, Imperial father, imperial mother, this son is not afraid of the mere heat. This son only arranged for others to do the work and did not personally do the work, so it is not that tiring. The ones who worked really hard were the commoners. They were also imperial father's people. Normally, they couldn't even afford to eat fat meat, but they had to do the hardest and most tiring work at the construction site. Just for a few dozen copper coins a day, they were willing to sweat like rain. If I don't go to Cloud Mountain today, I'm afraid I won't know these things for the rest of my life. This son doesn't want to be a prince who doesn't work hard, doesn't know the 5 grains, and doesn't care about the hardships of the commoners. I implore Imperial Father and Imperial Mother to fulfill my wish. These words were said sincerely by Li Tai. Li Er and Xianxuan's expressions also gradually became solemn. The atmosphere in the main hall became very heavy for a moment. After a long time, Li Er stood up and came to Li Tai. He patted his shoulder and sighed. Xianxia, you have really grown up. I didn't expect you to be able to understand so much in just a short day. I am very gratified. Li Zishuan is a qualified teacher. Not bad, not bad. Xianxia, since you have already thought it through, then go ahead and do it. Imperial Father supports you. Empress Zhongsun opened her mouth, but she wasn't completely a loving mother. She hesitated for a moment, then came to her son's side and said softly, Imperial Mother is also very gratified that you can say such words. Go. Just take good care of yourself. Li Tai was both happy and touched. He hurriedly said, Thank you Imperial Father and Imperial Mother for your support. By the way, I am very curious about what happened in Yunshan today. It actually made you feel so much all of a sudden. Come, tell me and your Imperial Mothers. At the second watch period, the moon hung above the treetops. Li Tai had just come out of the Li Zheng Palace. The moment the little fatty came out of the palace, he immediately became a runaway wild horse. Wu Chundao, hurry back to the prince's residence and ask the kitchen to prepare food for this prince. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Li Tai sat in the carriage and hurriedly ordered the guards outside. He only wanted to eat meat now. Yes, Your Highness. Wu Chundao was stunned. This was the first time he had received such a strange order. He responded, then urged the warhorse under him to gallop out. In the carriage, Li Tai rubbed his stomach and sank into the sofa. He let out a long breath and said, Now I can finally fight side by side with my brothers of the 1st Regiment and the 8th Squad in peace. In the future, the name of Yanhuang College will spread through the ages, and it will also be thanks to me, Li Tai. F***ck, my stomach is really F***king hungry. Li Zheng Palace. Zhongsun Palace. After the Emperor and Empress did it, Li Er held Empress Zhongsun and looked at the bed curtain above his head in a daze. Your Majesty, are you still thinking about what said just now? Empress Zhongsun leaned on Li Er's chest and asked softly. She had been husband and wife with Li Er for many years. Of course, they still had this bit of tacit understanding. In fact, what Li Tai said just now also touched Zhang Xuan's heart. That's right. Wine and meat go to waste at the door of the Vermilion, and there are frozen bones on the road. Li Zishuan, that brat really dared to say that. Since the establishment of the Tang dynasty, which of the emperors and ministers hasn't worked hard for the people and the country? In the end, they ended up with such an evaluation. What a great irony. Li Er came back to his senses, stroked Empress Zhangxuan's back, and said with a long sigh, Your Majesty, that child probably said those words just to give Xianxia a warning. He didn't mean anything else, but his words were indeed a little too harsh. I was thinking that with Xianxia's temperament, she actually didn't break off with Xiao Xian after hearing those words. I have to say, ever since K followed Li Zishuan to study, his temperament has changed a lot. Empress Zhongsun first helped Li Zishuan a little by saying a few words. After all, those 2 lines of the poem that satirized current politics still had some treason in it, and then sighed with emotion at Li Tai's recent changes. Li Er nodded and said, I understand what Guanyin made means. Xianxia has indeed changed a lot recently. Li Zishuan's knowledge is outstanding. He paused, then continued, It's a good thing for young people to have dreams. I also hope that he and Xianxia can build Yanhuang College well and carry forward the study of engineering. I give them a chance, and I only hope that in my lifetime, I can see the eternal prosperity that they speak of. Erlang, you definitely will. Chapter 474. The next morning. The sun had just risen, and Li Zishuan was practicing Tai Chi with the three beauties in the west courtyard. It had to be said that in terms of work and rest, he could be called a healthy bro. The reason why he was so healthy was because he was enjoying the wonderful time in the morning. If he was asked to practice Tai Chi with a group of men in the morning, this guy would definitely stay in bed and not get up. Before he finished one round of Tai Chi, he heard from the servants that Li Tai was here. The servants were very sensible. Everyone knew that Li Zishuan had a reserved program in the west courtyard in the morning, so it was not convenient for outsiders to come in. So this time, Li Tai wanted to barge in like before, but he was stopped by the servants at the door. Li Zishuan was very satisfied with the comprehension of the servants. Because it was summer now, when the beauties practiced Tai Chi with him in the morning, they all wore very soft and close-fitting training clothes. In this era, there was no underwear. Wearing such clothes, one could still see some spots on the outside. Li Zishuan was not willing to let this little fatty take advantage of him. In this aspect, Li Zishuan had always been very stingy. "Qingke, why are you here so early? Have you eaten?" Li Zishuan asked his wife to continue practicing with Xiao He and Xiao Shi. He walked out of the west courtyard alone and saw Li Tai drinking tea in the front hall. He asked the servants to serve breakfast and asked, "It's almost morning, how is it early?" Li Tai rolled his eyes and said sarcastically, "I heard from your servants that you haven't woken up yet, so I didn't go in." "Sir, you are so lazy, you are not setting a good example for the students." "Get lost. It's you who woke up too early today. You must have been too excited from being a team leader last night, right? Don't you know what time you used to wake up every day?" Li Zishuan scolded with a smile. Logically speaking, he was already very diligent, okay? He was a proper model worker. Nonsense. "I am worried about the progress of the construction of the academy," Li Tai said stubbornly. Li Zishuan chuckled. Just then, the servants served breakfast. His breakfast was also very simple. There was a plate of pickled vegetables and a bowl of very thick rice porridge. There were no steamed buns or buns. There was no baking powder in this era, so the steamed buns and steamed buns were not very tasty. Therefore, Li Zishuan only ate steamed buns and porridge in the morning. No one would believe that he, a nouveau riche, who earned hundreds of thousands of dollars every minute, had such a shabby breakfast. "Qingke, did you eat it or not? If you haven't eaten, I'll get someone to bring you a bowl." In his own home, Li Zishuan didn't have to be polite. He sat down at the table and prepared to eat. He asked Li Tai, "I've eaten. Xiao Xian, quickly finish your meal and follow me to the construction site." Li Tai looked at the shabby breakfast and shook his head as he urged. As a foodie, the little fatty must have eaten before he came over. If Li Zishuan had something new for breakfast, he might have sat down and tried a few bites out of respect. But now, forget it. Li Zishuan ignored him and started eating. As for his speed, it was neither too fast nor too slow. He was not in a hurry. Slurp, slurp. It had to be said that the porridge and pickled vegetables were a match made in heaven. Li Zishuan ate with gusto. After a while, he finished the bowl of porridge. Li Tai looked at him suspiciously and thought, "Isn't it just a bowl of porridge? Is there a need to eat so happily?" Suddenly, the little fatty noticed the black strip of vegetables on the plate. He asked curiously, "Xiao Xian, what is this? Why is it so black?" "This is my family's homemade pickled vegetables. It goes with rice. It's crispy." "Qingke, do you want to try it?" There was no accurate statement about the origin of pickled vegetables. According to the relevant evidence, pickled vegetables originated from the Bronze Age. But pickled vegetables made from radish, at least in this era, did not exist. Don't doubt that there were no radish in the Tang dynasty. China was the country with the richest radish germplasm resources in the world. There were about 2,000 local varieties of radish. In the Book of Songs, there was a sentence, "Kai Feng Kai Fei." Generally, people thought that fei was radish. In the Han Dynasty literature, Radish had 8 of the top 10 characteristics, such as luo fu, etc. The main ingredients were nothing more than refined salt and soy sauce. There was a lot of refined salt at home, but it was very expensive. As for soy sauce, this thing was also available in the Tang dynasty. Soy sauce evolved from soy sauce. As early as 3,000 years ago, there were records of soy sauce being made in China's Zhou dynasty. The invention of soy sauce brewing by the ancient Chinese Han working people was purely an accidental discovery. China's ancient emperors used condiments. The earliest soy sauce was made from fresh meat. It was similar to the process of making fish sauce today. Because of its excellent taste, it gradually spread among the people. People who read a little bit of ancient Chinese probably knew the story of Fan Zhongyan's cutting rice porridge. Fan Zhongyan's family was poor when he was young. He lived in a temple and studied hard. Every day, he cooked a pot of thin porridge. After it was condensed, he divided it into 4 pieces, 2 in the morning and 2 in the evening. He only ate chopped pickled vegetables. Not only that, but he also tasted the marrow and knew the taste, and wrote an essay called Fu, in which there was a line like, "Inside the Tao family's urn, pickled dark green and yellow, in a big mouth, chewing out gong shang jiu." It was a dish of pickled vegetables that was only for the poor to eat, but it was written in a very good tone and color, and Tao were very happy. Such hardships had caused him to develop a firm and unyielding, hardworking and thrifty style, and he had a deep understanding of the hardships of the people. In the future, no matter high in the temple or far away in the martial arts world, he would take the world as his own responsibility. He would worry about the country and the people, get rid of corruption, and benefit the common people. Then I'll try it? Li Tai was interested. He pursed his lips and hesitated. Li Zishuan glanced at him. He knew that this was a guy who wanted to save face. He was too lazy to argue and directly asked someone to add a pair of chopsticks. After a while, the dishes were served. Li Tai picked up the chopsticks and copied Li Zishuan. He ate 2 pieces of pickled vegetables and a mouthful of rice. Li Tai immediately felt that the pickled vegetables tasted really good. He smiled and said, "Oh, Xiao, this pickled vegetable is really good. It's full of flavor and texture. No wonder you enjoyed it so much." Hee. Is there a need to say it? Is it because with this kind of dish, the porridge will taste better? Li Zishuan nodded and smiled. It's true. Xiao, I'll bring some pickled vegetables back from you later. Li Tai was very happy to find new food. But I can give you some. But you are the Prince of Wei. Won't you feel embarrassed if you eat pickled vegetables with rice? Li Zishuan asked a very practical question. Chapter 475. Slurp, slurp, slurps. Oh, whoever wants to say that I'm an embarrassment, let them say so. It's fine as long as I eat comfortably. Go get another bowl of porridge for me. Li Tai finished a bowl of porridge and pickled vegetables very quickly. He rubbed his round belly and ordered Xiao He, who was beside him. Let's go. Almost everyone in the Li family knew Li Tai's frequent customer. Xiao He rolled her eyes when she heard such an impolite order, but she still took the empty bowl to get more rice. Li Zishuan glanced worriedly at Li Tai's round body and said, "Ching, with your body shape, is it what? What's wrong with my body shape?" Li Tai looked down at his waist and legs and said innocently, I want to say, Qin Ke, shouldn't you consider losing weights? You think I don't want to. But the feeling of being hungry is worse than killing me. So, I'll just keep on being like this." Li Tai rubbed his head in frustration and said gloomily. Li Zishuan sighed and said helplessly, "Anyway, be careful. Being too fat isn't a good thing for your body." Yeah, I got it. Xiao, you're so long-winded. Li Tai waved his hand impatiently and said. At this moment, Xiao He brought a bowl of porridge for Li Tai. Li Tai ignored Li Zishuan and focused on enjoying his second breakfast. Li Zishuan shook his head and stopped persuading him. He took the empty bowl out. Unlike Li Tai, who was a glutton, he was already full. Burp. Xiao, let's go. I'm afraid the construction site has already started. Li Tai had already eaten breakfast in the morning, but he still ate 3 bowls of porridge at Li Zishuan's place. How big his stomach was really depended on how much food he had. Oh, Qingyi, you go first. I still have to make some arrangements. Li Zishuan raised his head and looked at the rising sun in the east. He thought for a moment and said, Arrange what? Li Tai thought that Li Zishuan wanted to slack off, so he walked over and asked. Look, Qingke, it's not even 7:30 in the morning, 7:45 in modern times, and the sun is already so solid. You can imagine how hot the weather is today. I'm afraid it's even more unbearable on the Cloud Mountain. I have to arrange for people to buy a batch of things to relieve the heat. Otherwise, it would be bad if the craftsmen and commoners get heat stroke. Li Zishuan said with a serious expression. The Li Zishuan had a lot of ice cubes. Li Zishuan wasn't afraid of the hot weather, but the 10,000 or so commoners couldn't help but be afraid. With the medical standards of this era, heat stroke was life-threatening. Previously, San Bao had gotten heat stroke while helping him test the telegraph machine. She had been lucky enough to escape death. What little Xian said made sense. By the way, don't you have a lot of ice cubes at home? Can you help me bring some ice cubes over later? Li Tai said hurriedly. He still had lingering fears when he thought about yesterday's hot afternoon. Okay, but didn't you want to share weal and woe with your subordinates? If you use ice cubes, then what about the members of your team? First of all, I don't have that much ice cubes at home. Li Zishuan looked at little Fatty and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. That's true. Li Tai scratched his head and said, Then little Xian, what method do you plan to use to relieve the heat for the craftsmen and commoners? Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, It's nothing more than cold melon and cold bean soup. Also, it seems like we can't let the commoners work for 2 hours in the afternoon. Cold melon was watermelon. In this era, there was no such thing as watermelon. According to historical records, it had been introduced to the southeast coastal area of our country 5 generations ago. However, it wasn't called watermelon. Instead, it was called cold melon because of its cooling properties. As for cold bean, it was the modern mung bean. This thing had a long history of planting in China and could be traced back to the Han Dynasty. Okay, that's it then. If the others can bear it, then I'll be fine too. I'll go to the construction site first. Li Tai waved his hand and went out to lead his imperial residence guards to Cloud Mountain. Li Zishuan called Wang Zhong and asked him to go to the East Market to purchase a batch of watermelons and mung beans. At this time, the gatekeeper, Fu, walked over and said, Young master, there's a letter for you. Who sent it? Li Zishuan frowned and asked. It's from the Shao Mansion. Fu bowed and said, Shao Mansion? Li Zishuan was even more confused. He didn't know many people with the surname Shao in Chang'e. It was useless to ask more, so he opened the letter and read it. However, after reading it, Li Zishuan's expression became even more strange. This was a letter from Xiaoyu. What was important was that Xiaoyu wrote the letter to ask for the immortal mirror for his grandson. Li Zishuan was really confused. What the hell was this? Xiaoyu was the former cabinet elder and the current minister of civil affairs. He was a proper big shot in the imperial court. He wrote the letter just to ask for a mirror. Was today April Fool's Day? Li Zishuan's mouth twitched slightly and said to Wang Zhong, who hadn't left in time, Uncle Wang, ask manager's son to send 3 small immortal mirrors to the Shao Mansion. Wang Zhong's eyes widened. He suspected that he had misheard. What's wrong? No, young master, this old man will go and ask manager's son. Wang Zhong quickly came back to his senses and said. Li Zishuan nodded understandingly. He was still a little confused. Inside the Taiji Palace, Xiaoyu, who was in the morning court, was a little depressed. He didn't want to write that letter. Xiaoyu had been wise all his life and was quite wise in the literary world. But in the end, for his grandson, he threw away his old face to ask for a mirror. If outsiders knew about it, he would have no place to hide his old face. That's right, Xiao Shui was Xiaoyu's eldest grandson. Therefore, he had no choice but to write the letter because his grandson was still relying on this deceiving immortal mirror to marry his wife. However, with his identity, it was definitely not appropriate for him to personally ask for the immortal mirror. After thinking about it, Xiao Yu felt that it was more appropriate to write a letter to Li Zixuan. He thought that Li Zixuan would also give him face. Meng, are you relieved now? If Grandpa personally asks, there will be no problem. Xiao Shui smiled fawningly at Meng, in the Xiao mansion's courtyard. But what if Grandpa Xiao doesn't ask? Meng, frowned and said, Hey, that's impossible. Which minister in the current imperial court will not give my grandpa face? Even the emperor. Even the emperor is very concerned about my grandpa. Xiao Shui wasn't stupid. He knew that there were some things that could be said and some that couldn't. He quickly stopped the second half of the sentence and changed his words. Well, that's true. Then this lady will forgive you this time. Chapter 476. Then, Meng, is our wedding date going to be as planned? Xiao Shui, who was soft-hearted, was like a lackey at this moment. He licked his lips and asked, If the Strange Taste Pavilion really sends the mirror over, of course it will be as planned. Meng rubbed her chin and mischievously stopped at a key point. But what? Xiao Shui's heart trembled. He suddenly had a bad premonition. The heavens had pity on him. He had been tormented miserably by the girl in front of him for the past few days. Xiao Shui, why are you so afraid? I just want to ask, do you really like me? Unlike other young ladies, Meng was quite bold. She didn't blush at all when she said this. There was only purity in her eyes, the kind of purity that didn't know anything about the mortal world. Xiao Shui's heart melted at this moment. How could he say anything else? He nodded like a chick pecking at rice and said, Yes, 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 of course I really like you. I, Xiao Shui, swear to the heavens, hee. I don't want you to swear. Meng giggled and placed her finger on Xiao Shui's lips. Then, she stood up and twisted the hair in front of her forehead and said, I want to say that since you really like me, then when we get married, you have to compose a poem like, I don't have the wings of a colorful phoenix, but our hearts are as one. I want Sister Nanxiu and the others to be envious of us. Xiao Shui was dumbfounded. He screamed crazily in his heart, Li Zixuan, you're so king deceitful. Young master, you brought so many cold melons. How much is it? Near noon, Li Zixuan brought dozens of carts of cold melons and a few bags of mung beans to Cloud Mountain. Second Master Lu, who was at the entrance of the mountain, saw this huge convoy and immediately stepped forward in surprise. Isn't this because I'm afraid that everyone will be too tired? It's just a few carts of cold melons, it's not worth much. It's better that everyone doesn't get heatstroke than anything else. Li Zixuan smiled nonchalantly. TSK. Young master, you're really generous. How is this a few carts? It was probably more than 10,000 pounds. To tell you the truth, I, Lu Wanshan, have lived for more than half of my life, but this is the first time I've seen such a compassionate boss. Lu Wanshan looked at the huge fleet and said with emotion, Everyone is born and raised by their parents. What's the difference between rich and poor? It was just a different reincarnation. Second Master Lu, I'll go up first. Li Zixuan sighed with deep meaning. He cupped his hands at Second Master Lu and led the team up the mountain. What's the difference between rich and poor? It was just a different reincarnation. Our young master is really different from the rest. Second Master Lu squinted his eyes and looked at Li Zixuan's back with a complicated expression. Qingke, what's wrong with you? Are you pregnant? When they arrived at the top of the mountain, they saw Li Tai standing at the entrance of the mountain. His cheeks were puffed up, and he was trying to hold back his laughter. His expression was very strange. Li Zixuan could not help but complain. F***CK, you're the one who's pregnant. I can't take it anymore. It's over. Let's go to the side. If Xiaoning sees me laughing, he'll kill me. When Li Tai heard this, he jumped 3 feet high. As he spoke, he could not help but hold his stomach and laugh. However, this little fatty could not help but look back as he laughed. In the end, he even pulled Li Zixuan into the small forest at the side. Li Zixuan was shocked. Who would be willing to go into the forest with a damn fatty? He did not do gay things. Wait, what exactly happened? What's the meaning of your sneaky look? Li Zishuan could not stand this gay little fatty and hurriedly said. Ha! Forget it. I'll go to the side and laugh for a while more. Little Xian, go to the shed and see for yourself. Ha! Li Tai waved his hand and fled in panic. Li Zishuan was confused. Did this little fatty take the wrong medicine today? He shook his head and walked to the big shed in front of him, which was the temporary command room of the construction site. When he went in to take a look, Li Zishuan immediately knew why Li Tai was laughing. Xiaoning, are you acting in an opera? Ha! Yan Xiaoning was originally a handsome gigolo. However, at this moment he had turned into a young man full of pimples. In just one night, there were dozens of small red spots on his face, and there was a huge red lump in the middle of his forehead. The most awesome thing was that Yan Xiaoning's eyes were like that of a giant panda's. His entire person looked too beautiful to look at. Bang! Little Xian, shut up. What are you laughing at? Didn't I become like this because of your academy? If you keep laughing, I'll quit. Yan Xiaoning, who rarely cursed, didn't care about anything else at this moment. He slammed the table with all his might and roared at Li Zishuan, damn it. I won't laugh anymore. I really won't laugh anymore. Xiaoning, let me laugh for a while more. Ha! As Li Zishuan spoke, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Huff huff. Yan Xiaoning panted heavily. His face was getting darker and darker. He clenched his fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. He was going to go berserk at any moment. Li Zishuan saw this and quickly held back his laughter. He waved his hand and said, cough, cough, I won't laugh anymore. Xiaoning, hurry up and tell me, what's wrong with you? Why are there so many bumps on your face? Damn, it's all your fault. Yan Xiaoning's face darkened as he yelled, this is AF * King Barren Mountain. At night, the mosquitoes are like locusts passing through, and there are no curtains at the construction site. Do you know how hard I slept last night? Li Zishuan suddenly realized that Yan Xiaoning's head was full of mosquito bites last night. Speaking of mosquitoes, whether it was in Chang'an City or in the middle of nowhere, there were a lot of them in summer. Li Zishuan did not feel it before. First, the Li family often burned mosquito repellent. Second, the Li family's bed had curtains, similar to modern mosquito nets. Third, Li Zishuan's bedroom would put a lot of ice cubes every day. Usually, it was 30 to 40 degrees outside, but only 15 to 16 degrees inside. It was like turning on the air conditioner. Mosquitoes did not like such a cold environment, so he was not bothered by mosquitoes usually. But at the construction site, it was completely different. Li Zishuan had spent the whole day arranging the accommodation for the workers yesterday. He did not consider the mosquitoes at night at all. Even if he did, he was pressed for time and could not solve it yesterday. More than 10,000 curtains were not a small number. Even if he had money, he could not buy so many curtains in such a short time. Chapter 477. Inside the shed at the peak of Yunshan, Li Zishuan took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. Yan Xiaoning did not have it easy. If he continued to laugh, it would really hurt his heart. Oh, Xiaoning, did the others not sleep well last night? Li Zishuan thought about it and asked. If the mosquito problem was too serious, he had to find a way to solve it. Yan Xiaoning glared at him and said unhappily, what do you think? Don't tell me those mosquitoes specifically caught me and bit me? Everyone basically did not sleep well last night. Oh, not only mosquitoes, we also heard a tiger's roar last night. Tiger's roar? Li Zishuan was shocked. He hurriedly asked, the world has been peaceful for a long time. Why are there still tigers nearby? No tigers broke in last night, right? Yan Xiaoning replied, that's not true. The tiger's roar was very far from here. According to Second Master Lu, it came from Wang Lin Mountain. The terrain there is steep, dense forest, and few people go there. It is not surprising that there are 1 or 2 wild beasts there. Yunshan is close to Plum Village and Han Village. There are many people here, so those wild beasts would not dare to come here for no reason. Li Zishuan was relieved. He nodded and said, that's good. But from now on, each team must send 2 people out to keep watch at night in case of any accidents. Yan Xiaoning knew the severity of the matter. He nodded and said, I understand. Don't worry. His F***. I really suffered a huge loss this time. My body is really F***king itchy. As Yan Xiaoning spoke, he could not help but scratch the parts of his body that were bitten by mosquitoes last night. Li Zishuan then noticed that not only Yan Xiaoning's face, but also his arms were also left with many mosquito kisses. This good brother of his had indeed sacrificed a lot for Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan clasped his fist and said, Xiaoning has indeed troubled the college. I will get someone to send some alcohol over later. You can apply it on the mosquito bites. It should stop the itch quickly. In the afternoon, get a couple of people to collect some mugwort and wormwood. Smoke it for everyone's residence. It should be much better at night. I'll get someone to send another batch of mosquito repellent sachets over and let everyone hang them on the bedside. With this multi-pronged approach, I'm sure the mosquitoes won't be as rampant as last night. In the Tang Dynasty, there were no mosquito repellents or chemical repellents like dichlorvos, but people still thought of many ways. Wealthy families would have curtains on their beds and mosquito repellent plants in their bedrooms, such as insect-eating grass, patchouli, violets, balsamine, chrysanthemum, and so on. These plants could not only repel mosquitoes, but also purify the air. Carrying a perfume pouch was also one of the habits of the ancient people. Many of the herbs in the perfume pouch were also believed to have the effect of repelling mosquitoes, such as patchouli, peppermint, perilla, calamus, lemongrass, star anise, and so on. This was equivalent to carrying mosquitoes don't bite on one's body. Of course, the most common method was to burn mugwort and wormwood to smoke mosquitoes. The cost was low, the killing area was large, and the effect was good. Well, it was worth mentioning that since the Song dynasty, there were mosquito-repellent incenses. At that time, it was called mosquito smoke or mosquito repellent. The main ingredients were mugwort, realgar, and duckweed. The product was similar to incense, and there was a special workshop. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, the production of mosquito-repellent incense had further development. The raw materials kept increasing, including ferula, qianghua, chuanxiong, sulfur, camphor, tobacco, and so on. So don't say that mosquito-repellent incense didn't exist in the ancient times. But it definitely didn't exist in the Tang dynasty. Yan Xiaoning raised his head and said, Mugwort, wormwood, and perfume pouch are all fine. I thought about it before, but isn't alcohol used to make medicinal wine? Can it really stop the itch? Xiao Xian, don't lie to me. Previously, when Li Zishuan treated Qin Qiong's illness, he only made one type of medicinal wine. Those who were well-informed knew that one of the key ingredients was alcohol. Li Zishuan also specially bought a batch of alcohol for the military, so Yan Xiaoning was very suspicious of Li Zishuan's suggestion. Of course. Xiaoning, when have I ever lied to you? I'll ask someone to send the alcohol over later. You'll know when you try it. People in the modern world would usually apply toilet water after being bitten by mosquitoes. When the main character of a time travel novel went to ancient times, they would also make toilet water to make money. However, Li Zishuan found it troublesome. He felt that this thing was flashy and a waste of time. He didn't lack the money for toilet water now. Why was toilet water able to stop the itch? Actually, it was mainly because of the alcohol in it. Toilet water was a type of perfume product that used floral oil as the main ingredient and was refined with alcohol. The essence used in toilet water was slightly inferior, and the content was also lower. It was usually 1% to 3%, so the fragrance was not as long-lasting as other alcohol solutions. The concentration of alcohol in toilet water was 70% to 75%. This kind of mixture could easily penetrate into the bacteria and denature the proteins in the protoplasm and cell nuclei, causing them to lose their vitality. Thus, the disinfectant effect was strong. Oh, then I'll believe you this time. If you're lying to me, I won't be the commander anymore. Yan Xiaoning curled his lips and threatened. Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. How untrustworthy was he? He couldn't help but say gloomily, Okay. If it doesn't work, Xiaoning, feel free to look for me. Come out with me now and distribute the cold melons outside to everyone. It's not easy on such a hot day. Yen Xiaoning's eyes lit up. He said happily, "Ha! At least you have a conscience. You even know to send us cold melons. Nothing is better than cold melons on such a hot day. Hey, then hurry up and distribute the things. It's almost lunchtime. I've already sent a batch of cold beans to my father-in-law at the foot of the mountain. Everyone will have cold bean soup to drink in the future." Li Zishuan patted Yen Xiaoning's shoulder and smiled. Yen Xiaoning nodded. The two of them left the work shed. Yen Xiaoning went to gather the leaders of the various regiments to collect the cold melons. Li Zishuan went to the construction site and wandered around to check on the progress of the project. "Captain, it's almost noon. Why is Captain Hu asking us to go over?" In the forest, Gu Xiaomao led 20 people and followed Li Tai to the 1st Regiment's encampment. After spending more than a day together, Gu Xiaomao knew that Li Tai was easy to get along with, so he asked, "Hey, why are we going over?" "We're going over to distribute the good stuff. Everyone is going to have a good meal at noon." Ha! Li Tai smiled and leaked some inside information to Gu Xiaomao. This was also why Li Tai was so awesome compared to the other team leaders. "Wow! Is there good food coming?" Gu Xiaomao licked his lips and said excitedly. The villagers behind him also had their eyes lit up. They all stared at the back of Li Tai's head and prayed to hear the answer they were hoping for. Chapter 478. But you can say that. It's a batch of cold melons that Xiao Xian brought over to relieve the heats. Our brothers in the team did well yesterday. It should be because our team did well, at least we weren't last place, heats. Everyone can't let down their guard today, understands? Li Tai didn't forget to instruct his men as he turned around and said to the people behind him, "Understood. Captain, we will definitely not embarrass you." Gu Xiaomao cupped his hands and said seriously, "It's actually cold melons? Boss is so generous. Captain, there's nothing to say, just based on how good boss is to us, we will definitely do our best." Yes, we will definitely do our best. Don't worry, our brothers will definitely not be worse than the other teams. In this era, it wasn't that ordinary people couldn't afford to eat cold melons. It was just that most people didn't have the means to eat it every day. Eating it once in a while was already a great enjoyment. And Li Zishuan actually brought over a batch of cold melons for more than 10,000 people. Of course, they were grateful from the bottom of their hearts. "And it's good that you have this intention." Li Tai nodded and said with relief. Yunshan Mountain at noon today was destined to be unusual. There was still half an hour before lunch, but all the craftsmen and workers received the order to stop work and returned to their respective camps. After returning to the camp, everyone was dumbfounded because they saw a lot of cold melons. Oh my God! So many cold melons, where did they come from? Could it be that the team leader brought the team leader to steal from someone's melon field at the foot of the mountain? Damn you! Where would the team leader have the time to do that? They must be sent over by boss. And when I was working just now, I saw boss bring a long convoy up the mountain. The group of people below couldn't help but talk about it. At this time, the team leader of their team walked in. He was a middle-aged man. "Quiet. These are all cold melons sent by boss to everyone. In a while, each house will take one back. You are not allowed to eat now, otherwise, you won't be able to eat later." After returning to the house to plant the cold melon, it was time for dinner. Also, yesterday, our 5th team got last place. Although it might not be because of our 3rd team, but everyone has to be more spirited today. If you're in last place again, I'll see if you're worthy of the cold melons that the boss sent over. Is that clear? The workers' dormitories on Yunshan Mountain were all 6-person dormitories, and this cold melon weighed at least 5 kilograms. On average, everyone could get at least 1 kilogram. From this point of view, everyone had to admire Li Zishuan's generosity. "Listen up, Captain. We promise that we won't slack off in the afternoon." Yes, I definitely won't slack off." Everyone in the team patted their chests and promised. The middle-aged captain nodded and continued. After lunch and eating the cold melon, everyone should rest in the house. Today's weather is too hot, and the boss is afraid that you guys will get heatstroke, so he postponed the start of work to 3 p.m. Everyone should rest well and start work on time. Try to finish digging the foundation that the captain assigned to our team by the afternoon. Do you hear me? Work can only start at 5 p.m.? Captain, can we start work ahead of time? Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to finish digging today. Yes, Captain. Can we start work ahead of time? The middle-aged man shook his head and said, No. Whatever the boss says, we have to do it. At that time, the law enforcement team will patrol the construction site. Any team that doesn't start work according to the boss's stipulated time will have their points deducted. If we can't finish the task, we can work overtime after dinner while it's not dark yet. But we can't start work ahead of time. Captain, this is a good idea. Then we'll continue working after dinner. Yes, continue working. Continue working. The boss cares about us and treats us like humans. We can't be ungrateful and don't know what's good for us. Yes. We can't let the boss down. We can't get last place again. Walking on the Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan realized that a lot of changes had happened on the Cloud Mountain in just half a day. The weeds and bushes from before were almost all cleaned up. Many uneven places were also filled in. The craftsmen used lime to divide the ground into small pieces. The blueprint of the academy was drawn by Li Zishuan. When Li Zishuan saw the lines drawn by the lime, he knew that it was the layout of the academy that the craftsmen had measured in advance. He guessed that the workers would dig the foundation according to these lines. Well, this progress is quite fast. Looks like Yan Xiaoning didn't learn from his father for nothing. His ability to command and dispatch is undeniable. Li Zishuan walked around and couldn't help but stop and sigh. There was strength in numbers. An organized and planned team was even more powerful. This motley crew of more than 10,000 people had already formed a very strong fighting force under Yan Xiaoning's command. At the very least, Li Zishuan was very satisfied with the current progress. Moreover, he could feel that the entire construction site was bursting with a radical and high-spirited fighting spirit. As the cooperation between the teams became more and more tacit, the progress would only become faster and faster. 2 months was enough to build an academy. Li Zishuan made a rough estimate in his heart and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. As long as nothing went wrong, he didn't need to worry about the construction site anymore. Well, he could be a hands-off shopkeeper again. Li Zishuan thought happily in his heart. Xiaoning? You finished distributing the cold melons to everyone? Feeling the footsteps behind him, Li Zishuan turned around and saw Yan Xiaoning, so he laughed. I've finished distributing them. But you're really generous. You probably have more than 20,000 pounds of cold melons, right? Didn't I hear that you were short of money a while ago? Why are you still spending money like this? Yan Xiaoning couldn't help but complain. Li Zishuan looked at him and then said with a strange expression, Xiaoning, if you get married in the future, your sister-in-law will probably have nothing to do all day long. Yan Xiaoning's eyes widened, and 2 big question marks were drawn on his forehead. He asked in bewilderment, Why? Li Zishuan hesitated for a moment, then moved his right foot back and said, Cough, cough. Because Xiaoning, you've done all the things that a housekeeper should do, so your sister-in-law will have nothing to do. Yan Xiaoning was stunned for a moment before he realized that Li Zishuan was saying that he had a big mouth like a housekeeper. He couldn't help but be furious and roared, F***CKs. Xiao Xian, you bastard, you don't know what's good for you. I'll fight it out with you. Ha! What a joke! What a joke! Brother Xiaoning will mind. But Li Zishuan was already prepared. This guy quickly slipped away as if there was oil on the soles of his feet.